Welcome down here. It is Monday morning, July the 1st, and we're at Billabong Occy's Grom Comp for 2024. We are into day number 4 of the event period. Myself, Chris Senova, alongside the King of Snapper Rocks, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Welcome down here, Rabs.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's great to be here, and what a beautiful morning. The southerlies have come through early this morning. The new system moving up the coast. Of course, we're just in that little transition now. We had that northerly yesterday, which was kind of uncharacteristic for this time of year, but it fluffed up. There's a little underlying east swell still, but I was a bit worried about this morning because sometimes the southerly comes through and just flattens the northerly wind swell, but it's just enough there.
Yeah, yesterday was a wild one, wasn't it? We had that, like you said, that uncharacteristic northerly whipped up, and it was relentless all day, but we saw still some great performances yesterday, even though the wind made it really tricky in the lineup. We saw some big scores go down. There's plenty of waves being caught, that's for sure.
The surfing was amazing, considering the conditions, but at least snapper, it's still peeling off. The bank's incredible, and the young surfers were able to, really tear it up.
Yeah, definitely. And we're kicking off the morning this morning. Under 12 girls quarterfinals, and in the red it is Estella Carbonelli in, and then Coco Woolley in the white, Evie Baldwin in the yellow, and Illy Fraser out there in the blue. So there's the start, Rabs. We're off and running.
I know. Our set just came through. They just had to paddle over that really good looking wave. But it's going to be a bit of I would say, a game of patience, balanced with making sure you get those two waves.
Yeah, 100%. We see tide dropping out this morning, a low tide of around 9:45. So we'll probably see some quicker rides on the bank this morning. What do you expect this morning with the conditions at Rabs?
It's been a little tricky on the low tide with the small swell. It runs off very quickly. There's so much sand out there that the low tide's probably the toughest part. The bigger sets will peel and give you something to work with. The smaller waves are going to be very, very tricky as far as getting multiple manoeuvres in.
Yeah, definitely. And you were talking about the sand build up here at Snapper Rocks. Obviously, you are one of the most knowledgeable men when it comes to this point break right here. We see some beautiful scenes of the point right there. There's Snapper Rocks in all its glory. Small conditions on offer this morning, but talk to us about the sand build up. What causes that?
Well, there it is in the left hand there. It comes along Froggy Beach, and this is the kind of conditions that bring the sand around, but there's plenty there right now. So the bank's been there, as we see Coco on a wave here. The wave kind of ran off on her, but we haven't had any big swells. So the big swells moved the sand, and so the sand has just remained very tight. In fact, it's building and building. The little Marley rocks are just about covered, so it's maxed out. Yeah, you can see it right there. All that sand build up. It's a very different scene once you do get that swell, because it does start to push it all the way around the point, and it starts to clear it out. It's been quite a small run of waves here on the Gold Coast for quite some time. Well, it has. June was very small. As we see Illy Fraser on a backhand. It's been a couple of weeks of very small conditions. It looks like it's just turning now. And the rhythm is that probably the first couple of weeks of July are looking quite promising.
Yeah, definitely. We see a couple of small scores locked in. So we're running through 2 heats in the quarterfinals. They're quarterfinals in the 12s. They're 4-person quarterfinals, 2 heats. Bit confusing, but we run into man-on-man semis. That's why this is the quarterfinals right now. It's a great format here at the Billabong Occy Grom, with the priority for the juniors and the Groms. Gives them a real taste of what it's going to be like stepping into, the big leagues.
Well, you can't get any bigger league than the CT, which is going to return to Snapper next year. So this is even though it's small out here, it's still an amazing opportunity to be out there with 3 other surfers, all coming into the one-on-one competition, head-to-head, one other surfer, which is, it's nearly disorientating. This morning there was like 60 Groms out there ripping it up, and now there's just a couple.
And honestly, you can't get much better of an amphitheatre than this break right here. It must be pinch yourself moments for the Groms getting to surf Snapper Rocks. It's obviously small today, but just being here at Snapper, and like you said, it was about 60, 70 Groms in the water frothing at the bit to get anything they could this morning. And now you get to surf it with just 3 other competitors in the lineup.
And it's been like that, since the days leading up. Grom's coming from obviously school holidays and coming from all over Australia, coming from Bali, international Groms, Japan, some American surfers. It's a prestigious event, the Billabong Occy Grom, but it's been definitely upgraded by coming to Snapper. Just that fact alone, coming from D-Bar to Snapper, it's a game changer.
Yeah, it is. How many events a year are they actually allowed here at Snapper?
Oh, well, there's just not many. I mean, obviously, there's just the Occy Grom comp. There's the Usher Cup, which is a club format, and then there's the WSL CT. It's been a Challenger Series for the last 3 or 4 years, and now it's going to go back to a CT. So very, very limited amount of events. And obviously the Snapper Club have their monthly Grom event out here.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just out of the 3 events, these Groms get to take it up, and what an experience it will be for them. And what are you seeing in the forecast as well? Looking forward to tomorrow. Obviously some smaller conditions today. Today was probably one of the trickier days we saw.
Yeah, I thought this morning itself, with the outgoing tide, is the trickiest because as I said, often the southerly will come through and knock whatever northeast wind swell is, just really knock it around. But there's just that slight underlying east swell. There's not much there, but with the bank, you don't need much. But I do see it building. Like this afternoon, we should see an improvement. And, tomorrow's looking quite good.
Yeah, it looks really fun, especially that building south swell through the day. And here we are, myself, Chris Enever, alongside the man himself, Rabbit Bartholomew. We're down here at Snapper Rocks for the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp for 2024. And we are into the quarterfinals for the 12 girls. Look at the beautiful scenes there as we see the drone shot from the beautiful point break. And 4 surfers in the lineup. It's a rare sight down here at Snapper.
Yeah, it is a rare sight, and it's a wonderful experience for these Groms to, they really anticipate coming to the Gold Coast, coming to Snapper and competing.
Yeah, we see Illy Fraser out there currently in the lead, holding down a 4-point ride. Evie Baldwin in second, a 3.73. Estella Carbonelli in third, 1.5. And Coco Woolley sitting in fourth, just a 1.17. Different scenes as we did see yesterday. We had that nor'wester really whip up throughout the day, and it made life very tricky for the competitors here yesterday. I mean, it was the ultimate devil wind that we saw, but still, Snapper Rocks delivered. There was fun little wedgy waves. There was a little bit of a north wind swell that pushed in, and we can see today, obviously, small conditions. I don't think there's a wave breaking anywhere else on the entire Gold Coast except right here.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's pretty much the last break with the sand. It picks up anything at all. It's virtually flat everywhere else. And as we said, like this morning's the toughest morning as far as the swell's been, that bit of northeast wind swell's been knocked down. There's that tiny little underlying east swell. It's kind of inconsistent as well. So, with 20-minute heats, you've still got to make sure you get your 2 rides. So perhaps surfers looking for a backup wave underneath priority. And it's a real test of patience when you've got priority to go, well, do I hang in there and wait for a set? Or do I surf?
Yeah, 100%. We saw some great performances yesterday. I mean, one of the standouts of the day. Well, here's a replay right now for Blue. And the Goofy getting some work done, yeah. And yesterday, we saw Charlie Hatley, one of the Goofies actually. She was a standout performer, locked in a 9.8. I think backed it up with an 8 as well. Some very strong backside surfing. And was the performer of the day yesterday. We see Illy Fraser there, the Goofy. What are your thoughts, Goofy to natural? When it's this small, who do you feel has the advantage out here right now?
Well, look, when it's this small, it's probably the natural footers, just being able to glide down the line. But the thing about it, I've never thought snapper, unless it's really barreling, I've never thought it's a disadvantage to be a goofy footer out here because you can come, that wind off the bottom, that top turn, bottom turn, top turn combo, you can absolutely get it, dialed in at snapper. And they're all point scorers.
Yeah, exactly. And you think about the man himself, the guy who actually has put this event on, Occy, just the messiah out here on the backhand. Just, I couldn't imagine how many laps he's done of this point break as well as you.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, Occy surf's unbelievable out here. And, it's that famous Occy, bottom turn, just ripping it off the top, driving down the face. That's the rhythm to get into on your backhand out here.
Yeah, and we've seen some other goofies just really, cement themselves out this point as some of the best goofy footers in the business. I mean, you think back to probably the most iconic win here ever was probably with that Owen Wright win when he came out of that injury and then just dominated on the backhand. Here is Stella Carbonelli, quick in and out there.
Yeah. Competitors in later heats will be watching this because with snapper, the trick is you've got to kind of get down the line and then start going into your repertoire. Stella that time, she went for that point scoring sort of snap, but it got her behind the groove of the flow of the wave. You've kind of got to be thinking a little bit down the line, snapper, especially at this size.
Yeah, I think there'll be definitely some coaches taking that in consideration. Really the technique of driving, like you said, getting that initial speed, that first big pump. Remember BL used to always talk about it. Big first throw the arms forward down the line. Martin Dunn, they were big advocates of that pump. There it is, the drone shot down here. So currently Illy Fraser, single wave score for 4-point ride. And there she is again. Nice carving turn in the pocket. So this is the under 12 girls. And down here at Snapper Rocks for the Billabong Occy Grom comp for 2024. The best Groms in the country doing battle. That is Estella Carbonelli. And Estella, nice forehand carve there. Smaller conditions working her way down the line. We're down to 9 minutes on the clock and Evie Baldwin here. A few nice combos, Rabs.
Yeah, Evie trying to get a little bit of work done there. And there we see Illy Fraser just going for that one big pumping move.
Yeah, so 8 minutes 50 on the clock. There's White. This is Coco. There's a nice speed line down the line. First good hack. Just goes down on the second one.
And now I guess that's another part of this out here is that you get that first turn in, but you've got to still make sure you set up. It's going to be that finishing turn, I think, will be the difference. And if you're trying to squeeze that extra one in, sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, so replay red here. Nice first carve down the line. And Estella up again, out the back. So Willie Fraser holding down the lead here in heat number one. A 4-point ride, backed it up with a 1, 2, 3. We'll wait and see where that last ride for Coco came in. That was a nice speed line, first good carve. I feel like the tricky thing out here is one thing the Groms will really have to try and dial in is the reaction time between turns and how quick they're going up and down, because it's quite a sucky wave. You can see here Lily Fraser looking nice and composed on the backhand. But I guess, how do you dial in that different approach? Because it's such a fast running wave and it's really bowly and cuppy. So the reaction time, top to bottom, needs to be really on point.
Yeah, it does. And, you've got to have one eye down the line and one eye in with the section at hand. Obviously, the points are going to be manoeuvres. But as I said, that finishing turn, there's no rides really going from outside all the way through to Marley Rocks at this point. So, you're basically looking at two turns. You're looking at a good little snap to start with, and then that, just the timing of that finishing turn is going to make the difference to get you up in that 5-point range. The Evie Borden has now moved into first place. She's got that, Illy Fraser back into the lead.
Yeah, so this heat's starting to really pick up the paces here. We see Coco Woolley with that one we saw before out there in the white. She locked in a 5.17. So a 5.17 best score of the heat for Coco Woolley. Have really noticed the judges in this event paying dividends for really critical manoeuvres in the pocket. Even, we saw that one turn and the fall off still locked in the best number of the heat. It's been evident that the judges are looking for commitment, looking for speed, and that point of difference. We saw that wave with Coco, high speed down the line, nice first driving turn through the lip. And the judges loving that one. So she's sitting there just with a 1.17 as a backup. So she won't be looking for too much as she comes down to the back end of this heat.
Very tight between second and third here at the moment. But Coco Woolley she's got that 5.17. So this is poised. Anyone could take this out at this point. That 5.17 sits pretty good because Coco, she's in fourth, but she's only got a 1.17 as a backup. And she doesn't need much to move into second place.
Yeah, you're spot on. It will be a little bit different today. I feel the judges are going to have a bit of a sigh of relief. The last couple of days, there's been averages of about 40 waves caught in most heats. It's been crazy just because of the short period wind swell and the low tide on the bank. Just very consistent conditions, especially when it's not so evident of which ones are the good waves out there. The Groms just seem to froth at the bit. Maybe it's the excitement of being at Snapper Rocks.
Oh, yeah, well, Grom's just anything that moves, they go at.
Oh, that was a huge turn there from Illy Fraser. Big carving turn. Actually, a bit of a release of the fins in that first one. I'd love to see the replay of that first turn, but then backed it up with a combo down the line.
Yeah, that could be the strongest ride yet. So she's already in the lead. That 4.7, she's looking to do better that 4-point ride. We saw Coco Woolley get one before, but she didn't quite finish it off. Might improve on that 1.17, we'll see.
Yeah, so here's the replay. This one, take it away, Rabs.
Yeah, well, as you said, this first turn, the turn of the heat so far, she really gets a board up above the lip line and cleverly just sticks with this wave and tries to eke every little decimal point out of it.
Yeah, this...
And it looks like, to me, it was the strongest ride of the heat so far.
Yeah, be surprised if I don't see close to an excellent number for this one. I reckon it's great. There it is, 8.5. 8.5 for last of Illy Fraser. Rockets into the lead.
Yeah, that's a strong lead now, an 8.5. But Estella comes in with a 5.83, so she's improved. That really puts Evie and Coco in a more difficult position. Coco, she had that 1.17, and she replaced it with a 1.37, but it's not going to be enough.
Wow, here's a nice high line. Goofy footer, Evie Boardman just getting caught up. That's what you talked about, Rabs, there. That tricky section where you're in between a turn and you're flying down the line on the back end. Find it hard sometimes to square up when you've got so much speed.
Yeah, well, she was absolutely looking down the line. She wanted to get that down the line flow, but the wave just wasn't going to let up. Estella, she's in second place, looking to consolidate here. This could be her best ride. She'll be pretty happy with that one. No major manoeuvre, but she's looking to improve on that 4.43 and absolutely solidify second place.
Yeah, she connected the dots well on that one. We see a nice first snap in the pocket, keeps the board moving down the line. Another good whip and a third. So a three-turn combo, like you said, no major manoeuvre like we saw from Illy, but some really nice combination of turns and finished it off well.
That was a good solid finish, and it was a high-scoring ride for Estella, a 7.17. I feel that finishing move, the finishing move is a little stronger than Illy, but the first move of Illy was a difference to get that 8.5. That's really put first and second well ahead.
Yeah, so look at that last number, like you said, a 7.17. It's really gone into turbo mode at the back end of this heat. It was a slow start, but the girls have really started to step it up. They've started to figure out the lineup, iron out the creases. First heat of the morning, bit of the guinea pig heat, trying to figure out where to sit on the bank. It's kind of hard to when it's so crowded in the morning, it's hard to really find where those good waves are breaking because people are taking off everywhere, and it looks good across the whole bank.
That's right, and the Groms absolutely just go for anything that moves.
They just love it. But why wouldn't you? You're down here at Snapper Rocks, one of the most iconic point breaks in the world, and well, you get to surf it with 3 other competitors. Really is a dream come true as a Grom. And out in the water, we're coming down towards the mad minute. It is Illy Fraser, the 8.5. Excellent number, holding down the lead. Backed it up with a 4.7. So she's out in front, but just narrowly ahead of Estella, 7.17 and a 5.83. She's looking for a 6.04 to jump into the lead. So very close between first and second. Evie Baldwin, a 3.73 and a 3.63. She's looking for a 9.27. Wow, the heat is really started to separate from the top 2 girls here. Coco Woolley, she is sitting in 4th, 5.17 and a 1.37. She only needs a 7.83, so she's still in striking distance, Rabs, but time's coming down, and it's going to be the enemy here.
Yeah, Stella definitely solidified second place. She's got that 5.83 backup to go with that 7.17. It's made Evie and Coco with big scores required. Coco doesn't need to go in the excellent range though. That 5.17 sits well for her, but there's only 10 seconds remaining, Chris.
Yeah, we're going to count this heat down very shortly. That is the opening heat of the morning. The under 12 girls, heat 1 of the quarterfinal. And well done to the 2 girls there for making on through. We're going to roll into an ad break right now, and we'll be back with quarterfinal 2 action very shortly down here at the Billabong Hockey Grom Comp for 2024.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
All right, back down here, Mad Monday, July 1st at the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp for 2024. Presented by Sunbum, myself, Chris Zenova in the booth with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. It's an honour to sit in the booth with you, Rabs, and we are into heat number 2 of the quarterfinals, under 12 girls. And in the water right now, it is Evelyn Morgan in the red, Stevie O'Day in the white, Lily White in the yellow, Miller Granger in the blue. And how you been enjoying your time down here, Rabs? What have you been seeing with the Groms?
Oh, well,
performances.
Got a lot of ripping. There's just so many of them. It's a magical. You have to say this is the Grom Tour. This event, the Skull Candy, they come here. It's a back-to-back Grommet events. You know, it's been fun. I mean, I've been involved as a parent, you know, with my kids being in these events, and it's just a great experience all round. You know, it's awesome for the, you know, kids meet others from around Australia, from around the world. It's just a gathering of the tribe and in the early days of their surfing careers. So it's great.
It is. I wonder sometimes who gets more excited, the Groms or the parents. You know,
Yeah.
it's what an experience to get to surf this iconic point break Snapper Rocks, and just you think back to all the iconic heats that have been out here, all of the amazing performances we've seen from some of the best in the world.
Yeah.
You think to Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning and people that have grown up on this point break. Now the Groms get to dip their feet in the ocean here and be a part of it all. It's just an amazing amphitheatre and such a perfect place for an event.
Yeah, there's a certain intimacy around Snafu because you can stand right out there, as you can see just in the corner there. You know, the parents and coaches and photographers can be right within metres of the action.
There's nowhere else really like it. I did have a wander out there yesterday just to check it out. Different scenes this morning. We have that very clean, groomed lineup. Smaller conditions. Like you said, what are you expecting as the day rolls on in terms of conditions?
Well, conditions themselves are going to be excellent. We've got a beautiful southerly. I mean, there won't be a drop of water out of place pretty much all day, the way I see it. We've got that low tide, so probably the ebb of the energy upon us. And then as the tide moves in, hopefully we'll see just a little bit more of a pulse. We can do with a bit of water on the bank. And then we've got a southerly influence, so the swell's going to change direction over the next 24 hours. So we'll have that little mix between that tiny little underlying east swell that we've got now and a new southerly swell moving up the coast. Definitely looking, tomorrow the prospects are looking a lot better.
Yeah, it is looking very promising for the week ahead. And like you said, with the Skull Candy coming up next week, I mean, it looks like there's so much swell on the horizon for that one. But there is Everly Morgan up and riding. She's had a few quick rides. One of the goofies out there right now. Very strong surfer, Everly. And we see Lily White locked in at 2.5 to open up this heat. Stevie O'Day with a couple of quick rides to start, and there is the surfer in red. Nice backside hook, really low and compressed to the board. I love that low centre of gravity. Looks very stable on the board.
And a little bit of contest savvy there by Everly because she could see that the competitor on the far inside wasn't going to make the wave, and she was free to go.
And there's Stevie O'Day getting some good projection down the line on that one. I like that high line she took and a big whip in the pocket for Lily White. It's starting to become evident that the goofies are really finding their groove out there this morning, really finding that nice tight turn in the pocket.
Yeah, there's a lot of goofy footers in these quarterfinals, and well, this will be interesting how they judge this because we've got a competitor here who is going down the line and making the most of connecting the sections. No major manoeuvre though, and now we've got one big move. So this is going to be interesting how they judge this.
Yeah, this really falls into the category of what I was speaking about before, with the judges really rewarding this event for the big committed turns. I'm expecting that score for Lily to go as the best wave of the heat so far. Big single manoeuvre, probably could even break the sixes, I reckon, at close to. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'm not sitting on the panel right now, but from what I saw yesterday, the big one committed turns were loved by the judges. Just really trying to push and motivate the Groms to look for those big committed turns. And with 13 minutes 24 on the clock, we see the Seabirds going nuts out the back. They're always around here at Snapper.
Oh yeah, there's always a lot of action, a lot of birds, and a few dolphins coming by.
I remember in the Challenger Series event that they had, it was just the birds were going nuts in one of the heats. They were almost swooping the competitors. But here's an interesting situation. So in this event, Rabs, obviously different to, well, they've really tried to incorporate the professional aspect of competitive surfing, bringing the priority in for all age groups. So all age groups across every heat, there is a priority board in play with a priority judge. So waiting to see who had priority there.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that Red must have had a higher priority to be so confidently cutting off her opponent, who was really right behind her. So you would think that's the situation.
Yeah, we did see Lily White get that wave just before, and it was a 6.33, so it was the best number of the heat. Did break into the 6 range, so on the money there with that one.
See, it's actually, the onus is on the surfer with the lower priority to not get in the way of the surfer with the higher priority, regardless of their positioning in the lineup.
Yeah, definitely. So Lily White got that 6.33. Evelyn Morgan showing some real contest savvy here. She's used her priority twice really well. In the first wave, she took off. White was on the inside and yellow on the inside on the second one. So she's used priority twice really well. A 4.5 and a 4.17 has Everly in second right now. Stevie O'Day with a 3.67 and a 3.60. She's looking for a 5 to go from third into second. And Miller Granger, just a slow start for Blue here. Just a 0.9. Chasing a 7.77. Needs to hit the jackpot to go into second. But she'll be looking, I guess, to reset the heat. And we'll surf about an 11-minute heat here, Rabs. As she's going to drop that 0.9 and try to lock in something substantial.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the risk of sitting out there with priority for a long time. Because really she needs 2 waves. And here we go. Here's a bit of a wall now approaching the lineup. We see Blue is looks a bit out of position to me for being in the position in the lineup itself. Lily White going for the backhand. Big move there, but not pulling it off.
You could see she was just on the wrong side of that crease in the lineup, and when you can really identify that in the lineup, it's you see some of the best locals out here. You know, you think of the likes of Mick and Sheldon and yourself. When you're looking at those waves approaching, how do you judge that crease that moves through the lineup and gives you that slingshot down the line?
Well, look, I mean, the locals tend to surf behind the rock, and sometimes, sometimes there's the wider waves, and they're kind of too deep. It happens a lot here, but in a way, it's a good thing because we've got to really accommodate quite a big crowd, and if you just got a machine-like wave that just peels from the behind the rock all the way down every time, it'd be one surfer per wave. But luckily, it's particularly on an east swell, you get a lot of wider waves that miss the behind the rock section, and you can position yourself for either or. But that crease is there's another crease on this one.
Yeah, is that predominantly from the bank, or is that a bit of a refraction off the rocks?
Oh, it's actually a combination of the bank and the swell direction, more so than anything else. It's just that on the east swell you can get the swells coming into the bay more, and so that's what they call these growers.
Yeah.
You take off at a 2-foot wave and it's 4 foot down the line, but you've got to be thinking down the line to get to it. So the surfers that really know the break take off, they see the crease and they just motor over it to get to that next little loop.
Yeah, it's such a unique setup. You can see it there just in that next wave, that bit of a crease running through it, hugging the bank, and then it slingshots you down the line. I just think back to so many iconic heats when Mick just has that so dialed in when he comes from behind on that crease and he just whips it in the pocket so tight.
Yeah, well, they use it to their advantage and make short work of, because when you've got that crease, you've also going to have a dead section, and they make short work of that dead section. Maintain the speed to get down to the power zone again.
Yeah, so here's a nice little wedge. Maybe a little deep for yellows. I don't think she has priority there. And there's a good closeout turn for Stevie O'Day. Great whip in the pocket there. So a lovely turn. And here's the surfer in red, Averly up and riding on a bigger ride. Just goes down. So this is heat number 2, under 12 girls quarter-final here at Snapper Rocks. Billabong Occy's Grom Comp 2024, presented by Sunbum, Rabs.
Yep, it's a great combination of sponsors. Now Miller Granger is just sitting out there still very patient with that opening score, 0.9. She's going to have to eliminate that with 2 scoring rides. Obviously saw something before the heat on that wide part of the bank. Thought she may have readjusted her strategy at some point.
And we did see on the screen there the iconic mascot for Sunbum, Sunny, the big, oversized, inflatable mascot we have here on the beach. just staunching the point at here at Snapper Rocks. There it is. Look at that. Iconic. And he's been holding down the fort here all weekend. And we're going to be moving through Monday today and Tuesday for finals day tomorrow. We get to crown champions here at Snapper Rocks, and a very promising forecast on the horizon. Rabs, you were talking about that south swell slowly starting to move its way up the coast, and it's just going to be relentless swell for the next coming weeks up here.
Yeah, definitely going into a pattern. It's been a small pattern. The cycle is going to change for sure. Lots of swells on the way. Looks like multiple swells, not just the same one. And conditions looking solid over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, so I think everyone will be stretching up, getting their last final few yoga sessions in, and preparing for plenty of surf up here on the Gold Coast. And there's a beautiful shot. Look at all that sand build up. It's all the way around to Froggies. As you mentioned, Rabs, there's just it's just piling up right now.
It's amazing. We just haven't had any like big swells. We didn't get a big swell this year. We didn't get one last year. It's the longest period I've ever seen without like a 10-foot swell here. It's really,
yeah.
And that's what the sand will just build and build and build. Only the wave action moves sand around.
Yeah, I remember last year in winter, Sydney had a similar thing happen down in winter, where it was just a long, extended period without any swell at all. And I was getting sent photos back from North Narrabeen, and there was sand all the way out to the point. The point was almost a beach break, which was crazy. And it was just, as we can see right here, similar setup with the sand just building up. But it does set up for a really dream run of waves.
We can see a whale coming up the coast, just to the left of the screen there, just a big sprout.
How nice is that? It is. There's such a traffic of whales that move up and down the coast.
There's like 40,000 whales moving up the coast at the moment, all heading up to either Harvey Bay or points north to, of course, this is where they give birth, and also where they come for the summer holidays, the winter holidays. But, from the Antarctic, it's like summer.
Yeah. And there's a quick in and out for Miller Granger. So just goes down. Probably used priority on that one too. So maybe a bit of a mistake from Blue there.
That's going to change things up for her. As we see those whales. Often we see whole families coming up together. Recently there was a whale and her calf way up the river at the Tweed River there. And that was a pretty rare thing. They must have been just doing a bit of a sightsee.
Yeah, they get really close in here to Froggies, don't they? Just coming to check out the action down here at the Billabong Occy Grom comp. And look at that sight. Two amazing animals just moving their way up the coast here at the Gold Coast. And making his way down for the next heat. We'll be moving into the under-12 boys quarterfinals. So up next will be J.S. 100 in red, Thomas Burke in the white. There's Thomas on screen now. Getting some last-minute advice from maybe the coach or one of the parents. And Time and Spearings will be in the yellow. Tully Crompton in the blue. That's your next heat. That'll be coming up in about 3 minutes' time. But in the lineup right now, as we come into the back end of this heat, Rabs, Lily White holds down the lead. The goofy footer on the back of that 6.33. That really nice critical backside turn we saw. Best score of the heat so far. Has a 2.5 as a backup. Been very patient this heat, Lily. And she's probably sitting with priority right now, or close to the top of the priority leaderboard, you'd have to say. Evelyn Morgan sits in second. Red in second. Looks like Red's going to utilise priority now. Up and riding. Nice drawn-out bottom turn there, Rabs. And a second one. So this is some great surfing from Red. Two-turn combo.
Yeah, that wave was nearly head high. Head high for the Grom.
That really was. Some nice surfing. This is better from Miller Granger. So finding some rhythm on that one.
Yeah, Miller. It's a late start for Miller, but she's still not completely out of it here, because if she can just get herself up into even the 3-point range, she's got a shot at this. But this wave here, this is the best looking wave of the heat so far. 2 great turns, as you said, Chris, and going for the conservative, not trying to squeeze that last one in and fall off.
Yeah, spot on. Really love the way she used her arms in that one, almost a bit Caroline Marks-esque, you know, that big front arm just driving and pulling that board up into the lip. Good wingspan on that one. Really opened up the wingspan and drove through those turns nicely.
6.5.
Yeah, so there it is. 6.5, best number of the heat. And what a time to do it. She was sitting in second in the hot seat, but now moves into the lead. And with 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock, it is Lily White bumped down into second. She's only chasing a 4.68. So a 4.68 required from yellow to go into the lead. And here's that nice 2-turn combo there.
Yeah, it was definitely the biggest wave of the heat so far, so that was promising.
And as you see, that one did run off. It almost offered a bit more potential, a bit more water on the bank as the day rolls on. Should see those waves start to slow up a little bit, the pace of them you would expect.
Definitely with a bit more water on the bank, because there's a super shallow section as you go down towards the Marley Rocks. Kind of unmakeable at this point. But as the day progresses, and you will see some wider waves with that bit more water on the bank. As you see, it's such a solid bank there that it's very straight. It'd be a super quick barrel if it was about 4 foot.
Yeah, you could imagine. Look at those scenes there. We're going to count this heat down very shortly. 5 seconds. It is Evelyn Morgan sitting in the lead. Lily White, last-ditch effort. She's up and riding. That's before the hooter. She was chasing a number to go to the lead. And, well, Stevie O'Day, she was sitting in third. She was chasing a 4.67. So we'll wait and see what the judges think about that one. Miller Granger, unfortunately, she'll probably finish in fourth. And we'll come back and figure out who went through that heat there. That was the finish of the quarterfinal down here for the under-12 girls at the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp. We'll be right back with some more action shortly.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
All right, we are back down here at Snapper Rocks, Billabong Occy's Grom Comp, day number 4, and look at the high fives going down there. It's one thing I've noticed about this event, Rabs. The sportsmanship is unbelievable between the Groms. Every single heat, I mean, it's just high fives galore when they come in, regardless whether you're winning or losing. They're all greeting their fellow competitors.
It's a magical experience.
And that is, wow, laying the hammer into that one. Getting some real drive. And that is Jaya Sahandra, one of the standouts of the event so far. We're into quarterfinals in the under-12 boys. And we can see the froth levels on these kids is just through the roof.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a mighty heat. Great level of surfing. And as you're saying before, that the hunger, there's going to be a lot of waves ridden. Not many waves will go unridden.
Nah, there's more waves being ridden than unridden out here. It's been a spectacle the last couple of days, and with the short period swells and the lot of sand build up means there's plenty of waves breaking right on that point break there. And we've saw wave counts in excess of the 50 in some of the heats. You know, kids getting 15 waves per heat.
Wow.
All of them. And but it's just a froth fest, and it's just the excitement of being out at Snapper Rocks with 3 other surfers. Now, usually you're hunting around for scraps on a normal day, and I guess that's probably the hardest thing when going out and competing in this lineup is transitioning that mental approach to really be patient and look for the best waves in a lineup when it's not what you usually do on your day-to-day basis out there.
That's right. Now, they've got to change up a bit because it's going to be the quality now. I mean, Tully Crompton, 7.5. What a solid start. Jaya, 5.83. They're keepers.
Yeah, they are. And, well, another one of the goofies. Looking very solid out there on his feet. He's got that X factor, I feel. Just the unpredictability about his surfing. And here is Yellow. That's Timon up and riding. Good whip to finish that one off. And we'll look at the end results of that last heat that we saw. Quarterfinal number 2 for the girls division. It was Everly Morgan getting the job done. 6.5 and a 4.5. Lily White held on to second. And we saw a last-ditch effort there from Stevie O'Day. Just coming up short. She finished in third and Miller Granger in fourth. There's the big backside committed turn from Tully Crompton. So he's come to play right now. We're not even a quarter way through this heat. He's locked in a 7.5 and a 4.83 to kick off the morning. And there's Timon, surfer in yellow. He locked in a 3.17 for his last wave. So a pretty similar wave to that I could expect. And up and riding now, Thomas Burke. Nice driving carve off the rail rabs. There's that crease. Gets on the right side of it. Just 2-turn combo.
Yeah, that'll be Thomas's best ride. 2-turn combo, nice style. And he put it together well. Timon has come into second place, but basically with 2 low-scoring rides, though. So it's a tenuous second place for Timon. I think in this heat you're going to have to get the 5s at least. In this wave here, nice setup. As you said, here's the crease here, and he really makes short work of it. Wasn't able to squeeze that final manoeuvre in, but I thought the first really set-up move, and then a solid quality turn, and look at the paddle battle going on. Look at that. Well, priority's so important.
Yeah, it is.
And they
here.
are really gunning for it.
Love to see it. I wonder who got priority there. We'll have to leave that up to the priority judge. And what a great experience. It just really emulates the full, I guess, experience of professional surfing here in this event with the juniors. And you get the full priority across the board. 4-person priority, got the priority judge. The top level judges. And we see a bit of a crease in that one as well. That's Timon locked in pocket 3s at the moment, a 3.17 and 3.5.
Yeah, Thomas Burke, that 4.83, that was his best ride, so got him into second place. And that's probably the best ride for Timon.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. Nice 2-turn combo.
Yeah, that'll be his best ride for sure.
Yeah.
Jaya sitting down there in fourth, but he's got that 5.83. That's a telling wave, and he'll be looking to capitalise on that, probably using the priority as we see him sitting there in the red singlet.
Yeah, he's been a real, force to be reckoned with in this event so far. It's just some dominant displays. And, he's up and riding here. This is the 5.83 replay. Nice 2-turn combo. You can see he's really got a good variety of repertoire. Really likes to lay into that rail, drop the wallet. It was kind of his signature move he seems to be bringing out. Here's a good size wave, Rabs, take it away.
Yeah, oh, nice snap there by Jaya. And he's got that. Wow, is he going to get that move in? Yes, he does. And semi-surfs out of it. With that super shallow bank, it's hard to surf out of it and keep going. I think they might pay him for that, but this first turn here, Chris.
Yeah, that was nice. Drops the wallet, just a hammer on that one. And, well, backs it up with a combination of turns. Will leave the finish.
Yeah.
Bit iffy there, though. The judges are very critical on the finishes these days.
Yep.
But nonetheless, the damage was done at the start of that wave. Just the drop wallet commitment into that first turn was amazing. And based on the number, I feel they didn't give the completion on the last ride because I thought that would have gone well and truly excellent had he ridden out of that. There's some beautiful scenes there. Look at that. Some spectators coming to check out the action down here.
God, that's a bit of National Geographic there.
That is unbelievable scenes. And this is what the Gold Coast does bring. We have some of the most amazing point breaks and some of the most amazing wildlife as well. Just cruising up and down the coast.
They're in rhythm, that's for sure. They've come all the way from Antarctica, so they've had a lot of time to get in that good groove of rhythm, and they are heading into the bay. As you can see, the bay just curves in at that point, and the whales, they do come quite close, but now they'll start heading up towards Harvey Bay.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Maybe stop off at Surfers Paradise.
It's actually, there's so many whales going up and down. I've got a lot of friends that do some fishing and go out in the skis quite a bit, and you've actually got to be careful, because there's so many heading up and down the coast.
Oh, yeah.
And there's the 7-point ride for JS 100, last ride, the surfer in red. That nice drop wall at the start, combination of turns, and, well, the incompletion, but still locked in, a 7-point ride. Backs it up with a 5.83. That has him sitting in the lead with coming down to the halfway mark in this heat. Second is Blue, Tully Crompton. The goofy footer has the top scoring wave of the heat, a 7.5 and a 4.83. He is chasing a 5.33, so well and truly within striking distance of the leader right now. Bit of a breakaway from those two surfers. In third place, Thomas Burke, top scorer 4.83. He's chasing a 7.51 now. And Timon, his last ride, just like you thought, Rabs was his best, a 4.5. He's chasing a 7.83 to go to second. And it seemed to be a common theme yesterday. There was a lot of heats where two surfers really just found rhythm and broke away from the pack. Locked in some solid numbers. But there's a good committed turn, Rabs. Surfer in white, Thomas Burke. Wow.
Yeah, I really liked how he gets that low compression, really winds into that first turn, and that was his best ride for sure. This is a solid ride here. Look, nice drop the wallet there, and then this turn, see how he gets that low compression, bends the knees and leans into that turn, and the timing was just perfect.
Yeah, I really love the patience he showed on that wave too. You know, you can see some surfers get so excited, especially racing down the line, get caught between two minds, whether to race or to, turn in the right sections. But he showed such good patience and poise on that wave to draw that first carve out. And then I love the way he kind of dropped the back knee. And we're going to look at the current heat leaders replay of waves here.
This is his first wave. So this was his 5.83 for Jaya. And here's his second wave here. And this wave is a 7. As you said, he left a little bit on the table. That first turn, pretty slick. The second, and then tries to squeeze that last one in. The judges didn't pay that for surfing out of it.
Yeah, so some good combination of turns there. Just that explosiveness in the first turn and the commitment shown. And that's really what the judges have been eyeing off and rewarding in this event so far. Tully Crompton, the 7.5, that was a similar one, a big backhand whip in the pocket. The judges loved that one too.
The one thing about this heat, that Tully Crompton getting that 7.5 at the start of that heat has really changed this heat, because now it's not so many, not the quantity of waves, they have to get the quality. Thomas Burke's last wave, that 6.77, got him in the frame. 6.77, definitely a keeper. And he's just, both him and Tully have got a 4.83 backup. So it's really that Tully Crompton 7.5 and the Thomas Burke 6.77. Jaya sitting out there looking to improve on the 5.83 in time, and probably needs to get a bit of a wriggle on and get up there, at least a 6-point ride under his belt.
Yeah, it seems like the backup score will need to definitely be, up around the 6-point range at the moment.
See, Tully and Jay are basically just sitting out there on those 2 waves, which is super unusual for the grommets. As you were saying, yesterday there were 50 waves surfed in a heat. The patience in this heat is the real difference, and I believe it's that 7.5 that Tully threw down at the opening minute of the heat that changed the whole complexion of the heat.
Yeah, definitely. It was even though there were so many waves being caught, it became a common theme that in the heats, the surfers that were sometimes catching the least amount of waves were typically winning, because they were just giving themselves the opportunity to be in the right position for the best waves. Here's a good high energy surfing for Thomas Burke. I feel like he's got that, that contrast between patience when he needs to be patient. Looks like he has a real good eye for point break surfing.
He does. He's got a great point break style.
Yeah, he can drop that back knee when he needs to, be patient, whip it in the pocket, and then when he needs to get moving, really, picks up the pace. See him here, Rabs. Nice whip in the pocket.
And then, he really brings his board right around. This little crease here just doesn't quite get that finishing turn. He might have needed it too. But it's now, it should improve when he's 4.83.
Yeah, it was chasing a 5.57, so like you said, that final turn could be very important right there. Wait and see where that one falls in. It looks like a 4.47 it fell in as, so just coming under the requirement needed. Just over a point shy of the requirement, but he knows what he needs now. That's the key factor. He'll know that he fell on that last one. It probably could have been the score had he rode out.
Yeah, I think it would have been. It would have definitely been in the mid-5 range had he been able to ride out that final turn. Even though the wave was kind of weak at that point, it did have that crease in it, and he had to get over that one section. Didn't give him enough time to set up the finishing turn.
Yes, so as we come down towards the 5-minute mark, we can see the surfers maybe eyeing off a little lump up the point. That is the 2 heat leaders currently. Jace 100 in the lead, 7-point ride, and a 5.83. Tully Crompton sitting there with the big number, the 7.5. That's the top score of the heat. He's backed it up with a 4.83. He's been very patient. Only 2 waves ridden for both of those surfers. Well, he needs a 5.33 to go to the lead, and he's up and riding now. Rabs, take it away.
Yeah, here we go, Tully. Wave number 3 for him, and the solid backhand. He's got a bit of height about him, so he needs a bigger wave, and that wave, I do believe, will improve his score. Here, Timon, late effort by Timon, down the line, streaking down the line, and gets 2 moves in, so well timed. He knew he had to get through that first fast running section before he could go to work.
Yeah, but let's look at this replay here. Is he racing down the line, gets moving. You can see him just high energy on the board, getting that board rail to rail just down the line, and finishes those 2-turn combo there.
Yeah, he probably hasn't had the quality of waves the other guys have had. He surfed them well. But that wave there, he had to race it so hard, he kind of could only get that one check turn in and then a good solid finishing turn.
Yeah, it's a real difference between the waves that allow you to open up and the down the line ones. We'll wait and see where that last score for Blue came in. I think it's going to be a big number. And we've got to see a replay of that one. It sounds like it will be the best score of the heats, Rabs.
Yeah, he's going to go the lead for sure. And look at Jay sitting out there splashing the water. He's only had 2 waves. Probably going to move into second place now. Yes, he will. It's a big score for Tully.
Yeah, it is. Excellent number of an 8.17, top score of the heat. So we'll have to get a replay of that when it comes to the screen. And we can see them motoring along. There's one of those wider sections you talk about, Rabs. Those wide swinging little wedges down the bank.
Yeah, well, Timon, he's got no choice as to, he's really got to find something special down the line. He doesn't have priority. He's sitting in fourth. Here's Thomas Burke. That's a last gasp effort for him. He might get time for one more, but it was only one manoeuvre. I think now he's got to overcome Jaya, so he needs more than the 5.5 now.
Yeah, we can see a bit of, frustration for Timon there. He's just been picking off those real fast runners down the point that aren't allowing those big major manoeuvres. He's been surfing great. He's been, finding some great speed lines.
Yeah, but with this outgoing tide, there's less and less opportunity on the wide bank. But he had no choice. The other surfers have been quite patient, waiting for just picking off the bombs. Jaya has only had the 2 waves. He's sitting in second spot, though. Thomas Burke needs 6.07, so not an insignificant score. And as we see, Jaya going deep now with a minute 35 remaining. He's going to chance his hand on a, not behind the rock, but one of those ones that pop up next to the rock, and he's going to have a look at this wave here. Yes, not much of a wall on it, but he might be able to get some manoeuvres done.
Oh, how's that big Larry? He's just, he's really made it his signature move, hasn't he? He's just full commitment to the rail. Finishes off nicely there, so that's a good ride for the surfer in red. We'll wait and see where it falls in. He was chasing an 8.67 to go to the lead.
But to solidify second place, anything better than a 5.83 will do it. And this wave here, it's got a real taper to it. There's no wall whatsoever. But this is where you can actually get a lot of manoeuvres done.
And wow, big explosive turn there for Blue. Just really showing a lot of high energy surfing out there. It's an impressive performance by Tully Crompton. As we come down to 30 seconds on the clock.
Actually would have been proud, like another big, lanky, tall, goofy-footed Tully Wiley would have been like a junior version of Tully.
Exactly. You think of the lanky goofies out here. Owen Wright as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And here is Thomas Burke. Last-ditch effort. Wow, this is a good ride. 3-turn combo. And again, wow. And we have a finish on our hands right now. And Jay out the back. So he goes down. We're going to have to stand by for numbers because, wow. Jaya Sahandra, he locked in a 6.53 in his last ride. His previous to last, sorry, Rab. So he did increase his second position. He solidified the second position, like you said. Tully Crompton at 8.17 and a 7.5, well out in front. But the number is here, Thomas Burke. He was chasing a 6.77, and we just saw him rattle off about a 5-turn combo down the line, a dream runner. Look at this one, Rabs, take it away.
This is a phenomenal ride. His timing's just exquisite. And you think he's done now? No, he's not. And he's still one more in. It's 5 manoeuvres, and they were crisp. They were crisp manoeuvres.
Weren't they? It was the gift that kept on giving that wave. It was like he reached in the sand sack and there was presents coming out. It was never ending down the line on that one. Wait for numbers to roll on through. So nervous moments here for Jaya Sahandra. He sits in second. He surfed an unbelievable heat.
And there's Tully Crompton coming in. You know, on a wave he looks very tall and lanky, but on the beach he's not so tall.
I don't think any of them are very tall. They're all whippersnappers down here.
Oh, this is a critical wave, though, by Thomas Burke, and it looks like a big one. 7.47. So, well, that's a bit of an upset there at the last second.
Wow, so what a finish there. It was Tully Crompton getting the win. Thomas Burke moves into second and gets the job done, unfortunately bowing out. Jay Sahandra, one of the performers of the event. So he goes down, Timon in 4th. We're going to roll to a break, get a breather, Rabs. That was action-packed galore down here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp for 2024 here at Snapper Rocks.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the 2024 Billabong Occy Grom Comp here at Snapper Rocks. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Laura Enova, my good friend. How are you going?
Oh, good, Jessie. What a morning. We've woken up to absolutely perfection. Mini snapper, but it's got to build throughout the day. But look at these conditions. Absolutely stunning here for the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, and just blown away by the setup down here. It's huge. It feels like we're at a CT. We're in the scaffolding. I'm like, what? This is not the same as my Grom comps back in the day.
No, not at all.
This is absolutely rad, and we have a stacked heat here. International heat. So cool.
Yeah, we do. We have a crazy lineup, and looking like we've got some big scores already. So we have Liam Shamkowal. This is a bit of a drone shot here from the last of yellow. He locked in a 7.33. Huge 2 turns there. He's actually all the way here from Tahiti, and he's the reigning champion of the under-12s in the Occy Grom Comp. So he won this event last year. He's hungry for more. He's going again, but just pulls off that one. And then we have Rocco. Rocco is a 10-year-old Italian surfer. So like you said, full Italian international affair. I don't remember having Italian surfers when I was competing in Grom Comps. And then we have Ollie Holmes. He's currently 7th on the ranking, 2nd at the recent Taj Small Fries. Here he is now. Snaps the fins back there. But the level of Groms, this is the under-12s, Laura.
Oh, so cool. And yeah, amazing to just see the talent coming from all over the world to this amazing event here. This is Rocco, one big hit, pulls it off. These mini Groms are just the future of our sport, and it's so cool to come down and see the next gen come through and what they're able to do. It's really, really cool.
So tell me, we were talking about this before. We were reminiscing our good old days in the Grom Comps. Tell me what your Grom days were like, because I came in a little bit after you into the Grom kind of areas.
Oh, yeah, as we see Liam just blitzing it down the line, looking like he's going to go to the air. Sick. I think we're going to see a lot of that today. Great little ramps out there, clean conditions. But yeah, Jessie, my Grom days, well, honestly, I only started surfing when I was like 9 or 10, and was like walking down the board at my first Grom search event here on the Gold Coast, and pretty sure I had my dad's board just like on my head because it wouldn't fit under my arm. And yeah, but I remember so many amazing events back then. Like Rusty Grom Fest was a huge event that felt like it was like the world title. That was at Lennox Head. We had the All Girls Surf Showdown. Yeah, we had the Grom searches. They were obviously awesome all around Australia, and to see this junior rankings system and the tour that they have today is so cool. And yeah, look, everyone's just enjoying themselves down there, kicking the balls around. It's a bit of a gloomy day this morning, but I feel like the sun's definitely going to come out at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like any Grom would be so stoked, though, to rock up at Snapper and be like, oh, I'm competing a comp here today. Like, I haven't even surfed a heat at Snapper before. These Groms.
I know, I think my first heat ever at Snapper was on the tour. So
really?
it's so cool to, yeah, have, this amazing opportunity. And I know the wave's going to pick up throughout the day. That south swell's going to fill in, and it's just going to be so cool to see, it's like whoever makes it through today into the finals day is going to be gifted that surfing snapper feeling with only 2 or 3 others out.
And whoever made it through today had to battle through some pretty tough conditions yesterday. It was smaller than this, wind swells, but that's just the benefit of being a Grom. I feel like you can surf in any conditions. Here we go. This is the Italian surfer. Oh, huge first turn there from Rocco. Carves back into the pocket again. The level of these Groms is out of control. It's perfect snapper. But it's 1 foot perfect snapper, but
Totally.
perfect for the Groms.
Oh, you can see that this bank is so fun as well. So as soon as we have that south swell building in, it's, as we see, Ollie Holmes, a Western Australian, just digging in one epic little snap there, working it through, seeing if we can get a finish on this. It gets so small at the end there, but these under 12 boys are making it look so fun.
I just love the determination you see from Groms. They catch, I think Tapper said there was a heat yesterday, there was 46 waves surfed in one heat. Like, that is out of control. Here we go, the Tahitian surfer. This is Liam. Love this guy's style. Kicks the fins out and gets the ride out. He actually had a pretty cool experience. They did an Olympic ceremony over in Tahiti recently, and he got to go and be a part of it with Vahine, with Kyle Livas, and just be a part of, like, the torch.
Yeah, the torch relay. So, I saw that Liam was he was a flag bearer right beside Michelle Perez, carrying the Olympic torch and lighting the cauldron there. It was so cool. As we see Rocco, this was a bomb. Excited to see what this comes in as, and looks like it was potentially a 6.6. So we'll get some scores to you guys soon. But these kids, it's just been non-stop action, Jessie.
Non-stop. I mean, I feel like you don't expect anything less from the under-12s, but we're going to see every division today. We're going to run through the under-18s, the under-16s, but that two-turner from Liam, that really caught my eye. I feel like he's just getting a bit more grunt and power through his turns.
He's really pushing, and I love his attack. He's attacking these sections. He's really, going deep into the bottom turn and just trying to blitz his fins out the back. So it's really cool to see his approach out here today.
But Sonny, he's been a little bit quiet. He is currently 9th place on the rankings. He's had a pretty good run so far, got 7th at the Osgrom, but this guy right here, he's just in sync out there.
Oh,
wow.
So fun. And you can see what he's doing. Yeah, obviously another thing we didn't have back in the day was, back in my day.
Back in my day.
Was priority. And it's so cool to have these kids, have the opportunity to compete with priority. And, that's the way it obviously is these days. But look at Rocco, Liam, he's just sitting a bit wider, getting these wide bombs that are coming through and, just working it down the line. Love his approach here. He has that down the line speed snap into a nice hook into the pocket. So Liam is just in sync out there,
Yeah, he definitely is. That last wave was a 6.97. So before the halfway mark, 7.33 and a 6.97.
Yeah, and it feels like, Sonny might have even just lost priority there.
I think having priority in the under-12s is a really good learning experience for them because we didn't have priority up until the 16s when I was competing. So it's pretty interesting to see that they're getting to understand it from a young age because I think it is a really big part of competing and understanding priority.
Absolutely.
Here's a replay of that 7.33. So that two-turner was huge. I love that drone angle too, just showing the kind of perfect snapper that we're looking at right now. But
yeah, that was the first wave of the heat as well. And I think this was his 7.33 here. Big two-turn combo as well. So he's just got those combos down pat. I love the way he's taking off. He's building his speed up down the line and then just really digging in. And the judges are rewarding his surfing. He's got a smooth style. Powerful for how young he is, which is so cool. And here we go, Sonny opening up his account. Oh, unfortunately, just that wave not really what he was after. You can see the frustration.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves playing in. I feel like he looks a little bit maybe stiff through his turns then. He definitely has way more to give than what he did on that wave. So Sonny, you look just getting a little frustrated. But the thing is, it's still 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, I think in any heat, in any circumstance, when you're waiting with priority and you're hearing big scores getting dropped, 6.6, all these waves under priority, And then you're just thinking, just the nerves start to build, the pressure builds. So unfortunately, he just wasn't able to turn in a score there on his first ride, but we'll hopefully try to take a leaf out of Liam's book and try to get something wider.
Yeah, so currently with 9.5 minutes to go, it's the two internationals leading this heat. Liam from Tahiti, Rocco from Italy. Then Ollie Holmes, like you said, Laura, he's from Dunsborough in WA. He is in third. He's looking for a 7.44, and then Sonny, he's definitely got a bit of work to do, has to break combination, but I feel like this is always good learning experience for these guys. I think it's really cool that they get to learn how to surf a heat on a point break too, because I think it's completely different to surfing a beach break. But I want to know, when did you kind of click in and go, okay, competitive surfing is what I want to do? Was it in the Grom comp days?
Yeah, I feel like I started doing Grom comps, and I was basically just entering because I was going to watch my brother, who was, at the time, he was, way more into it, way more competitive, and just, I was still in that sort of awkward just learning phase, just like moving from my dad's board, just slowly getting shorter in boards and just working myself out and how I like to surf. But then it felt like it really, really clicked quite quickly. And when I was like 11 or 12, that's when I got my first sponsor. My first sponsor was actually a pie shop, Pies R Us at Narrabeen.
Oh, stop it.
And then, then I got my other proper first sponsor, which was awesome. And then I just went for it after that. And it was, it just started all sort of clicking, and just growing up and figuring out your style. As we see Sonny going to the air, that's what he's going to have to do right now. And I love that approach.
He definitely looked way more free on that wave just then than he did the first wave. Still looks frustrated, but didn't look as, I feel like, stiffer in his head rather than that first wave. But looking like Rocco's found himself what looks to be a good-looking set. Here we go. Snaps it up there in the pocket, the Italian surfer. I feel like he's got that European flair that you see all the European surfers have.
You can see shades of Leonardo.
Yeah, I agree.
In his surfing. And I just remember actually right here, Leo coming to, the first CT stop of the year every year, and just him and Kanoa being like 11 or 12 years old. And look at that. This is a nice surfed wave, a big carve into great finishing turn. I loved the projection and the speed that he brought to that last section. So Rocco doing a run around, but the international boys are just putting pressure on the Aussies here, and he's like a little mini Leo.
So your first sponsor was Pies R Us.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Ruined dinner every night for my mum, because we'd come in. It was actually across the road from North Narrabeen. It was like right across the road from the car park. So we'd come in and smash our pies. They basically just gave us the pies that were getting thrown out at the end of the day. We were only allowed to get the pies after 4 p.m.
After 4 p.m.?
Yeah.
So where are we talking? Like where Oceans was?
Yeah. It's where Oceans was a pie shop. Oh, what?
Tube time there from Ollie, and gets a second snap in. These Groms, honestly, so impressive. I can't believe they're under 12. So these guys are 10 or 11. I'm pretty sure everyone in this heat is 10 years old, which is mind-blowing.
Oh, it's wild. Yeah, like I was saying, even not watching the under 12 girls, like I just, had my dad's board on my head, was just like so awkward and just like bobbing around. And yeah, it's so cool to see these kids in the future of our sport just pushing the limits.
Here we go, Sonny trying to get something going, but again, just kicks out. Still looking super frustrated. I really hope he can find that space where he can really kind of flourish. You get past that frustrated point, but that little tube was so cool from Ollie. And then gets this two-turn combo. I like that second one. Kind of flared the fins out a bit.
Yeah, and so he's needing a 9.37, so this is going to be a tough task for him, but that will chip away at his requirement for sure. So excited to see where the judges, go with that little head dip tube time. And you can only imagine that if he gets to surf out here when it's bigger tomorrow, that he'd be getting absolutely pitted.
Here we go, Sonny. Speed down the line here. That's a better turn there. Looking way more comfortable. Lays it back. Does he get the finish?
Not sure if he was able to ride out of that one, but I love the intent. And Rocco up again, blitzing it down the line.
Look at him go. The speed he carried, the tabletop floater. You could actually see his fins. That's how clear the water is. You could see his fins through it, but I feel like he's really chasing down first place right now because Liam's 0.1 ahead of him. It's just
wow.
a task you want to get. But this is the replay here from Sonny, looking way more confident on his feet. Beautiful bottom turn. Love that turn. He got really nice flow down the line, but then just too much on his back foot, I think.
Yeah, the judges not rewarding that last. And then Rocco thought he was going to maybe go to the air here. He goes for the floater, but Sonny, yeah, he got a 3.43, so just for that one first hit. So, you know, that he can take confidence out of knowing that, you know, if he got that second turn in, that could have gone up into the 6, maybe, you know, 6-point range or something. So he's serving strong, just needs to link his turns together and put together a combination.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I feel like that's a nice little confidence boost for him. So hopefully he can take that, run with it a little bit more. You can see Rocco there paddling himself up the point. But when you were surfing heats here, did you find surfing like perfect snapper a little bit more nerve-wracking? Or was it kind of exciting?
It was really exciting, but it was so nerve-wracking because you're so used to surfing out here when it's good with so many people that, you know, just letting go of perfect waves to wait for an even better wave is like it's so hard. The wave selection was always tricky. You know, it felt really unnatural to be letting go of waves when there was no one out.
I know.
At perfect snapper, you're like, that's a perfect wave, but I'm going to paddle over and try to get an even more perfect wave. So, yeah, it was tricky for sure, but it was the best.
Oh, Sonny, that's the right approach, trying to take to the air. But yeah, I just feel like if I was surfing a heat out snapper, like obviously it's definitely on the bucket list. But I feel like I would be more nervous just to be like, what? Like you take off on a perfect wave and you turn around, then there's even a more perfect one behind it. Like trying to keep the restraint in from not taking every single wave that came. I'd just be like, oh my God, I feel like I'd just go into like sensory overload and I'd just freak out.
Absolutely, yeah. Sometimes you just want to catch like every single wave that comes through because you know it's just going to be a fun runner. But yeah, putting on your comp hat is what you have to do. And sometimes that can be hard when it's
perfect.
And that's I think any surfer will say that, you know, when you're at Fiji, when you're at, you know, at these world class waves, it is so awesome to be out there with no one out there. But yeah, you just want to catch anything because you're like, I want to make the most of these 20 minutes.
The most. Who do you reckon was your like number one rival as a Grom?
Oh, definitely Sally Fitzgibbons.
Really?
Yes.
Sick.
We were just head to head at so many events. Yeah, Dimity as well. I competed against Dimity a lot on the juniors, but yeah, Sally was a big arch rival.
Here we go, Sonny. He's still trying to get stuff done. I love how he's not giving up yet. You know, you've got to fight to the finish. But Sally Fitz, I love that. She was your grommet rival.
Yeah, we're doing so many events together, doing the Pro Junior Series at the same time, the Grom comps, and yeah, it was so fun.
Oh, it's so sick. And
so fun to push each other. It's like, it's cool to like, you know, have those little healthy competitive rivalries grow when you're this age, and you know, just support each other as well. And I love seeing all the Groms these days. They carry each other up the beach, and it's so rad. Like the sportsmanship is so cool.
It was so funny. I was getting a coffee before. I'll get back to that point in a second because Rocco trying to get some speed. It goes to the air, but just can't ride out. But I was getting a coffee just before, and there was these two young Groms. Honestly, they might have even been in the under 12s. And one of them came over and goes, "You ready to lose, mate?" Like,
so classic.
Full rivalry. There we go. Ollie Holmes trying to get a score. Probably looking into mum or dad right now, looking for a bit of advice. 40 seconds on the clock. Sonny, here we go. Takes to the air. Can't quite pull it off though. And then Rocco, he's just going to ride this heat out. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Liam and Rocco have just, they really put the pressure on the Aussie boys here, and, you know, and early, you know, they got their 7s and their 6s quite early in the piece, and just found those waves that just allowed them to do, you know, 3 to 4 turns.
Yeah.
You know, Liam's waves were 2 big combos, but Rocco was finding those runners that he was able to just, you know, piece together some nice combinations. So, unfortunately, the Aussies are going to bow out here, but Liam and Rocco.
The internationals still going through. I feel like that's exciting. I think it's really cool for everyone to compete in like an international affair. But we are going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we have the under 14 girls quarterfinal coming up next.
Oh, the watchmen on the tower all sleeping, and the men have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp 2024 here at Snapper Rocks. If you didn't listen to the last heat, my name's Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by my good friend, maybe kind of like a mentor actually, Laura Enema. If little me right now would be pinching herself, to be honest.
So good. No, I love watching you grow up, Jessie. It's I still remember that first time we met and we got that photo together.
I know.
That was
that
so
was on my
good.
birthday.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
And you would have been like, I think you were 7 or 8
Yeah, I
or
was
something.
so young. I was a little
Yes.
baby.
And yeah, it's been amazing to just, surf in Narrabeen, and then we both, made our move north as well.
I know.
But we still get to hang out a lot.
I know so
So
much,
good.
and we still get to work together. It's just so fun. I'm like,
Living the dream.
living the dream. But right now we have the under 14 girls quarterfinal heat number 1. Milla May Berg out there in the red. Maddie Kentington, actually from Narrabeen as well, originally in the
Yes.
blue. Nava Holmes in the yellow, and Lehani Zorik. But this is Milla May Berg on her first wave.
Yeah, getting a quick start there. 4:17, that's locked in us. So a nice early lead for Milla May Berg. And yeah, Maddie Kentington, she was in North Narrabeen Border Riders, but she's also made the move up north and Snapper Rocks Border Riders now. So absolutely shredding. Love watching all these ladies grow up, and even, Milla May Berg, her dad Wes Berg. I just feel like I've seen her around since she was like 4 or 5 years old. And, Nevaeh Holmes, she is a local Tugun girl up the road. She's been absolutely killing it lately. Took out the first state round up here. And then Lehani Kaloha Zorik, who I also met when she was about 7 years old down in Byron Bay and Broken Head. That's where she surfs the most, and just watching her rise up has been so awesome. And I think she would have just landed home a couple of days ago from Japan for the Ladybird, the Stab Ladybird. So hopefully she's not too jet lagged, but so cool to see these ladies pushing it.
I know, it's such a cool experience actually to be here commentating the Grom comps, because I think it's really exciting to see that next push of young girls coming through. And like you said, I feel like I've seen Milla May Berg for a while now, and she just keeps getting more and more impressive.
Yeah.
And then Lehani, she just went to Stab High Ladybirds. Like, what a cool opportunity for her over there in Japan. She unfortunately didn't land an air, but she was going for some massive
boosting.
ones.
Yeah, absolutely boosting. And I know she said she was disappointed she couldn't have performed better, but what a pressure cooker that would be. To turn up to Japan, jump in a pool that you've never surfed, and then just go to the air. But a huge future ahead for Lehani, and I know she'll be landing those. She already does land those in the ocean, so she'll be landing those in the next Ladybird for sure.
I just think what a crazy experience. I mean, she's under 14. She's gone to Japan, gone to compete in this event. And then you have like Chipper Wilson, Noah Dean, all the big names watching you try these airs. I would just be so nervous. I would honestly just be like, if I land an air right now, I'm going to claim it so hard.
So cool. And Lehani's only 11.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow. So surfing up here, would that be? Or maybe she's just slightly too old for the 12s.
Yeah, probably turning 12 this year, which is just even more wild. That you're
so cool.
No, she definitely, she should be so proud of herself. But Maddie Kensington, like we said, originally from Narrabeen, she and Nava as well are kind of in this group of Groms that are like Gunda's made a real resurgence in surfing and competitive surfing, and these guys are part of that Gunda Groms generation coming through. So it's really cool to see them make some friends, but this was a little bit earlier.
The true locals.
The true locals.
Thank you for having us out in the ocean, guys.
They were
Absolutely
so close.
stunning, so cool. Oh, I mean, I think that's my favourite thing about up north. It's, you know, there's so much wildlife and just like the bright blue water and the white sand. It's such a beautiful area up here on the Gold Coast. And, you know, from here all the way down the East Coast, it's rad. I feel like I'm just road tripping up and down.
It's
like 20 times a year now.
Seriously.
So it's like my favourite place.
It's a never-ending holiday. Here we go, Leihani, good-looking wave, slashes back in the pocket there and gets another one, so looking really strong on her feet. She's actually just made the move to Sharp Eye Surfboards.
Yeah, that's so cool. And Nava here, a nice slash in the pocket. Another one just unfortunately just kicking that tail out and not able to push down the face of that one. But yeah, Leihani, it looks like, you know, looks like she's just doing some groundwork there in that first wave, but love the way that she just carves and kicks her tail out at the end of her calves. I feel like that's really, you know, her go-to. That's her flair and difference that she brings.
Yeah.
Just able to just really kick that tail out.
Here we go, Miller Mayberg. We love the way she surfs. Snaps it there in the pocket. That's a good-looking turn there, but just can't get the ride out. So maybe that wave probably not pushing back at her as much as she thought, but that's okay. Plenty of time to readjust. But Leihani got a 6.33 for that first wave. 2 turns, but 2 really strong calves. I liked it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, these small wave conditions are always, you know, it's so tricky because you're trying to work down the line and do the biggest turns you can, but Leihani just took off on this wave in a perfect position and just really surfed the pocket of the wave. Didn't do anything overly, you know, crazy for what we know she can do, but just strong, smart surfing for the first wave of the heat. And this was Nava, just unfortunately couldn't get the finish there. And Miller, this wave just had a bit of a lump in it, so she went down the line. She had this open face, a bit stuck on that first turn. I think it put her out of rhythm for that second turn. So she'll be wanting to try to get back out there. And, you know, it's all today, you know, just finding those waves they're going to have the sort of tallest top to bottom pockets that you can get.
Yep, I agree, because I feel like every wave has like a really lovely shape, but to find the ones that just have that little bit more size, it's definitely going to make the world of difference. Like even seeing our international affair in the last heat, you know, they were definitely on the best waves, which got them through. But looking like Maddie Kensington is going to take off here.
Oh, she's the local, so let's see what she can do. She's probably surf snapper like this 100 times, probably more. What am I saying? She's Grom. 3 nice turns to the beach there.
Yeah, great surfing there from Maddie Kensington. Millerberg, love how she's just turning waves, but that one just running off a bit fast there.
You know, taking, you know, some inspiration from Rocco and Liam in that last heat. They were just catching waves down the line, and also noted, I love the way that she paddled into that wave. You know, just when it's small like this, you generate so much speed from just paddling into the wave. And it's, I remember when, you know, whenever we used to surf in contests and, you know, our coach would just be like, you know, the wave starts before you've even stood up.
Mm-hmm.
The paddle in is so important, and the way Miller paddled into that wave was very impressive. She paddled in on the angle, and you could just see her kicking and scratching. You can tell she's a strong paddler, like her dad, who's an Ironman. And even though she didn't even really take off, she generated so much speed before she'd even stood up. So very smart to do in a, you know, day like today when the waves are so small.
Yeah, paddling across the face instead of dropping down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. But it looks like Miller is about to get a 4-turner at 5 at that, actually. So took off on one of those steeper inside ones and found herself a 5-turner there. So she's currently out in the lead. These 20-minute heats fly by. You forget how fast 20 minutes goes.
Oh gosh, we're already at 10 minutes. And, yeah, Miller's got 2 4s, a 4.17, a 4.67. So she's out in the lead. Leihani just the 6.33. And, Maddie Kensington, our last wave, a 5.33. So it's going to really tighten up this heat at the moment.
Yeah, Maddie and Nava both work with one of the local female coaches around here too, Jade Wheatley.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Jade's super invested in the next generation of Groms, has her own coaching business, puts in so much
Awesome.
time. But it looks like we're going to have our last heat winner on for a little chat. We've got Liam all the way from Tahiti. Hey Liam, how you going?
Yeah, good.
How are you loving being back here at Snapper? This is your second time here, hey?
Yeah.
And you won this event last year. Obviously, the goal is to take another win here. It was such a super impressive heat in that quarterfinal. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, super good. When I get my first wave, it was a good thing.
And what was the plan out there? Were you trying to find the set waves and do 2 big turns?
Not really. The plan it was to get the little big wave on the outside with nobody.
And you've come here from Tahiti. How has it been spending your time in Australia? And tell us, are you going to be staying here for a while after the event is over?
Huh?
Are you going to stay in Australia for a while after the comp's over?
Yeah. After the 6th of July, I'm going to Sydney.
How exciting. Well done in your heat. It's so cool to see you surf all the way here from Tahiti. Best of luck in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, what a legend. Yeah, Liam. So cool. Also to speak 2 languages at that age. Like, gosh, I feel like I can't even speak one sometimes.
Same. I know. I really admire Groms or just young people or anyone really who
Oh,
can
they're
speak more than one
bilingual.
language.
I know. I think my other language is like an oboe language I made up when I was like 10 with a friend.
Yes, so Laura's bilingual. There's Leihani. Love that tabletop floater. That was really cool.
Yeah, you can just tell Leihani's just noticed she's gone back into 3rd, so wanted to get a second wave up her sleeve, just a couple more points to just get back in the lead, which she has a 2.83 there. But I feel like the door is quite open for second right now with Maddie Ketchington. Nava just sort of looking for, you can see her on the right of her screen. She's in the priority seat, just looking for the right wave.
I think sometimes when you're out there in 4th and, first place is a 6.33, 3rd place has a 5.33, and you feel like you don't have much. Even when a 3.67, you can get in your head a little bit, but she seems like the type of competitor who, she looked really confident on that first wave. I think it was just a shame she didn't ride out of that second turn, but that first turn she did was definitely one of the best turns we've seen in this heat so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she kind of reacts and attacks this next wave that comes through, because 7 minutes to go. I feel like it's a situation you can crumble, but she's actually just come off a win at the Queensland Junior State Titles. So
Yeah,
hopefully
first
she
round.
can use that momentum.
Oh, looks like she's having a paddle here. She needs a 5.17, so not a huge score. Deep bottom turn, smack in the pocket there. That was super nice. Oh, unfortunately goes down that second turn. So a bit of a missed opportunity for her, and it looks like Mila May Berg behind her. Kicking out there, but so Nava only needs a 5.17. Maddie Ketchington only needs a 3.51. So this is so close. Mila May Berg only needs a 4.5 to jump into the lead and sort of really put herself into the safe zone.
Yeah, it's still super close. Even though Leihani has that 6.33, a 2.83 isn't looking safe for her as a backup right now. So I feel like this heat could completely flip on its head in the next 6 minutes. You never really know what's going to happen. Looking like Maddie's having a paddle here. Might be one of those waves that has that weird lump in it, so just one turn.
Unfortunately. Not going to be the 3.51 for Maddie, but, she can use her local knowledge and try to move a bit wider and get a wider bomb. As you can see, Mila May Berg, she's putting her competitive strategy into play here with 5 minutes to go, and she's moving down the point closer to 3rd and 4th.
So tell me, when you were a Grom, actually we'll get back to that in a second, because here goes Leihani trying to drop that 2.83. Wow, she's got that rail looking really sharp on these sharp eye surfboards. Gets a second snap in. Make sure she gets the ride out. So really smart, competitive surfing there from Lehani. So I feel like that's going to better her 2.83 quite nicely. But yeah, when you were Grom, did you have a little warm-up routine, or was it just go out there and surf?
Oh, yeah. Because I used to be a gymnast when I was a kid. From like ages of basically 3 till 12, I was a gymnast. So I spent so much time, in the gymnasium, and I'd always do like a cartwheel or backflip or something silly before my heat. But it was so fun. It was like my lucky cartwheel. And look, this is what a combo for Miller Berg. Was that 3 or 4 turns?
4 turns.
Oh, so cool. Maddie Kensington, excited to see these replays because this was an important couple of waves for the girls.
Yeah, here we go. This is Maddie's wave. So gets the first snap in there, a second, so just builds momentum down the line and then gets the finish. But this wave, look, I totally love that takeoff. You're so right, Laura. Whoa, that second turn, she really drove through the back of that. There's the third turn and a fourth.
Oh, I think that's going to be, that's going to really put her in a strong place in second, maybe even first place. But, love the way that she approached that wave. You can tell that she's, so used to surfing these point break waves. It's a real skill, coming from beach breaks. Like we grew up on beach breaks, then moving to point breaks. It's a different type of surfing. You're taking off and you need to really pick the way you're going to approach the wave, whether you're going to like get your speed up at the start and then go into your turns, or just go straight top to bottom and stick in the pocket. So, yeah, they are different types of waves to surf, especially when they're this small.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like when I first moved up here from Narrabeen, learning to surf the points was one of the hardest things I had to do because they are so perfect and you can have the best, surfs in the world, but then to surf it properly, it's a completely different ballpark. One big turn there from Maddie Kensington. But, yeah, like I feel like you can end up surfing 2 down the line sometimes on point breaks. And I would go out pumping snapper and barely do any turns.
Yeah,
and
you're kind of hooning down the line, just like waiting for it to stop feeling like it's closing out.
Yeah.
But you've just missed the whole wave behind you. So, yeah, that's why I always loved watching Steph Gilmore surf, just from those point breaks and the way that she was able to sort of dance between, being in the pocket and then knowing when to get her speed down the line, and then just didn't seem like she wasted any part of the wave. She was always, had a turn to put in any sort of spot, and that's why she's, one of my favourites of all time to watch. Well, she is for sure the queen.
the queen.
The absolute queen.
I agree. I still think, even when the Challenger Series was on and we had some of the best surfers in the world out here, when Mick and Steph and Parker paddled out, I don't think anyone can surf this wave like they do.
Oh, absolutely. You kind of felt like, and Occy was out there too.
And
he
Occy, oh
was
my God,
shredding.
Occy too, yeah.
I feel like that heat, they probably could have beaten everyone on the Challengers still. Absolutely.
I felt the exact same way.
I feel like they were just dropping 8s and 9s the whole entire time.
I know.
And then Fisher jumped out there in the next heat, and he did okay too.
Yeah, he did all right. I still think if I was Fisher, I reckon I would have been nervous paddling out in that heat.
Absolutely.
Just like, it's the best surfers in the world.
All right, so let's see. This Lehani is just probably going to solidify her first place with this really nice slashing turn. Her last wave did come in at a 5.43 actually, so that is not that wave. The one before has really got her out in the lead. Miller Berg has a 5.53, so they've really ramped it up. Maddie Kensington still only needs a 4.8 and Nava 6.53. So Nava's would have to be the best wave of the heat. And Maddie Kensington, though, she's still right in this with a minute to go, needs to really try to find a gem and use every bit of knowledge that she knows from surfing this wave.
I still
find
think
something.
that Nava, I reckon if she could get one of those waves she has been getting and stick that second turn, she's surfing really beautifully in the pocket.
Yeah.
She got a 3.67 for one turn. If she can get 2 turns like that 6.53 is not out of the question for her.
Absolutely.
Oh, that looks like there's a bit of a set coming too.
This does look like a nice set. So Nava in the box seat for this wave. She's going to paddle, and this is an important ride for her.
Here we go, Nava slashes that first turn in the pocket. Strong second one, so 2 nice turns there. Is it enough for the 6.53? I don't know.
It was 2 strong turns, but I just would have loved to have seen her maybe just push a bit harder on that first turn. But, you know, it's going to be right there, I think, Jessie. I think it's going to, you know, we'll see what the judges think. But it was a bigger set, and, yeah, it's a nice two-turn combo.
And then I think this might have been just behind the hooter, but that's not going to go into Miller Mayberg's top 2 anyway. That was a really exciting matchup between
Super exciting.
all 4 of those surfers. I think all of them surfed a great heat. Leilani, I think she's safe.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Leilani's safe for sure. She's out in the lead, and I think when you look at Leilani's first wave, the 6.33, and maybe compare that to Nava's last, you'd have to think that maybe it'll come under, just because she didn't get that flare that Leilani got, and yeah.
It's just come under, so it was a 6-1-7. We are going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we're back for the under 14 girls quarterfinal heat number 2 coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp 2024. Beautiful day here at Snapper Rocks. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Laura Enevar, and that lady on the screen is Talia Tebb. Honestly, I'm not going to lie, one of my favourite surfers ever.
Yeah, you were just telling me about how amazing Talia surfs, and yeah, she definitely has shades of Molly Picklum coming from that Central Coast area. Is it Avoca Beach?
Avoca Beach.
Lovely, and yeah, no, love just so cool to see and get to see firsthand how amazing all these young ladies are surfing. And here's Lola, first wave of the heat for her, 3.17. Talia's wave came in here at 5.5, and so yeah, just love the lines that she takes. And I think just from looking at some of her surf clips that she has online, just has a really cool approach to the way that she surfs these waves. Evie Wilson here, 2 big turns there, so hooning down the line there. Absolutely loved the speed that she was carrying through that wave. So this is going to be another epic heat, and I think it's Isla Kleinstrom out there in the yellow as well. So let's go, girls.
Let's go. So that was the replay of Evie Wilson. She's currently leading the Surfing Australia junior rankings for the under 14 girls, which is super impressive. But yeah, so Talia, she is from Avoca, and they had the Ride Rumble event down at the Sydney Urban Surf Wave Pool, not last weekend, the weekend before. And Talia was selected to be the girl for the Avoca team, and she was so impressive, fully getting slotted on the barrel mode. It was so cool. Then doing these massive finish, and Avoca were just
losing it.
Like full shades of Katie Simmers.
Wow. It's like she's like a mix of Katie and Molly. Just like that's so rad. Yeah, this is the wave pool generation. I just can't even imagine being their age and competing in wave pools. But it was always like a dream. I feel like we all used to draw wave pools in our school books when we were kids, thinking that was like it was only something that would happen on space or something.
Yep.
On space, on Mars.
on space.
You can tell I didn't go to school much.
No, it's cool. I actually got to surf the urban surf for my first time when I was down there. It's actually such a weird experience surfing a wave pool.
It feels unnatural to be so close to the wall when you're taking off.
I was a bit scared, to be honest with you.
And then you think you're going to get stuck in that net.
Yes. All right, here we go. Lola Graub just getting stuck behind. I like the determination there of Evie wanting to pick off, a missed opportunity there, but, smart competitive surfing there, but nothing really going to factor in off those two. But I feel like once we see all of these ladies on an open face, this is going to be an exciting heat because from that 1.317 we saw of Lola, her backhand looks good.
Yeah, her backhand looks awesome. Love that we have a mix in this heat. Talia and Evie on the forehand.
And it looks like we're going to cross down to Lehani Zorek, who took out the first quarterfinal for the under-14 girls. Lehani, how was it out there?
It was pretty fun. It was a bit small, but yeah, I managed to get some good ones.
And tell us, are you a little bit jet lagged? Did you just get back from Japan?
Yeah, I did. I'm actually not that jet lagged because I don't know. I just don't get jet lagged. But yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about that experience. How was the stab height?
It was so fun. Like all the girls and boys were ripping, and the wave pool was super fun. Like going for some big airs. Like it was just so good. So I'm super grateful for that opportunity.
Yeah, it seemed like such an exciting event to be a part of. Coming home and then getting to surf another event at Snapper Rocks, it must just be kind of a dream run of events for you.
Yeah, I was just like so happy to get invited to Stab and go there and then come back to perfect Snapper with no one and out. So.
Hey Lehani, it's Laura here. Hey, love seeing you surf. And how good is it that you got through today and you're going to get some pumping snapper tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Hopefully I get some good barrels.
Oh, so stoked. Amazing. Love watching you surf. Go girl.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for chatting with us, Lehani. We look forward to seeing you compete again tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so looks like Isla having a look here. Bit of a smaller wave. They're going up for a turn. So maybe looking for something with a little bit more size there for Isla, but these ladies, I feel like this was when I kind of came into competition, was the under-14s. And the Occy, there was like a few comps you wanted to win. It was like the world titles, like you said.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Occy.
The Oz Grom for us, the Skull Candy.
Yes. Yeah, so I think the Skull Candy was our Rusty Grom Fest. And that was like, it just felt like there was like 1,000 kids there every year. And oh man, I remember it just meaning the absolute world and just being so fun. Also getting to see your friends. Like we didn't have social media back in
course.
How many times am I going to say back in my day? And so yeah, maybe you'd like, jump on MSN or something and just be like, can't wait to see you, like on your emails. But it's so cool for all these kids to come and see each other and make these friendships that they're going to have forever. I'm still best friends with so many of the girls that I met competing when I was 12, 13, 14, and they're lifelong friends now.
Yeah, when I was doing this, like Molly, it's when Molly and I we competed against each other first in the under-14s, and even now to this day we're still super close mates. We send each other stupid videos, but it's just so fun. Like the friendships you make, like you said, they're lifelong. And
oh wow,
look how close the whales are.
That is absolutely beautiful.
Oh, we're so lucky to live where we are and have this comp where we do. They are so close. You could swim out to those whales.
Yeah, you could definitely hear them underwater.
All right, we've got a few small scores looking in for the second waves for three of our surfers. Evie
10
Wilson.
points.
10 points. Best wave. How cool is that? And we even saw, we were saying before, we saw a swimmer with a dolphin following him before too.
So cool.
Oh, plenty of action. Actually, the other day I went surfing and out in the surf there was a whale so close to us. There was a pod of dolphins and stingrays all in the one surf. I was like, it's just like a real life aerial.
Oh, so good. And yeah, what is the tide doing? I think the tide might be coming in right now. So hopefully that pushes in that swell as we get into the rest of the day. After this heat, we're going into the under 14 boys. Coming up next, under 16 boys, 18 boys, 16 girls. And just smashing them out throughout the day.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, we're going to see the swell start to filter in throughout the day. So few bigger lines coming through. Tomorrow looks really good. There's a pretty good looking swell.
Yeah, been eyeing that one off. A good swell on the way.
Light
Let's
up
have a little
all
look here.
the points, which will be absolutely incredible. Those whales still playing out to sea there. How cool is that? But just over 10 minutes to go. Talia still out in the lead with a 5.5. Evie Wilson only needs a 1.18. Lola looking for a 2 and Isla a 3.5. So this heat is still wide open right now for all these 4 ladies. But the ocean just taking a little bit of a breath in. Not too many waves coming through right now. But just as I say that, here we go. Evie Wilson, currently your under 14 Surfing Australia junior rankings leader. Getting a 2-turner there. So she was only looking for a small score to jump into the lead and take first place off Talia. But here we go. Talia's second wave racing to get around, but just running off a bit fast there.
Yeah, just a bit stuck behind that one. Wow, let's pull up those rankings. I want to see.
There we go. Situation change. Evie goes to the lead with a 4.1. This is the replay here. She's got really nice timing in the pocket. Carves back that first turn. Pushes hard through a second one as well. So the girls are having heaps of fun out there. And then Talia, yeah, just getting caught behind here on this one. But she won the Grom. It's like one of those events we were talking about that you always wanted to win. She won it. And you know what? Why we always wanted to win it is because your name went up on the plaque board in the Hoey Moey.
That's so cool.
At Coffs Harbour. And we all wanted our name on the plaque board.
That's so rad. Yep, so the tide is actually going to be dead low at 9:45.
Oh, wow.
And then it'll start coming on in. So these girls are pretty much getting almost dead low. So sometimes, yeah, when it is on the lower end of the tide, it can be the smallest. So I think we're going to see, hopefully, those, you know, the size of the waves push in throughout the day. But they have such amazing shape to them. And look at those conditions, still so glassy.
So perfect. I still feel like as a Grom rocking up to this event with Snapper looking like this, you'd still be stoked.
I think just, you know, it's such an incredible arena. And to be out there, it's, yeah, just, Talia's blaring down the line there. A nice carve, but that one didn't really give her much.
No, but you can see the I feel like the grunt she has in her surfing, she really wants to rip through every turn that she has the ability to do. So here we see her racing down the line. This is one of those waves where, you know, we were talking about before, you can kind of get caught in racing down the line a little bit. I think she realized that and then pushed through. Just a big down carve there from Talia. So scores still to lock in for her, but she was only looking for a 2.93.
Oh, yeah, when you think of, you know, we were saying before, Katie and Molly's approach, they love to build that speed and then, like you said, really dig into a sort of single turn. And that is kind of like that free surfer style approach. It's a lot more freeing, but then I think, you know, as you grow and evolve and compete, it's turning that free surf style into the combos to get the bigger scores. And feels like Talia's got it all up her sleeve. And Lola, she's out in the lead still. She's got the 3.17, a 6.17. So building right now for Lola.
Yeah, that last wave, those 2 turns, she looks really strong on her back end. And I feel like being on your back end on a point break, you can really rip into a few more top to bottom turns, even if you're doing less, but you can push hard and get a bit more vertical.
Yeah, I think there's always like that sort of conversation around forehand and backhand at point breaks. And I remember, you know, at the Challenger Series, we saw some incredible backside performances and, you know, they, you know, especially when it's this small, being able to go really deep and just power in the pocket and sort of tap and tag the wave all the way down the point is, you know, it's a real, you know, it's solid surfing, but then you don't get that sort of, you know, you can't really, you know, mix up your turns really the way you can on your forehand.
Yeah, I agree. There's a little bit more variety, but maybe less grunt. Here we go. Lola now up and riding again, but that wave not really doing much. But that Snapper event that we had this year was absolutely incredible. You were here. That barrel from Erin Brooks was just groundbreaking.
That was such a moment, and, you know, so amazing to see just what, you know, these ladies must watch all these girls from around the world, and just the performances are just getting lifted. Just seeing what, you know, you can be capable of doing. And I think that's where wave pools have really come in. You know, I feel like, you know, these young girls have been able to really just, you know, push themselves and get the technique down in a wave pool in the barrels, and then bring that to the ocean from a really, really young age. Like, Erin was getting barreled in wave pools at like 5-6 years old. And then it felt like when she got to, you know, bring it to the ocean, she just, and grow up, she, and sort of get that power behind her, she's able to do what she was doing.
Yeah, and do it so beautifully too. I mean, she's definitely one of the best surfers in the world right now. That is Talia Teb there, finishing off a wave. But I was thinking about, you know, what you said earlier about doing your cartwheels before your heats. With a night before I would surf a comp, would watch the Nike Leave a Message movie.
Oh, no
It is
way.
still to this day one of my favorite surf movies ever.
Oh,
The
that's
soundtrack was so good too.
Oh, the soundtrack was awesome. Those are the days. That was so fun. So fun making that movie with, you know, Carissa Moore, Coco Ho, and Malie Manuel, and Monica Byrne-Wiki at the time was so rad. And wow, huge turn from Lola there. I love the way she just gained all that speed and power and just unloaded on that section. So it's going to be, I think the judges will absolutely love that, the way that she just dug into that turn.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the best turns we've seen all morning, actually. That first backhand Rio had so much spice to it. We're going to get a replay. So she high lines here, gets some speed, and then just bam, straight in the pocket, and then gets two more after it. So if she got a 6.17 for that last two turner, this is going to be a big score.
Yeah, and it's come in at a 7.67 for Lola. So the judges absolutely loving that. You know, finding the bigger set of the heat and absolutely doing some incredible damage on it. And I think, you know, like we were just saying before, like just the way that you can approach these waves in your backhand, that was an incredible example of what you can do right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and Lola, she's got some incredible travels up her sleeve. You know, she's been shredding around the world.
Yeah,
She's
feel
Kiwi and American.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So she was competing in El Salvador recently for New Zealand. And over in Brazil as well, the ISA.
Wow. That's really cool. I love the ISA junior program they have going. They get so much experience worldwide, as well as the WSL one as well, like having the World Junior titles. But I feel like having the ability to compete in both, I mean, you get so much travel before you're even 18. It's crazy. They've been to Brazil, El Salvador, representing their country. Like, that is something they're going to take with them forever, which I just think is the coolest opportunity. Now she's here competing at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, and so you were telling me earlier that these events, you know, the rankings, they determine who makes the team, the Australian team.
Yep. So for the Australian competitors, it all kind of accumulates to the Surfing Australia junior rankings, and depending on the division is depending on how many surfers they take. But there's 5 big 10,000s where you want to win, you want to get those points, because first and second, it's pretty sure it's just first and second for most of the divisions, maybe 1 or 2 more for the 18s and 16s. They get taken to the ISAs, they become Team Australia, and whoever wins the Australian title gets to go as well.
So cool.
So it's like a year-long thing, you know, it's a rankings system, and everyone wants to be on that team. So hence why I've heard that to get into these events, to get a spot in this event like this, it sells out in the 20 minutes. Like, you have to be onto it to be able to get into the events. I've had so many people ask me, how do I get into those events? Because they're all sold out so quickly. This is Isla ripping back through a carve there. But yeah, so this is a pretty big one. We had the Rip Curl Grom Search Osgrom Cup just a couple weeks ago. That was a 10,000. The Skull Candy's a 10,000. There's, so many big events, but everyone wants to win this one. As we see Talia Teb.
Kicking the fins out. Love to see it. We've got a minute to go here, so Lola has really run out with this heat, and Talia with a 5.5 and 5.27 in second place. Evie Wilson she's leading the rankings right now, so she needs a 6.44. This is an important minute for her to see what she can really make possible. 6.44, and knows she has it in her to get that score. And Isla, unfortunately, needs an 8.44, and I think she's beat down in 4th priority, so tough times for Isla at the moment.
Here we go, Evie Wilson, dying stages, looking for a score here. Great first turn in the pocket, but that one runs off on her. And I think she knows at the end of that wave, looking a little bit frustrated. I love how much it means to the Groms, though.
Yeah, no, it means everything. These kids work so hard, and, you know, I remember being, you know, this age, 12, 13, 14, and just every second I wasn't at school, I was in the ocean.
Yep.
Rain, hail, or
Same.
shine, you know, you're dedicating your life to it. You dream, like, just being able to be here at Snapper and just imagine what it'd be like to surf a CT here one day is just, this is what these kids have to dream of.
Yeah, and now, before they even get to surf the CT here, because I'm sure one day we'll see these guys on tour, they're getting to do a Grom comp here. It's such a great experience. Talia going for a chop hop there. But it looks like Lola Grail, Talia Tebb moving through this heat. We are going to go to a short break and come back with a new commentary team. So we'll be chatting to you guys soon.
And we've got Vaughan and Rabs coming right up.
Yeah, look forward to it.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum 2024 Snapper Rocks. 2 days to go, and Vaughan Blakey in the booth with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. 18 years of the Occy Grom Comp, mate. Hard to believe. It's older than it's older than everyone in the comp, actually.
That's right. It's out. Well, you outgrew D-Bar, didn't it? You know, and it's been upgraded to Snapper.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's grown up. It's grown up a lot, you know. I guess you snavel around on the inside of D-Bar for whatever you can get, and then when you get good enough, you get over the hill and you're allowed to get some premium quality surf. Good heat here, mate. Cruise Air, Loki Cullen, Kai Coleman, Luca Martin. Saw Loki over in Japan just for the Stab High Bottle Rockets.
Oh, wow.
Just a week or two ago. He's a great little surfer. You remember when you were 18?
I do, actually, yeah, I do. It was sometime last century.
Yeah. Yeah, it's far out. 18 in Australia. My youngest grommet just turned 18 the other day, and yeah, insane. It goes so fast, Bugs, doesn't it? But you feel 18 forever. Like that's kind of the Australian surf way, at least. Every time you get down to the beach, especially here at Snapper, it doesn't matter how many years you've been coming over the hill, you see that line up and your inner Grom just starts to fizz.
Yeah, it does. It's unreal.
And what are we looking at wave-wise, Bugs? I think you were saying rubbing your hands together, doing the old, here we go, something special could be on the way.
Yeah, well, look, southerly just came through, and it's just sort of that tiny little underlying east swell just sort of prevailing right now, and the surfers are making the most of it. Lacana there, great.
Yeah.
Second ride there. Just around about the low tide mark now, getting close to low tide. When it turns, we should see a little bit more. Could do with a little bit of water on the bank. And tomorrow, definitely looks like more swell arriving tomorrow. You know, there's been that southerly swell moving up the coast. So, you know, we've had a little bit of a downtime here for a couple of weeks. It's been pretty small.
Sand looks insane though, Bugs. Like all up and down the East Coast right now, just, you know, surfers are just licking their lips because we get a little bit of swell and we're all going to be scoring. Oh, how good is this kid? There's not much there. And that's the kind of Cullen, and this is Cruzy. It's amazing they just get it done on these tiny little waves. I remember Luke Egan, like one of the bigger guys on tour years and years ago, Bugs, sort of a day just like this, sort of, I don't know, maybe pushing 1 foot. And, mate, he was ripping. Like, I was going, that is the difference between really great surfers and the rest of us, is just they know how to generate and match the power of the ocean no matter how big or small it is.
Yeah, and Lucana on another wave, he's got over that. Oh, there was a little seam in that wave.
Yep.
He got over, just didn't quite finish it off. Would have been another big score if he'd pulled that one off, but he looks to be in good form.
Yeah, it's one of those things, though, just being able to generate speed from nothing. Lucana again.
Yeah, this is so good.
Oh, there's the ridge you were talking about.
Yeah, there it is. And look at this. If he just finishes this off, would have been a big score.
Yeah.
It's
Best small wave surfer you ever saw? Well, there's a real skill to it.
I'll
It's an
tell you
art
what,
form.
Timmy Curran was unbelievable. There was an event in Japan. It was like, and it was, you know, I think it was smaller than this. And Timmy Curran was unbelievable. There's been a couple of fantastic Brazilians. A guy that could serve big and small, like big and small, Rob Machado.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, he was so good when it was 1 foot. So good at pipe. That's
nimble-footed,
yeah.
so quick twitch. Timmy Curran, yeah, it was a good era, that one.
Yeah.
Let's have a throwdown to our last heat winner.
Hi.
G'day. Oh, we're doing the interview. Cool. Who have we got there?
Lola.
Lola, how are you? There you are. Hey, great heat. How was it out there? It looks pretty fun, actually.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Yeah, it was lovely, but I got lucky to get 2 good waves.
Yeah, and what's it like, you know, I know it's not absolutely cooking out there, but just paddling out at Snapper, you know, having that whole lineup to yourself and 3 other surfers.
Yeah, it's so good. Just like have like me and 3 other surfers surfing Snapper. Yeah, it was clean. It was like 1 to 2 foot, but it's super fun.
That is fun. And are you on school holidays at the moment, or are you taking a bit of time off to surf these events?
Well, school holidays in New Zealand starts next week. So, yeah, there's school this week, so I'm taking some time off.
Oh, what a score. You won your heat and you got time off?
Yeah.
That's great. And have you done much surfing in Australia before, Lola?
I've came over the last 2 years to do this comp, and sometimes I get into the Skull Candy. Yeah, but we come to Aussie often.
That's great. Well, congratulations on making it through. So stoked for you.
Thank you.
And look forward to seeing you surf again in the next round.
Thank you.
How cool. Cheer, Cuzzy. Wonderful stuff. And, geez, Lucana Cullen off to a flyer here, Bugs, and Cruz is right behind him.
Yeah, Cruz, he nearly went to the air there. So Kai Coleman, Luca Martin, sitting a little bit wider there. It's been, I don't know, a bit of a questionable strategy, that one on this low tide. There's not that many wide ones. You've got to still get the ones that just lift up sort of next to the rock, as we see here. Here's Luca, though.
Yeah, nice first snap. He gets a second one, just catches a bit of rail. Bummer.
Oh, there, that was an opportunity missed there, that rail, because he was looking to set up that beautiful finishing turn. He may have even got further down the line. This first turn here, Vaughan, bang, and then...
Oh, work done.
Yeah, look at that, and it sort of peeled.
Hey, just quickly, Bugs, another really epic small wave surfer, Victor Rebas. He was far out, man. He could really zip and zap when there was just nothing, no power, no juice at all.
Yeah, I know, and there's another name, it's on the tip of my tongue, a Brazilian guy that was so good. Him and Victor were the small wave kings.
Doff of the cap to anyone who surfs CT heats in Speedos too, mate. A rare treat. Is Luca Martin. So a 2.83. Oh, he's got to be slightly frustrated that he didn't make that last snap cleanly.
Oh, that was a 6+. It was a 6+ ride.
Yep.
Brought down to a 2.83 on the. He caught the rail pretty heavily.
Under 14s boys quarterfinals. So we're right into the thick of it. It's been quite a lot of surfing this week already.
And I'm very happy with himself. The names come to me. Armando Dolce.
Oh, yes. Yes. Lethal. Natural footer, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Armando. Well done. On tour for a few years?
Yeah, on tour for 2 years. And when it, he could surf good waves, but when it got small, he was just next level.
Yep. Another guy comes to mind. This is going right back into the Grommy days. Hope you don't mind if I just dredge that memory pit of yours. But Danny Wills, when he was, 12, 13, 14, was probably the fastest surfer in the world for his age at that point.
I'd say so for sure. See, this right here is totally legal. There's a big section between these two guys. Kai Coleman getting going. And Luca Martin, this time he finishes up. Oh, we've got a heat on our hands now, Vaughan.
Yeah, that was great. Awesome to see these guys split the peak. The wide call worked for him there, Luca.
Yeah, well, it did work for him. And look, that's the thing. When you're in fourth priority, it does pay to perhaps sit wide a little bit there. And there were two sections, but both surfers, Kai and Luke, are getting good waves here.
Yeah, and Luca's first snap, that's the best turn he's done. He really clicked that one perfectly.
I think they're both going to get pretty decent scores.
Pretty classic, isn't it? Like 9 minutes 30, Kai Coleman. Any other heat, you'd be like, well, he needs to start pulling the trigger. But the opportunity to get like multiple waves in a really quick space of time is right there for these guys.
It is.
But Luca Martin, yeah, I'm really curious to see where the judges go with that. Oh, 7.23, they loved it.
Yeah, they're on the money. Kai Coleman comes in with a 5.
Yep.
So that's his best score.
Rapid fire combo, and all of a sudden that big start that Lacana got away to,
it's back.
It's not all that safe. Bugs, I've just got to get your take on this while we've got a little break, mate. Brazil CT just wrapped. Unbelievable. 7 of the top 8 making the quarters. I mean, Cloudbreak, this last event before we hit the top 5 in the WSL finals day, is going to be one of the great shootouts.
It really is. There was a lot of... You could tell that Cloudbreak was on everyone's mind.
Yep.
Because, the cream came to the top. I mean, the contenders... 7 of the top 8s, 7 don't quite fit into 5, do they?
They do not, mate. And the terrifying thing for anyone who's sort of 3rd, 4th and 5th, which I believe is Jack Robbo, Ethan Ewing and Griffin's up into 2nd. So who's the other guy in the top 5 at the moment? Oh, Italo.
Yeah.
The heavy thing is they've got Gabe, Yago and Geordie Smith, chomping at their heels.
Well, they're nearly all in the same bracket of points.
Yeah.
They're all around that 29,000 mark. There's about 4 of them that are right there that not a struck match between them.
And it's the exact same on the women's side of the draw too. I think between 3 to 7, you've got all Pacific power specialists all trying to squeeze into that top 5. So what a year, mate. It's been a fantastic year. I really am so stoked with where pro surfing's at. Dream Tour is just about back, brother. And here we go, Lacana Cullen. He's been sitting out there patiently. He's found an absolute howler here. 3 turns, goes for the air rev, and that's why he was over in Japan surfing in that specialty event. Just not much doing, and he somehow manages to get an air rev in.
Yeah, he kind of, his first turn, so it reminded me of a miniature George Pitar.
Oh, yes, I see that. What a great story that's been in the 2024 season. Georgie Pitar on the Challenger Series. Sort of came out of nowhere at Surfest a couple of years ago. And since then, far out, all the way to a semi-final, was it, at Margaret's? He's just been so strong.
Oh, yeah, this wave.
Great wave.
This is going to be right up in the excellent range. Definitely the best ride I've seen this morning.
That is just incredible that you can... rack off 2 pretty powerful, perfectly timed pocket snaps into a air rev, a 9.57 Bugs. And Lacana has, he felt those guys building pressure and he just went, nah, not on my watch. And this kid really is earmarked for big things, I think.
And where's Lacana from?
I think he might be from, well, he's definitely Northern Beaches.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get the actual beach. It is in my brain somewhere, but there's lots of stuff that gets lost in there, Bugs.
We're gonna do an archaeological dig
Oh, please.
inside your brain after Japan. But this wave here is the wave of the day so far.
Yeah.
And what a great crisp finish. His first turns were world class too.
Great stuff. And a 9.57, easily the best wave of the day. If not the event. Has anyone got a 10 so far?
Not to my knowledge. There's been, yesterday, believe it or not, in the onshore, there were some big scores.
Cool. Luca Martin moves up into second. He's just trying to put a bit of distance between himself, Cruz and Kai. 7.23 is a great score to have in your top two.
Yeah, well, Kai Coleman definitely playing the priority game here with patience. And this really tests out just, their mettle. Because Groms are not the most patient.
No, they're not.
We had heats yesterday with over 50 waves written.
That, I actually heard that. I was talking to Chris Enever, who was doing a bit of beach commentary, and he was going, mate, it was just impossible. You couldn't even read out a score before 3 more scores had been locked in.
Yeah. So Lacana, well, he's made his intentions known that he'd like to go deep into this event, quarterfinals now.
Former champ here? I feel like he might be.
He's been coming to the Occy Grom comp. He's a veteran.
Yeah, a veteran at 14 or 13. I mean, they get going early these days.
Under 14s and that calibre of surfer.
Yeah, there's a real special crew coming through at the moment. We've had the privilege of calling quite a few junior events together over the past 3 or 4 years. We've seen these guys like Lacana coming through.
That's right.
Since they were so tiny. It's funny, Bugs, but when I think about the Grommets who were sort of way ahead of their time, talent-wise, in my era, it was like Jason Buttonshaw, just this little blonde-haired imp who had the most insane tube. What was it? Sense, I guess. He could tube ride better than just about anyone, and he was 13.
Yeah, we had a big mango event out at Kira one time, and it was Jason Buttonshaw, Potts, me, and another heavyweight in the final. Butto won.
No.
Yeah, he beat us all.
Oh, that was a freakish era because the pro Grom wasn't really a thing.
Could have been
when
Nick
he
Wood.
came through. Nick Wood was another one, of course. Still, to this day, the youngest man to ever win a CT. So. Classic. They come through sometimes, don't they, Bugs?
Yeah, they do. It's just...
but there's a lot more of them these days, that's for sure.
There's layers and layers. And the thing about the Occy Grom comp, the thing about the Skull Candy, these are the two majors on the Grom tour.
Yeah.
The majors. It's like the French Open and Wimbledon.
It's true. It is very true. There's a lot of opportunities for kids all over the world to surf Grom events, but, this event has drawn crew from Hawaii, from Brazil. We've seen people actually travel here, just like the old Pro Junior. The only real comp that mattered back in the day was down in Narrabeen. Well, that's been superseded by the Occy Grom comp. I think that, you only have to see Shane Dorian lurking around in the car park to know that, people take this one seriously.
Oh, that's so cool to have Shane here.
Shout out to Shane. I think Jackson... he was just surfing in the NSSA finals the other day, Bugs.
Oh, unreal. What a great young surfer.
Yeah. But look how just beautifully groomed this sand is, mate. I know that you watch the sand very carefully. And, how would you rate it at the moment out of a 10?
Oh, 9.57. But
Perfect.
The thing is that, the strangest things happen in the last 2 years, this year and last year, we have not had a 10-foot swell. And that's the thing. The sand will continue to build up as it's only wave movement that can shift the sand. As we see Cruz there, this is his best ride. Didn't quite finish it off. He needed to finish that one off because Luca Martin, that 7.23's moved him into second place.
Yeah.
Kai Coleman's the one who's been incredibly patient. He's only had one wave, but down to the last minute and a half.
Yep, he's got to pull the trigger here somewhere. There's Cruzy taken off. Backside snap. This has been nice.
Yep.
2-turn combo. So as you say, Bugsy, oh, he just let that last Rio slide.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a pattern for him. He hasn't quite finished those last manoeuvres in this heat. Now, Kai Coleman, there he is sitting deep. You just want to see them all having a bit of a crack at it. So
He needs about a 5-5.
and it's not a massive score.
No. Oh, this is nice.
We might need a bit more now.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's definitely going to get over the top of his 3.3.
Here he goes. It's a small wave. Is it a grower? It's going to have a bit of appeal to it. And he's a good, aggressive young surfer.
Isn't he? Oh, well, he felt good.
Yeah.
I just wonder whether there was enough sting when you compare it to Luca's last wave. It was a little bit bigger, and he was just getting a bit more dynamic energy into his turns, Luca.
Well, he's moved up to third with a 5.07, but wasn't able to crack into that 7, 6 and 7 point range.
Nah, and there it is, 5.43. So even on the back of that last exchange, Luca got the better. And we'll count this one out, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll go to a little break here at the Occy Grom comp, presented by Sunbum. Back in a minute.
Well, welcome back to my comp. I'm Occy. This is Wayne Bartholomew, legend. And that was the weirdest thing I think I'll say the whole comp. I won't commentate much, being my comp. We've got a great commentary team. Thank you, Rabbit, for doing it. And Vorno and Jess and Laura, I heard them this morning, switched it on the TV. I actually didn't want to leave home, Rab, because I was just loving watching it on the couch, but I came down. I'm stoked, would you say? I'm stoked. Congratulations. That's Talo Ferrero's favourite saying. He's made it worldwide, stoked, and it's just great, Rab, to have this comp back here at Snapper for the second year.
It sure is. It's so great to have it here because you'd have to say it's an upgrade from D-Bar.
Yes, definitely. There is a good banquet off the wall at D-Bar at the moment, but nothing like this. The bank is just supreme, right? Like it's been small so far. This is the first day of our webcast, but, it feels good to me. I was outside looking, and it looks like we've got a southerly drift coming through, Rab. Hopefully the waves will get better.
Definitely are going to get better. I even think this afternoon we'll see an improve on that incoming tide, but definitely tomorrow's looking like it's going to be a fun day at Snapper.
Yeah, we'll have to keep the crowd away. I reckon we should get Snapper board riders. We'll alternate on that red and yellow buoy there where you can see. And between Bruce Lee, myself, and you and Jay Phillips, we could rotate and just keep the crowd away because it's only one day and it'll be good. And it's just going to be really good to see how these kids approach Snapper. We've got 18s this year and Rab, I reckon there's a few that are in this draw that'll end up on the CT. And that's great news that, that we're back, and it's going to be a CT next year. What do you think about that?
Well, that's so special for these kids to be surfing a break that, the likes of John Florence and Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina and Ethan Ewing are going to be surfing Griffin Colapinto next year. And they're out here surfing in, first of all, in 4-man heats and going down to 2-man heats.
Yeah, that's it.
It's really a special experience. And I mean, the bank might be good off the wall, but for them to come here, it's so magical to have this experience out at Snapper. And look, it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be epic tomorrow. It's going to be fun tomorrow. And I think they'll give them a go because we're looking... The map's now looking like we've got a wave stream coming for the next couple of weeks.
Well, that's fantastic. I just got back from South Africa and I believe I didn't miss too much.
A single day.
Really? Nothing?
No, it's been really small.
That makes me smile. Here we go. Blues already had a couple rides here and he smashes that. Can he ride out? He actually does ride out of that. So Hamish Harrigan on a quick start right here, which is... always handy. Yeah, no, I'm stoked I didn't miss waves because I did miss that Kiriswell. I was down at Newcastle. Jay was competing and I was commentating, and that was a tough one.
Yeah, that was
the
only swell.
You told me that was the last time you've surfed, right?
Yeah, that was it. I mean, that was the last good swell we had. I mean, this has been an exceptionally small to medium year. And like the last 2 years, actually, I know, I go to the sand bypass meetings, we haven't had one 10-foot day. And that's insane. That's 2 seasons in a row. This season's not over, by the way.
No, it's not, but it's really rare, right?
Very rare. And that's why the sand just keeps building and building and building.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that can move sand is wave movement.
Yeah, big swell. Why, we do have the last heat winner. It's Lakana down there. Congratulations, Lakana. I actually came down yesterday to watch your heat, and you took those little onshore waves apart. So congratulations on that, and congratulations on this heat. You seem like you're flowing through the draw nicely, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Occy.
You feel good?
Yeah, I feel good. It's pretty good out there.
You rode a different board today?
Nah, I'm just on the same board.
Oh, okay.
Just carbon.
The carbon one, yep. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought it looked different, but you're on the same board. So you're through to the semis?
Well, it now goes to...
You're on man now, Lakana. Yeah, right. So what's your aspiration? I mean, man-on-man is the perfect practice for you for what you want to get into in the future, I'm sure, which is the CT. How do you feel about, is that your goal?
Yeah, that's my goal.
Yeah, I know it's it's a long road, but would that be your dream to compete out here in a man-on-man situation, wouldn't it? Which you're going to get to do
tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's a dream?
Yeah, that's a dream. I heard it's also going to be good tomorrow as well. So yeah, it'll be pretty fun.
Where are you from, Lakana?
I'm from New South Wales, Northern
Avalon.
Beaches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Actually, I think I know your dad.
I want to ask Lakana, that 9.57 in that last heat, you really got the combination going. How did you feel about that ride? Did you know that? Did you think it was going to be that big a score?
I don't know. I was like, might be an 8 to 9. Yeah.
Well, the judges really liked it because that first turn you did was a big carve. Then you set it up, and then a beautiful air rev. You landed clean. It was good surfing, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Lakana. Good luck in your next heat, mate.
Thanks, Occy.
Sweet.
See ya.
I went down and watched his heat yesterday, Rabbi. It was really impressive, and I only just got down. I didn't see that score, but he's one to watch.
Wow, he really established himself as one of the favourites in the under-14s with that last performance.
Yeah, so that sand, like we say, is just, we've got so much now. You can walk around to Froggies. Probably would be able to walk around to D-Bar at low tide at the moment.
Oh, you could, for sure. Low tide, and we're pretty much on the low tide now. So it's about as tricky as it can get right now. It needs a bit of water. And you see the Marley rocks there. They're just barely,
Which is incredible.
Well, it's incredible. It reminds me of that movie. Remember that movie, the Planet of the Apes, and they had those things just coming out of the desert? Like, that's what Marley rocks look like. Underneath there's a full archaeological dig of rocks.
There sure is. And we surf over those rocks at high tide sometimes. Here we go, Redden up and riding. Zach Johnson gets a nice bottom turn for a little wave and hits it. Didn't throw a whole lot of spray. Second one better. Third one even better than that. I like his pace, you know. He really didn't try to rush that. And I reckon that's going to be his best score, Rab.
It will definitely be his best score. And that's the thing, Eddie. You don't need the biggest waves, but the ones that peel off with a little bit of taper, these kids are able to really go to town. And as you said, his pace was good. His temperament on the wave. And this this move here, nice little snap. And he gets the finisher.
I just like that because I know how that goes. You know, your first turn doesn't work out right. And you feel like you want to go big, you know, and if you do, you usually fall. But he slowed it down, just got his rhythm going, and actually got a 6-point ride. So well done to Zach. I just want to thank Rab. I know I won't be here commentating much because I want to listen to you guys. I want to thank the sponsors, all my sponsors, Surf Lakes, for the second year. JS has been supporting this a long time. Thank you to JS Industries. They made me a really nice quiver for J Bay, and just Sunbum. Big thanks to Sunbum. Like, they're gonna come in big next year, and it's just a privilege to have them on board. I love the sunscreen; it's natural, and if I'm missing any sponsors, but just all my sponsors, Billabong, of course. It's just great that it's just I just feel like honoured, Rab, to have this event named after me for 18 years.
Yeah, 18 years. I mean, the event's older than anyone in the event. It's awesome, and it's a real testament to you that this is part of your legacy, Occy, and I think it's wonderful, mate. So congratulations.
Thank you, Rab. Thank you.
And I just got to ask you.
Yeah, ask me.
J Bay.
Yep.
I mean, I got so envious, when you're all there. Did you see Sharon?
Of course.
I mean,
not
just see her, but did you?
Every night, Rab, at dinner every night, just like the old days, mate.
Oh, gosh.
Nothing has changed. There's Blue with a quick concession of little moves there. Mightn't better a score, but Sharon actually said to say hello, mate.
Yeah.
And every single night I ate dinner there, as we did back in the day. House is a little bigger. But still the same. And
fantastic.
And she's doing really good. Yeah,
so good.
She's looking no different. She's looking so healthy. There's White. White needs a score. He's got a 4.2, and that might help him a little bit. Let's see where that goes. But yeah, nothing much has changed there, Rab.
And of course, Sharon, she ran the Billabong Country Feeling for many, many, many years, and I just figured that she must have been still involved.
Obviously she was still involved in a big way. I don't think this score's actually going to go there, but yeah. So her son Ari runs the event now. She's really involved. Country Feeling. She's still printing those T-shirts. She'd done Billabong for all those years, and here's Blue, the heat leader, up and riding. Yeah, she'd done Billabong for all those years, didn't she? And now she's back to Country Feeling, and it's just, she's such a nice woman, right?
Yeah,
I mean, she welcomed us and had us for all those years.
Oh, that's timeless,
Timeless.
I remember my best memories in surfing, nearly. You're having that outside shower at the end of the day when the sun's gone down. You just know you just had a brilliant day of surfing at J Bay, and you're having a hot outdoor. So it's just a great feeling.
That hot shower after surf to Sharon's was just next level. It was still cold. It was really cold. I was wearing my 4 mil at every surf. I was actually searching for a 5 mil.
What?
Yep. But I actually, one was going to get sent from Europe, but it didn't make it on time.
Well, if you're saying that, then I'd be looking for a 6 mil.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, Billabong actually making natural wetsuits now, and there's a new campaign out called Occy's Going Natural, and it's made out of recycled clothes, the wetsuits now. And
unreal.
The rubber's so warm and so stretchy that I probably didn't need a 5 mil, but even though I was looking for it for those early surfs. Anyway, let's get back to this heat. In yellow, Jay Whitfield is just out over the back there, not having a great heat, Rab.
No.
With 7:20 left on the clock.
Yeah, Jay needs to get going, and Cade also is not far out of the picture because Zach Johnson's sitting in second, still only holding on to that 4.37. So it's not one of those super high scoring heats, not like that last heat with Lacana. So even the winner's the high point's only a 5.4. and Zach's got that 6, and that's
Yep.
really about it.
Yeah, that's really about it, hey. I've been getting messages saying when Surf Lake's going to open again, and our side up in Yeppoon is actually been kind of redone, and the roads are getting put in, so it's looking promising with a re-raise of money to actually make it our first public facility. You know, we thought we would have sold one by now in the States or something, and it is pretty close, but we actually haven't yet. It's there goes Red. Wow, he's might better a 437. And down the line, Blue. Sometimes these waves kind of grow down the line, don't they, Rab? But just to finish that question that I've been getting, yeah, we're re-raising money to make the one in Yeppoon a public facility, and hoping that that'll get our ball rolling. It's going to be a kind of a glamping setup, so people are going to kind of camp, and we'll have small bungalows there. Here's White. Nice little snap there, and another little one into a third. Whoa, hang on, he likes it. He bounces out of that. Cade Kelly slaps the water.
Yeah, well,
There might be a situation change, Rab.
there well and truly could be. But Zach Johnson's gone to the lead though now with that 6 and a 537. So this ride is an interesting ride. I like how he went down the line, caught a little edge there, but didn't slow him down.
No, like he
Big
didn't
snap
fall
there.
right there.
Kind of a
That was, yeah, he likes it. I wonder if the judges will like penalise him for that little nosedive. He didn't fall, he was just inches from falling, and then regained and surfed the wave quite well. That he does go to second, yeah, right. He gets a 6.10, so situation change right in a crucial time in the heat, Rap.
Well, Hamish Harrigan was holding down the lead about a minute ago, and now he's dropped to third. So there has been a big change in this heat, but he's third on a countback. They're both on 10.73. It's the Cade Kelly getting that little extra points.
Whoa, Red.
Yeah.
From the drone, that looked good, and it always looks better from the front angle. So we're going to see a big score from Red and Blue. Hamish getting his back up. He's actually had two similar scores, so let's not call it a backup. He's trying to actually improve to get himself through this heat.
Yeah, see, that's where the slight disadvantage for Hamish is that they're both in around that mid-5 range, so he needs a pretty decent wave to go ahead. But this wave here, as you are pointing out, it's a down-the-liner mark.
Wow, that was nice. That should be a massive score. So he's solidified his position, and Blue just didn't really get enough speed, but actually done a nice last turn. Maybe debatable that he rode out of that, actually. So
Yeah.
Zach gets a 7.5, and he's solid. It seems like a race for second.
Now it does. Zach with that 7.5 with just under 4 minutes remaining. He's put himself clear of the field. The Hamish Harrigan wave, I don't see it going. I don't see it better than in that 5.33. He only needs to better that by 100th of a point to move into second.
Ooh,
because
White.
they're tied.
Yeah, they're tied, right? And White he's in second priority, but he's seen a pretty good wave. The other guys did not have priority over him, and he gains a lot of speed. Nice snap, throws some spray into another one and into another one. How did he get priority over those guys so quick? And he likes that one too. So, and I dare say 4.63 is definitely going to better that. So he might have sealed up second here, Rab.
Well, that was a telling wave. We saw it from the drone angle. It had a wall on it. It was always going to be a good one. And he gets his speed up early, which is really good. No rails caught this time.
No.
And throwing some big buckets on this wave. Bit of a stab manoeuvre there, but you got to pay those ones, those turns where there's throwing a big bucket of water out the back of the wave.
Yeah, I really say that might actually be the best wave of the heat.
It's going to go close.
So, Rab, you're still out of the water. I remember
the
when
shoulder.
we were down in Sydney together doing some work, the shoulder, right?
Yeah, it's really taking a long time to come good. It's
Still
really,
haven't, yeah.
It's really bumming me out, actually. But anyway, it's what it is.
What have you been doing? Some work in the gym?
Yeah,
or-
I've been doing,
Yeah,
still doing stuff. Yeah, still doing stuff, mate, in the gym.
yeah.
You know.
Trying to get it strong.
Yeah.
It's all you can do.
It's all you can do.
Keep moving.
They take a while.
They do. Oh, actually, touch wood. I haven't done a
No.
shoulder, but yes. I want to see you back out there, Rab.
Yep. So Cade Kelly is
6.8, not the best wave of the heat, but
as you said, it could have wrapped up second place though, because there's under 2 minutes remaining. And here's Kai. He needs a good wave here. Hasn't been able to finish off properly yet. Get caught up again there. Recovers, but
wow, it's tricky out there backhand, Rabbi.
Oh.
I actually competed over at J-Bay in a specialty event, and it wasn't big.
Yeah.
It was, and you know how that is at J-Bay backhand.
And
so
backhand.
tricky when it's.
No.
I mean, it was bigger than this. It was 3 to 4 foot, but or maybe even 5 foot. But at J-Bay, you need to be 6 to 8 for your backhand, because otherwise
You can't get manoeuvres
you
done.
can't get manoeuvres done. And there's an air, and so I'm feeling for these backhanders today out there. It's just, like, it's tough. It's just a real small pocket.
Yeah, J-Bay's very much like that. Even at 3 to 4 foot, it's so on the bricks that
Yeah.
on your back and you're racing, but
Yeah.
how do you get a major manoeuvre in?
You can't.
No.
Yeah. Unless you're Yago Dora
Oh, yeah.
and you do a 10-foot air or a Gabrielle or a Talo, but aren't those boys surfing well at the moment? My goodness.
Yago Dora is surfing incredible.
The practice that he's had in that wave pool and the airs he's nailing now is just
Next
level. So it's going to be a great race for the world title this year. And we're coming down to 30 seconds. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to the broadcast. Got an A-grade team. Chris, thanks to everyone in the room helping us get this broadcast out. And I'll come back maybe later today, probably tomorrow. Enjoy the broadcast, and we'll be back. 14 seconds left. Here's White on a last-ditch effort. Actually, sorry, he's in second. Excuse me, he's just having fun. Congratulations to Zach Johnson and Cade Kelly. And there goes Zach on a victory lap and a little sliding 360.
Yeah.
We'll be throwing a break. Thank you, everyone, Rab. And
Just pop in whenever you want,
I
mate.
will pop in.
We're loving it.
When the boss tells me to.
No. Classic.
And Vaughan will be back. We're going to a break, and we'll be back right soon.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen. This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Here we are back at Snapper Rocks 2024 Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum. And geez, those we're right in the middle of winter here, Bugs, in Australia at the moment, and those Billabong Action Division ads are getting me pretty frothy, mate. Mindo and Creed McTaggart just ripping those icy walls far out.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff. And for up here, this is a real winter's day for us. Vaughan. I mean,
Yeah, I know you've got a flannelette shirt on.
Yeah, there you go.
That's about as close to a jumper as you need at Snapper, isn't it?
Still short sleeve.
Yeah, I know.
But no,
Classic.
it's just a wintry day. It's classic. You got to love it. The energy.
Yeah, mate, big swell on the way. We might see the start of it tomorrow, but yeah, we've been blessed. It's been an incredible run, like pretty much 5 years, maybe 6 years of just pump and surf. Can't remember the last time we had a flat spell, touch wood. Jai Neald, Rennie Galloway and Hemi O'Brien. Good heat here, under 16 boys. This is round 3. And Ren, wow, he's got a rangy backhand. Looks like a touch of the Callanans about that first turn.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Occy just pointed out how tricky it is on your backhand out here when it is this small. And I guess the deal is that if you get those long walls where you're racing, it's hard to get manoeuvres done if you get the ones that have a little bit of a taper on your backhand, you can get into that bottom turn, top turn combo, which he just did.
Oh, that's a nice opening snap. And this is the exchange as we come back on the replay. And yeah, nice little turn.
This is a better one.
So
and
Reddy got a couple of waves.
On your backhand, you see how he gets his speed down the line first. He gets around that section, then he's able to go to work. This is a clever ride.
Yeah, he squeezed a lot of juice out of that one. And beautiful scenes. You can just see, even at this size, you know, snapper, so much opportunity. Just such a beautiful wall, man. What a playground.
Yeah, it's a playground. Joe Neal, this is his playground. He surfs out here all the time.
Under 16s. It used to be the Premier Division, and now we've got the 18s in this event, Bugs, which is cool.
Really cool. You know, it's just an extension, another division. You know, 18. Well, you're still a Grom, really.
Look at that, two really nice snaps. Put it together really well. That was Jai. Yeah, mate, far out. Speaking of just eternal grommets, having Occy in the booth, what a joy. Fresh in from Africa, where he just looked like he was surfing as good as he's ever surfed the joint.
Oh, wow.
Hemi. Oh, he's done well to get around that lumpy ridge. Gets the one snap in. And now out the back, throws a little bit of flair into that turn.
Yeah, well, Jai Neal, he's moved back into first place here with that 6-point ride to go with his 5, 6, 7. So a pretty sharp beginning. Just 3 in this heat. It makes it a little bit easier to negotiate the lineup.
Yep. Yeah, it really feels like we're at the bottom of the tide here, Bugs, doesn't it? There's sort of not a whole lot of energy. There's no sort of fresh little push going on. We're just doing our very best.
Yeah, no. And as the tide moves in, hopefully a little bit, we should start to see just a little bit of that new swell starting to sort of collide with that underlying east swell. As small as it is a little east swell.
Who took out that last heat, Bugs? You were watching with Ock?
Yeah, that was, gosh, in the last heat.
Smithy?
I think Zach Johnson got that one. Cade Kelly had a last gasp effort, but Zach held on for the win.
All right, well, I think we got Zach with us. Zach, are you down there, mate?
Yep.
Welcome to the Occy's Grom comp, brother, and congratulations on another great result.
Thank you.
How is it out there?
It's pretty fun. When the sets come, it's pretty slow between, but just stoked to surf snapper with a couple people out.
That's awesome, mate. Where are you from?
I'm from here.
Oh, from here.
Yep.
Beauty. So you've got the local knowledge and you know how to snavel around the inside and sneak off on the little growers.
Yep.
Good stuff, mate. What are you hoping to get done in this event this year? Do you want to go all the way?
Yeah, I'm hoping to go all the way. Just stoked to get through the final day. It looks like we got some good waves coming tomorrow.
That's it, man. And will you be able to contain the froth tonight, or will you just be doing bed karate thinking about how barreled you could get tomorrow?
Oh, just thinking about how barreled I could get.
Nothing's changed. So what's the plan for the rest of the day, mate? Will you surf again, or are you just all psyched for tomorrow's now?
Just psyched for tomorrow. Might go for a free surf later, but yeah.
Good on you, Zach. That's awesome news, man. Can't wait to see you surf on finals day.
Thank you.
Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
My sponsors for supporting me.
Yep.
And Sharp Eye for making the best boards, and yeah.
Awesome. And just before you go, mate, who's your favourite surfer?
Ethan.
Ethan. Far out. Yep. Good choice, brother. Have a great little afternoon. We'll look forward to seeing you in the finals tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good on you. That's our last heat winner, Zachy. And he seems to feel pretty comfortable in this lineup by the looks of things, Bugs.
He looked very comfortable out there, and you know he's right at home. And Zach, he'll be frothing for tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And that's the real deal here. I mean, you know why it's become a major. It's always had a lot of prestige. Is because they're out at snapper, And the whole, it's not so much the trophies and all that, it is just getting through to another heat at snapper.
I know.
That's the goal.
It's the ultimate win.
It is the ultimate win.
I mean, Kelly Slater, let's use him as an example. A guy who surfed 10,000 heats, retires in Western Australia, and 2 weeks later pulls on a rashy so he can surf snapper with 3 other guys.
Exactly. How good's that?
I mean, that just shows you the allure of this wave. Rennie, oh, he's got a nice looking wave here from the drone. Is he going to get around it? He does. And there's that little ridge, little backside snap. Great drone angle here, and another clever little wave here from Rennie. Just staying busy, Bugs.
Yeah, and I do like the way that he thinks down the line first, and on the back end you can sacrifice it and just do that one big turn first stop. But even here, even now, he goes further down the line, uses that the lip there to launch himself further down the line. Doesn't quite pull off that final turn. You know, he was just trying to squeeze that extra one in. Sometimes you're nearly better off just going for that big, massive turn earlier and sacrificing the squeezed in final turn, which kind of, to me, nearly takes points off you.
Right, yeah, because you were saying that's the difficulty. You've got a choice to make. You either fang down the line and put it all into like 1 or 2, or you try and just squeeze, 2 or 3 in, and sometimes to your own detriment. So Jai nailed it out in front here, Bugs, and 5.67 and a 6. Good heat score at the moment.
Yeah, it's a solid heat score. It's probably not safe, but Hemi is sort of languishing a little bit there. He's only got that 3.1. He needs to get a little bit of a wriggle on. Plenty of time left. We're still in the first half of the heat.
Heard you and Occy talking about, the fact that this is back on the CT Snapper Rocks next year. Congrats to WSL. The tour is really starting to look like the dream tour that we know and love and want it to be. Cloudbreak will be the WSL finals venue next year, which is another thing to look forward to. I can't imagine what it must feel like to be a grommet, and you can picture yourself in those heats. You can put the big affirmation in place as you run down to the beach with a singlet on in the Occy Grom comp, because it's somewhere in your brain you're going, I want this, but I want it at that next level at some point in my life.
Well, let's look at the pathway to get there.
Yeah.
Now, this is the beginning, and it's amazing that at the beginning you're surfing one of the ultimate breaks.
Yeah.
And a CT location.
Next level.
So then they go from this to probably Pro Junior, because now we've got the 18s in the Occy.
Yep.
They go to Pro Junior, they go to Regional QS. From there, you've got to thread the eye of the needle. The Australian QS has so much depth, it's very hard to make it into the Challenger Series. And it's really from the Challenger Series that you're competing against the best regional surfers from all around the world. And then out of that 10 go through to the CT.
I'll tell you what I love, Bugs, about the regional Q, particularly the Australian Oceanic region, which it does combine with the Asia region as well. And that is that it's a full-blown dream tour in its own right, mate. I mean, did you cop the waves at Cruy and Nias this year?
My God.
Next level. Hemi. So he's going to pull the trigger. Like all these grommets are getting the opportunity, if they can stay on the path and they want to get there, they still get the opportunity to surf world-class waves with all their mates.
Oh my gosh.
It's cool.
That Nias event was absolutely unbelievable.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, so they're surfing incredibly quality waves. I'm sure a few of the other regions are looking a little bit envious, going, wow, these guys get to surf Nias.
Mate. I feel like half the Challenger Series crew were looking at it going, are you kidding me?
Exactly.
Bolito's on right now, I believe.
Right now.
So that's going to be a big event.
Yeah, it's a pivotal event.
Halfway mark.
Yeah, it's a halfway mark of the Challenger Series. There's been a couple of good starters. Mikey McDonough had the big win out here. He had, I thought that, he had that quarterfinal with Dakota Walters, and I thought one of those two could have gone on to win the event, and it worked out that way. George Pitar is solid.
Yep.
But then you've got all, the best of the best from around the world, and some guys haven't yet to make their mark on the Challenger Series. That could come to the fore between Bolito and US Open at Huntington. changes things up again. Although, having said that, Bolito is kind of similar to here.
Yep.
In that you can get some, it's the same latitude, sort of same climate.
Yeah.
So it's not that different to snapper.
And it can get thick and punchy.
You sure can.
Just want them to get this, get the opportunity. Saw some amazing 10-point rides from Jacob Wilcox last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great location. Challenger Series, all eyes on it at the moment.
Oh, most definitely.
Geordie Lawler, what about that performance down in Narrabeen as well?
And it's one of those amazing things in sport. Like, he was just about ready to throw it all in, go, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
And he came in as a wild card. Now he's won. So surely they'll keep inviting him.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm
I've
pretty
heard
sure
through
they
the
will.
grapevine.
And I think that's a great initiative of WSL. They've got those extra spots now that the CT guys aren't competing in it. And those extra spots, they can look at something like, an emerging talent. I mean, Geordie's been around for quite a while, but emerging from sort of outside the qualification.
Yeah, yeah. No, you've got to have the door open for, those freaks of nature who might not necessarily feel like a grind, but can put it up against the best. Seen it happen so many times. Wild card winners at CT events. It's a story as old as the CT itself.
Yeah, well, Mikey Wright's a classic example how he got on a roll and they just kept inviting him. And if you keep winning and keep getting big results, the invitations keep coming, and the next minute you're in the CT.
Yep, Baron Mamiya as well. So next heat, preparing here, the long run out over the sand. There's iconic rocks, and here goes Jai Neild off the bottom. He's picked off a gem. Beautiful snap off the top. Combos. It up and a third. This is a really nice ride, Bugs.
Such a great ride here by Jai. Those first two turns, so well executed. Timing, power, fluid.
That'll be his top score for sure.
Yeah,
he's frothing too.
It's the best score of the heat so far.
Love to ask you this, Bugs, as we look at this replay. So you can tell that he's just perfectly in rhythm with this wave here.
Yeah, those first two turns, solid. And now he just sort of plays with this wave. He knows he's already got a big score on the board. Just a sort of a pretty bit of a weak finish. The wave itself weakened, but those first two turns were the money.
Yeah, gave himself a little shout of encouragement as he went to paddle back out. But mate, I wanted to ask you, back in your day, these days when we see someone really stomp a clutch move or whatever, they'll kind of flex out at the judges, look straight at the tower. Was there much of that going on in your time?
No, there wasn't really. No.
I can't imagine it.
No, there wasn't really. You would have got mugged on the beach.
Just got fully every competitor would have just crumb cutlet in the shorey for sure.
Yeah, no, it was a really great barrel could have still, be a bit, you come out with a bit of exultation.
Yep.
With a bit of stoke.
Oh, wow. Hemi finally gets a wave that, I would say has given him at least a couple of opportunities to get a couple of turns off. His wave selections kind of let him down in this one.
Well, he's going to be in this heat now because second place is pretty much up for grabs. 7.33 for Jai Neild. That really makes a little bit of space between him and the field. But Hemi might have got himself in this heat. You see Reen down the line here. Small wave, it looks like, on his backhand. He's going to have to get going, bouncing. Look at that ridge he's got to get over.
Oh,
no.
Man. See, that might have been a telling error here from Rennie.
A bad move, I think.
Because he had his position, he had priority, and he's sort of just taken off on a nothing wave, left the door open here for Hemi.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a brain explosion. I mean, it's still in his favour. He's still sitting in second spot. And Hemi, well, that is his score, that 4.17. So,
yeah,
he's still got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, mid-range 5 will do it.
But he left the door open. The door is open now because of that kind of inexplicable move there. It was a strange one, especially for a goofy. He must have seen something that we didn't.
Such a tiny, tiny wave. And I'm also thinking back to that little 3-turn combo that could have just been a 1-2 for Rennie as well. You said it yourself, Bugs, you know, like that last turn was just kind of had nothing on it.
Yep.
So we'll see. We'll see. He's still in a good position here, Rennie Galloway, and built a good heat so far. Hemi O'Brien, his wave selection hasn't been on point, but at least he's got a 4 now. But it's Jai Neild who's out in front. And 7.33 for his last wave. No surprise.
No, it was the wave of the heat, that's for sure.
Mate, I'd love to get your take. Speaking of grommets who, you know, see the pathway and just annihilate it. Katie Simmers, 3 wins in 1 season. That's sort of, that's special stuff. That's the source you don't really see a whole lot of.
No, it is special stuff. It actually puts a little bit of pressure on her coming into trestles because, you know, you think, is it hers to lose sort of thing? But she certainly knows how to she knows how to close it out. She knows how to win finals.
She does, mate, and she's done it in some pretty gnarly situations. That was just a full shutdown on the weekend, but her Bells final was clutch, you know, last wave, under pressure, had to get it done. Just attack mode.
Attack mode. You know, I mean, her, you know...
18, Bugs. She's 18 years old.
Caitlin and Molly Picklum have been the two, you know, standout new surfers coming on that really, you know, you'd have to say represent a changing of the guard.
So right.
Now, having said that, Carissa's, you know, having time off. Stephanie Gilmore's had a year off. Let's see what happens there, you know?
Yeah, there is an opportunity for the Queens to come back and flex a bit of muscle.
Because their surfing is so timeless. You know, Chris has got that incredible power. Stephanie with that fluid, beautiful surfing. You saw her at J Bay. She looks as good as ever.
Yeah, she looked incredible over there. I was just loving her on that Ryan Birch board. Well, 12 seconds to go here, Bugs, and it looks like Rennie's going to get away with it. Jai Neild out in front, Rennie Galloway in second, Hemi O'Brien in third. So bad luck there to Hemi, but in the end, Rennie, he did enough in his first couple of waves, Bugs, to just seal it.
He really sealed it. That 7.33 sealed the deal for Jai. Well done, moving through.
All right, we're going to have a quick break here from Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum. Back with more in just a moment. Jess Starling in the booth.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the 2024 Billabong Occy Grom Comp. My name's Jess Starling. I'm joined by my good friend, Stace Galbraith. How you going, Stace?
Jess Starling. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great. I'm really great, actually. I've just been wandering around the event site. I even had a chat with Occy. This is like really surreal for me, if I'm being honest, because I competed in this event, I reckon like, how old am I? I just turned 22. So 5 years ago now.
Wow.
And now I get to watch the whole next generation come through.
Sunny, looking good. Vaughn Deadly looking good. Got himself a new jacket in Tokyo.
Looking ready.
He's looking ready. No, I know what you mean.
It's crazy.
I'm about 10 years older than that, and I just have the greatest memories of this event of being like at Off the Wall D-Bar.
Yeah, that's where it was for me too.
And it was firing, and I didn't think Grom events could get any better than that. And here we are at Snapper Rocks. It can get better.
It can get better.
Although, obviously, we know what Snapper's capable of. Even on a day like today, this is still going to be one of the greatest canvases that these kids get to work with, you know, for their whole junior calendar competitive season. It's been exciting to watch the development of this event.
Yeah, it's been so cool. I mean, I was even frothing just having it at Deba. Like getting to come up here from Narrabeen, it was just so fun. This is Jesse Ferguson. He's from the sunny coast. Just a quick in and out. But yeah, I just think it's so cool. I was saying to Laura earlier, these guys have surfed a heat out snapper before I have. I've never surfed a heat out snapper before.
Yeah, true.
I'm like,
Usher Cup?
Nah,
this year, next year.
True's,
True,
yeah,
older
True.
sister.
Yeah,
you might have to
pick.
spike her cereal.
Put me in. Let me surf.
Oh, geez, I'm starting to sound old, but yeah, there wasn't any e-bikes kicking around in our Occy Grom comp era. Fergo off the end. This is not surprising, really, how intelligent like all these youngsters are. Really, is it, Jess? Like they've been using Priority for so long now, and all the events have it. And now we're like live broadcasting the last 2 days of this event.
Ooh, Leo. 2 really solid turns.
Reminded me of a young Rory Togo with that hair. Rory, local lad from around here, stylish, goofy footer, and had a big afro himself at the same age.
Yeah, I like Leo's surfing. I actually kind of only got my first glimpse of him at the Osgrom Cup this year. He is cool, and he's really like competitively calm. This is Jesse's 2-turner. He's just a frother. I feel like he'll catch about 15 waves in this heat.
Leo off the end, like you said, he does. He looks relaxed on the wave, doesn't he? Which is a hard thing to do. Like in a 20-minute heat, the rashy goes on. You just want to, especially at that age, you just want to go, go, go. So if you can look relaxed on your board, it's a definite skill.
And then this is Kai. We see him out here a little bit actually too. Even snapper this small just looks so fun. I'd be so frothing even if it was a QS out here today.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even at this size, like this, the sand is so good at the minute, and we're going to have the tide coming in all day, which is. You know, depending on the swell direction and the size, actually a bit of water on the bank, which you'll see throughout the day, actually does wonders for it. It kind of moves down away from the rock a little bit, but actually hits the inside bit a little better, and yeah, it'll give these kids plenty to work with.
This is the under 16, so this is actually quite an important event for this division. I was just talking to Glenn Elliott. So this is one of 5 10,000s, but I'm going to get back to that point right after this because we're going to go down and talk to Jai. Jai, congrats on taking out the heat number 3. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was really fun actually. Just pretty small, but you know when snapper's this small, it's still like really fun.
Yeah, getting to surf a heat out here is pretty surreal. Like even having Laura in the booth this morning, she didn't get to surf her first heat out here till CT. So how cool is it for you guys to be able to come to snapper and surf events here?
Yeah, I think it's like really good how we just get to surf here with 3 other people in a heat, and we get to experience it like at a young age. So that's so sick.
Jai, it's Stace here, mate.
Oh yes, Stace.
Come on, bruv. You get to surf here every week in a bloody club round with no one out. Tell us how you really feel.
I'm like, I don't even know what to say. I'm so stoked.
No, I got one for you. How does it feel being a local coming in this event? How badly do you not want to blow it?
Oh, when I'm going into a heat, I'm like, oh, please, come on, just like, give me some waves. I'm like, I need to make it through a couple heats for the local boys.
Yeah, so what's that pressure like? Obviously, you got plenty of kids coming from like not only the country, but all around the world. You've obviously got that local intel. How hard is it to, you know, obviously you've got that to use to your advantage. Can you see this wave actually, Jai?
Oh, I can't see.
No, that's all right. That's all right. It's all done and dusted. But yeah, what's it like having that kind of advantage in your court, but also, you know, making sure that you use it properly?
Well, it's like I'm seeing people coming here and they're really good surfing. I'm like, oh, where do I sit? It's like, I'm like, do I go behind the rock? Nah, it's too small. I go down the line and then there's a couple. It's so sick. Like, it's like crazy.
What's your best result at this event, mate? I reckon this might be up there from memory.
Well, I got knocked first round last year.
Yeah,
so
I do remember that.
So that's fun, but this year's going a bit better, so that's good.
Mate, you're on fire. What are you up to now? Does this mean you're into the quarters?
Yeah, I'm in the quarters.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
What are you riding?
I'm riding the Juliet. Yep, with the Mick Fanning fins in them. So they're going pretty magical out there.
What size fins do you use?
Medium.
Beautiful.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jai. We'll let you get back to it. But
Yeah.
yeah, we'll see you in the quarters.
Thanks heaps, guys.
On your Jai.
Have a good one.
Local boy.
Local lad, Jai nailed. Playing it calm. But yeah, you know, being in the snapper board riders is obviously going to be a massive advantage to anyone that's surfing heats out here because, I don't know, it's kind of a pretty compact lineup, but there is little small peaks that you can sit on or move around, like, you know, similar to every wave around the world. They've got their little tricks and stuff that someone like Jai definitely knows.
Yeah.
I think of someone like Sheldon Simkus when the Challenger Series comes to town, how well Sheldon uses the whole bank. Not just like what Jai said. It's not just behind the rock. It can be down the line. It can be off the keyhole, just depending on the tide. So, yeah, Jai will definitely be one to look out for in the 16s. Particularly, I do remember his heat last year. He unfortunately just was out of rhythm with the sets and didn't get through. So I know he'd be stoked to be doing this well this year.
Oh, yeah. It means so much, I feel like, to surf heats at home and get through heats at home. And to lose first round at home, is like, it hurts so much more than losing anywhere else. Especially when all your family and friends are on the beach and you're just like, oh, sick.
School teachers,
granddad,
like everyone's on the beach. If you've got a local job or something, you know, the owner of the cafe, whatever, everyone's coming down. Everyone wants to see you do well. Luckily enough, they're still going to love you, win, lose or draw.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's hard to feel that in the moment, though. You definitely see these kids; they put a lot of pressure on themselves.
But like I was saying, the under 16 and the under 18s, this is a really, I mean, it's an important event for everyone, but it's quite important for these guys because there's a new program for these guys, which moves them through to qualify for the ISA. And this is one of the events that helps them qualify for it. This is Leo, though. I really love his style. It's really cool, calm, and collected. But there's 5 10,000s across the year. This is one of 2 in Queensland. And to win a 10,000 is huge. The person who wins, it goes towards the rankings. The person who wins the rankings at the end of the year goes to the ISAs. The person who wins the Aussie titles goes to the ISAs, and then there's a wild card. So Jesse's currently leading the rankings.
Cool.
So he wants to stay there until the end of the year so that he can go to the ISA World Games when the next one is.
That's right. Yeah, it's always been a massive one, the ISA World Games, and these, you know, the Aussie titles used to be the only way to kind of guarantee yourself a spot. And it's cool to see, like, that, you know, Surfing Australia and all these teams, the brands and everyone behind these events are trying to work out the best and fairest way to pick the best team to represent Australia, because it's actually, as much as it is about the individual result, go and represent your country is actually a much bigger deal than just any individual result. So any kid that gets a chance to do that is obviously you know, a massive feather in their cap and a great experience for anyone that's been able to do that. So yeah, it used to just be the Aussie titles, which again wasn't always the fairest way to determine that person, just because it's kind of like a, you know, just one event. It could be 100 foot down in Victoria, or it could be 2 foot at North Stratty, and the world title could be somewhere that you need to be, you know, a different surfer for that wave or whatever it may be. So, yeah, I think they've got it bases all covered. You could do well at the Aussies, well at the 10,000s, or you could just be potentially putting together some really quality media that, you know, makes you a valid wild card, or, you know, you might have one really big result and then break your leg and you're still available if you come good by the end of the year or whatever it may be. So, yeah, you weren't wrong here, Jess. The other Jess in the heat, he's definitely maximising his 20 minutes here.
Yeah, he's going to catch, I reckon, as many waves as possible. That's always, I feel like, been his strategy in heats. I feel like he watches everyone's competitive strategy a lot, but always sticks to his own. He just catches so many waves. Every Grom comp I've ever commentated, he's caught at least 8 to 10 waves per heat.
Yeah, you can see, and I mean, at this point in the event, like, just keep chipping away and adding some scores and putting a bit of pressure on Kai. Kai's got one really good score on the board there, or you know, maybe not really good. That might be a bit of an over-exaggeration, but just he's got a score that he could build on there, the 4-4. He could be in this heat with a 6-5-7 range if a wave comes his way. But just as that clock counts down and those kinds of, you know, opportunities become less and less, you know, the strategy that Jesse's got going here could pay off. The interesting one, which we've seen happen a lot this event, you know, obviously this is the first day that we've broadcasted it, but there's been a lot of heats where a surfer hasn't caught a wave for, you know, this amount of time, just like Taj right now. So I don't know, if you're friends and family of Taj and you're watching it online, I wouldn't be stressing.
No.
You can have a 90-second heat out here pretty easily. So we'll see how this next kind of 8 minutes unfolds for Taj. But I kind of like the fact that he's just sticking to his guns because there's probably only 2 scores there that he needs to be worried about. It's the 6 and the 613. Everything else is kind of just padding at this point.
Yeah, I feel like even, these guys are using priority as well. Like he's obviously got first priority. There's no point really freaking out and turning on one of those super small insiders at this point. Like for him, you can see he looks a little bit frustrated right now. But just to stick to your guns, get one of those mid to bigger size range sets. 2 turns, honestly.
Well, it's an awesome challenge. Like so many of these kids would want to, for sure, they all just want to get out there and ride waves. But how he's surfing a heat right now is actually a lot more relevant to, say, like a Challenger Series event or even the World Tour. You watch the guys on the World Tour at a wave like this, they don't stand up 20 times.
No.
They stand up 3 or 4 times on really quality waves and then they perform. So, yeah, he'd be stressing, to put it lightly, but it's an awesome chance to kind of see what you're made of and see what he can, drum up in this last kind of 7 minutes.
Looks like he's having a bit of a paddle for this one now, so gonna go one of those smaller ones. It might run off a little bit quick too, but gets a turn in, goes down. Oh, that is some of the worst feelings in the world.
It's going to be even worse feeling if this wave has got better shape to it, which it kind of doesn't. So it's like, looks like nothing in that set's going to eventuate.
But you've been coming down every day. I want to know, because this is my first day down at the event. Has there been any crazy standouts for you?
There was a really good heat the other day with Juniper Harper and Miller Brown, and I forget who else was in that heat, but they were absolutely ripping. And it was the same kind of thing. Like, everyone got a good start, and then there was this like massive lull in the middle, and it came down to kind of 2 big exchanges. There were some waves in the middle that were ridden, and people got some sort of smaller scores. I think Bodie Simon or Summer was in that heat. I'm not too sure. One of the Simon sisters there was in that heat, and it was, I don't know, it was just a cool display of these kids are young and they're Groms, but the heat looked like a CT heat as far as it rolled out in the strategy. You had to be really good with like one opportunity.
Yeah.
And and they basically all stood up. It just kind of came down to the fact of who picked the better wave, and I think it might have been Juniper and Miller that ended up getting through that one. But you wouldn't say the other 2 girls were surfing bad. They were ripping, but it was just one of those ones that the rhythm of how you start your heat and where you end up in priority for that last exchange is obviously, sometimes out of your control. So it was, it was cool to watch that unfold. And it's, surfing at Snapper goes without saying, it's just a lot different to any, kind of beach break around the country that these guys are going to surf in.
Well, yeah, I was talking to Laura this morning, and I was like, tell me what's it kind of like surfing a heat out here, because I've never actually surfed, other than Crewy, I've never really surfed a heat on a point break. And she was like, it's crazy because you're letting perfect waves go in hopes to paddle over and get a better perfect wave. And there's Jesse. There were 2 really nice turns there. He liked it. Needs a 5-7 to the lead. I actually reckon that could go there. I liked those 2 turns. But yeah, Laura was like, it's the most wild experience surfing a heat out here. Going, that is a perfect wave, but I know there's an even more perfect one behind it.
Totally. Kai up and riding now. He's had a fall on his last wave. To me, he's probably looked the sharpest and sort of spiciest on his board to this point. He just hasn't been able to kind of pull it together.
Here we go. This is the replay of Jesse. I like it, Stace. That first turn, but this second turn I really liked.
Yeah, his timing was really good.
Yeah, and
really good.
You see that kid clapping on the beach? He liked
Zach
it.
Attack Johnson. Zach Attack's all-day wetty wearer. He'll be down here all day. There's a pretty good-looking wave out the back. Leo, unfortunately, just kind of, you just saw him pretty, like, honest bottom turn, like, really kind of genuine, went really far out onto the flat water there, which is, on a day like today with the wave and the curve and the tide and everything, he'll look to amend that on his next one and just kind of stick towards the middle of the face, I'd say. As we see out the back, this is a super important wave for Taj. He's by no way out of this heat. He needs to execute on this wave, though.
2 turns, 2 quick turns together, though. It's one of those moments. I mean, you spent so many years coaching, probably still do a bit of coaching.
Oh, you're always coaching. You never lose it, Jess. You coach every heat, even every 1,000 everywhere around the world. Every time you're watching, you're always thinking and strategizing, yelling at the screen, all those things.
But was that wave of Taj, it was as a coach's perspective, was it more of those waves you wanted to see him maybe drop that first turn and just do a bigger second turn? Or as a coach, would you be happy with these 2 turns?
Oh, yeah, look, I think it's probably just been a wave selection thing for Taj. I mean, his performance on the wave that he stood up on is fine. It's more just like that wave was never going to give him an opportunity for much more than that. He could have been better, you're right, like dropping down a bit lower might have been cool, but then he might have not fit the second one in. So I understand what you mean, but it's like just overall, no matter who you were on that wave, there was probably never more than a 4 in it.
Yeah.
At best. And I think you get to see, like, to your point, you really like Jesse's wave, and you're spot on. Like, he got a 7, Taj got a 4. There's a really nice comparison of what the judges are looking for. You know, you'll get a score if you can fit a couple of quick turns in there, but what they're really looking for is, like, big, expansive, full rail turns, and, you know, you get to see that in the comparisons quite clearly. A 7 for Jesse and a 4 for Taj. And I don't know if this is this is another wave after the 7.
He's just got so many waves. That was wave number 7 for the heat so far. There's 2 minutes to go. I'm calling 2 more waves for Jesse.
I reckon. Yeah, why not?
In the last 2.
He looks like he might be like kind of down the line in prio too, so you can kind of get away with it.
Yeah, I like it. Especially when it's small like this. I feel like it's a coach's worst nightmare. Except, I mean, it's so perfect and point breaks are so different, but like when it's small and it's like 1 foot and you see your athlete just sitting and waiting.
If you're the better surfer, it definitely makes sense to try and ride more waves, but it will get to a point now where like he's looking to better the 613 here. I'd like to see him show his fins or just kind of maybe try and mix up a bit of variety a little bit, because the judges are only human, and as they score him through the rounds, particularly when it comes up to man on man, you do want to make sure you do save a little bit of variety in the tank for your surfing, which I know Jesse has. And he's done the job really well in this heat. But if you want to win these events, you've got to have a little something left in the tank by the time you get to the finals.
No, totally agreed. Taj, this is more like it for him. And he likes it too. Claims it needs a 7.56. But I liked Leo's last wave, and he only needs to better a 5.83.
Yeah, they're all great rides. They're going to give the judges plenty to think about. If I'm Taj, I'm thinking I need another wave here. He surfed that wave. That was the best wave that he'd surfed in this heat. But there's been some other good waves in this heat as well. So he certainly looked like, tight and sharp, and another nice little snap in the pocket there. Outside. Kai Alcala, this kid's got a nice style.
Oh, this is a nice inside wedge to it, this bowl. I feel like some of the waves almost back off in that inside bit, but that one really, he made the most of it. And then Leo, don't know if that was before.
Yeah, we'll leave that up to the judges. I don't think it'll really matter, just the one turn there. But yeah, just sometimes the webcast and the siren can have a little delay. And as we see some scores trickle in there, Jess.
Yeah, Leo, for his last wave, a 7.67 puts him up into the lead. So that was like a 4-turner for Leo. I really love his backhand. I think it's so classy. It's just, it looks old school.
Yeah, it does. He's got great timing. Doesn't, like you said, he's calm. He never looks rushed.
Taj there locking in a 6.67. So he did need another wave. He was looking for a 6.47, so doesn't get the score. He needed another wave, like you said.
He did need another wave there. We just thought that Leo was obviously going to better his situation there, which is obviously going to push the requirement up. But Taj can be stoked that he finally put one together there. Just kind of the way that his heat panned out, he just needed another wave.
So it was Leo Matchett and Jesse Ferguson making their way through. We're going to go to a short break and come back for the under-16 boys round 3, heat number 3, right after this.
watchmen on the tower, all sleeping, and the men have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
Welcome back to the Occy Grom comp down here at Snapper. Any Grom's dream to rock up today and set up a heat here. Definitely was one of mine as a Grom.
Massively. But also, like, just absolutely, you know, can't sleep the night before. Just thinking about, like, oh my God, I'm going to have a heat against, you know, XYZ superstar that I've seen on Instagram. As we see Benny Zanata Cray here. This was just at the very, very start of the heat there. We're catching up with the replay and unfortunately unable to ride out of that second manoeuvre. I mean, from my opinion at least. We'll see what the judges reckon. Caden Francis flying down the line here. Proud member of the Snapper Rocks board riders and gets to surf this wave all the time. And you can just tell they're like the kids that grow up on the points. They're just so patient with their timing. As Benny here, he's definitely got the edge on the power base when it comes to this age group for sure. He's a massive unit.
Yeah.
And the score there reflecting that, a 7.67 for Ben. It's a great start.
Yeah, and speaking of 7.67, someone who got that in the last heat, Leo, is going to join us for a chat. Leo, congrats on taking the win.
Thank you.
How was it out there? It looks so fun. It's so dreamy, even though it's small.
Yeah, it was pretty challenging out there. It was like really slow, but I got my first wave. Yeah, it was just hard out there.
God, what was so hard about it?
I don't know, it was so small and fast, so I didn't really know, like, it was hard to find what turns to do on the sections because it was really, like, strange.
You got a beautiful style, Leo. Great tempo on the wave. I actually don't think you found it that challenging, Mabru.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I feel like when right at the end of that heat then so many big scores were being dropped, did you feel like you were freaking out a little bit?
Oh, yeah. When Taj got that wave, I was like, no, surely not. And then I felt a bit confident, though, because I got that wave before. So, yeah, it was pretty hard.
Nice hair. I reckon you probably could have kept it dry all heat, though. Maybe in your next one.
Yeah.
All right, Leo. Well, we loved watching your style. We both said we reckon it's so classy and cool. But best luck in the next round. And, yeah, we'll see you out there soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Well done, Leo.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
I remember seeing like
Sorry, I'm just poking fun at the kids there because I think that we all look at our heroes and we all watch that and they all kind of come in like any football kind of interview.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's hard. I just got the 2 points. It's hard. It's like, come on, Grom, this is a dream.
Yeah,
You
no,
know, and
literally.
I'm just
I love it.
making a bit of fun. But I
it.
think that like the wave counts, even though it's small, the wave counts are high enough to make this, this day of competition fair. No one's getting hung out to dry. Like even Taj in the last heat, he had his opportunities. It just didn't come together for him,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that, and I'm also too, this is my local. I hate it when people cook it.
Oh my God.
We could have the comp at Tugan.
Yeah.
Way worse.
Yeah, literally. No, this is a dream. I love it. I love that you're poking the bear.
It's cool to see, and like you get to see like all the different styles too. Like, wow, it's a crazy start from Ocean there. He got kind of half the wave that Ben had, but he was able to extract like pretty similar score, 6.67 there. So this heat's been amazing.
Even though this is a 3-man heat, I would call this one of the hardest heats.
Oh, for sure.
Like all three of those surfers in this division are so incredibly talented.
Yeah.
And Caden, he just got picked to go to Stab High. It's not like anyone gets picked to go there. So, well, and there goes Ben saying, "Where's my pick?" But you're right. This wave, it was half the wave that Ben got, but this second turn here, I loved it. I love that little moment he spent at the bottom as well before he got back up there.
Such good timing.
Yeah, 6.67. Any one of these guys could be in the final.
Totally. And it's like everyone's got a start in this heat that they can work with. So, this next exchange, particularly for Caden, is really, really important. He's, a kind of a point and a bit off the, second at the minute, just on the single best waves. And Caden's super smart. His heat IQ is right up there, He watches all the CT heats. He hangs out with Tom Whitaker a lot. He's good friends with Griffin and Crosby and all these boys. And so he knows right now, and he's going to have to make a really good decision on this next wave. Wow, Ocean. Wow, that was mental.
I feel like I get really invested in the airs too. Like they put so much into it, and right at the last minute, I'm like, no, because you want them to make it.
I mean, you saw that with the Stab High event. So many of the airs they were made, but they just, for whatever reason, just couldn't put the garnish on top and ride out. And this was another example. I mean, you used to just do airs when the wind was on shore, but these kids are so talented now, the way they direct their boards and how they can send the air out to the flat rather than up into the sky. They manufacture the wind to be favourable to them no matter what way it's blowing. So, Ocean did everything right there. I think even though he fell, he should take a lot of confidence out of that attempt, because, I mean, if he tries that another 1 or 2 more times, there's no way he's not making one.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like all three of these surfers, even though their styles might differ a little bit, they all have a really similar variety, so I think these guys will all definitely feed off each other. Like Ben did an air, so then you see Ocean, he wants to go and do an air that's better than what that was. So I love the competitiveness between these three surfers. But I just think, Ben, his style of competitive kind of reminds me of Jesse Ferguson. He usually turns a lot of waves and heats as well. Even in the first 2 minutes, he had like 3 waves. So this is kind of weird for him to be sitting, but Ocean down the line.
This looks like a bomb. Ocean Lancaster. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a big let off for Caden Francis there. And Ocean knows it, man. That potentially had the heat in that wave, I want to say. First turn was incredible.
And then Benny. He's from the northern beaches of Sydney, works with Nick James. I'm sure Nick is probably watching this heat right now.
It's cool to see all these kids going for it. All of them had an air attempt. All of them that have had more than one wave, Ocean and Ben. Once they put that one score on the board, they're starting to show that flair, which is it's so awesome to see.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Ocean as well, like touching on something you said a few heats ago, he's using the field. He's up the point, he's down the point. He got this from down the point, and this had a beautiful wall. That first turn, like you said, he got a 5 off the back of just that one turn.
That's, like you said, you see the frustration there not making that second turn. He knew there was some big points on that wave had he have made the second turn. Yeah, that was sick. I love the combo there. And, that kind of stuff done on a set wave is going to be, the knockout punch. So hopefully he can keep that attitude throughout the rest of this heat as we see Caden there just waiting patiently. And this is what we spoke about earlier, Jess. Like, these are the opportunities that you kind of need to create for yourself, put yourself in this position to kind of see what you're made of.
Yeah.
And I know this, I might sound like Caden's in a really tough position, and to be honest, he is. He's had the worst start. He's waited the longest, and now with all of this pressure building up on him with the clock counting down, it's going to be a great opportunity to see how good his decision making is with his 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and you know what too, like, when I was doing this event, we didn't have priority. So it was like we were scrapping.
Yeah.
You know?
At this point in the heat, with 10 minutes to go without priority, yellow and red would just be sitting on you.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be over.
Yeah.
So this is so cool, the priority. You get to see that. And we get to see, Caden's obviously got the talent, so we'll see what he can do as we see Benny flying down the line here, Jess.
Takes it.
Oh,
no.
Wow. Frothing on all these attempts, though. Like, this is the kind of age group where you really become pretty formative in your aerial surfing in your heats, and unless you start trying, you're never going to know. So it's so awesome to see, how confident these boys look when they're flying down the line.
Yeah, I was actually you kind of get built with excitement when they're flying down the line for so long, like Ben was here, and then takes it, got so much
sick.
pop.
He got a cool style in the air too. He's got everything's in the right place. It's just but you make a good point too, even from a judge's perspective, it's just that anticipation.
Yep.
If you're excited, the judges are going to be excited.
Yep.
If you're watching and your friends are like, whoa, he's flying down the line, well, what's he going to do? it's just a nice thing to have about your surfing.
Yeah.
And it can come in many different ways. Like we saw Leo in the last heat, his body was very quiet, he's super calm, but that built anticipation because you're like, how's he going to get the board up and lip there? He's barely moving his body, but then bang, big fin bust. And then whereas like Benny's got a lot more body language, but it's, you know, it's equally as kind of entertaining. It's just, that's what's so cool about surfing. There's so many different styles and so many different ways you can approach a wave. And as long as you're keeping the people watching you interested in your surfing, that's gonna translate into, you know, obviously this kid's looking for scores, but it's a, you know, it can be more than just scores, you know.
I vividly remember being like 15, maybe 14, 15, and Chris Davidson, I was like right in the peak of like, I wanted to do every single Grom comp there was and be in every single heat. And it was like right at the time I fell in love with competitive surfing. And I remember going to Davo, like, what should I do? Like, how should I surf heats? And he was like, you are an entertainer at basis of everything. Yes, you want to be an athlete and everything, but you are an entertainer. You were there to entertain people. So go out there and put on a show.
Definitely.
Like that. And obviously Davo was the epitome of that.
Totally.
You know, so I'm sure if I asked someone else, they might have been like, well, you want to be calculated and smart.
Totally,
but at that point in time, it made so much sense to me because I was like, yeah, you're right. So I'd always go out there and want to like do the best I can to, you know.
With the chances you're given. Like, you know, obviously every kid wants to go out and get a 10. And that's cool. We all want to do that. But that wave might not present itself. But with whatever opportunity you're presented with, like you said, you've got to make sure your best effort's kind of on display. And if it's not, you go home and think about, you know, how you could have done better or what decisions you made and what you might be able to work on next time. But it's like, you know, I kind of hope I didn't jinx it in this heat. We'd like to think that everyone's going to get at least their chance to show that today.
Yeah, but I feel like each one of these surfers are both being smart, being heat smart, but also putting on a performance. And I think to have that so young is like quite almost scary in a way.
It is. Yeah, it really is.
Because
it's like if they're learning that this young, like they're going to be so gnarly by the time they're on the tour.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
By the time they're like, oh, I might scratch around a QS.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be going, what?
Yep, totally.
You know? Just everyone who's been battling for the Challenger Series for the last 3 to 5 years, and then these Groms come on.
They're the scariest ones when they come on because they've just got nothing to lose. But weirdly enough, it's sort of that mentality of having nothing to lose. It doesn't last forever.
No,
and it's about this age group in these fields where you start to feel that kind of, I can't let it go. I have to make the most of this.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that 16, 18 age bracket, that's kind of why I made the comment before about the airs. I don't have any stats to back this up, but you do, I want to say you kind of see that little bit of regression into the 18s because they know they can probably just get away with it with a wrap finish. There's my 8, all good.
Yeah.
But if you stop doing that in your heats, you become out of practice with it. And so you always want to make sure that you are trying like your best, not always just like what's going to get you through the heat. Because being smart's an important part of being a pro surfer, but you know, the best surfer is the one winning the world titles. And that's guys like John Florence, Gabriel Medina. So they're doing the best surfing, as well as being incredibly intelligent.
Benny, like I said, he just loves to turn waves. Paddled himself up the point too, deeper than everyone.
Yep. I love that for a few reasons. Obviously, he gave himself the chance to better the 5.23, but it just might create a bit of doubt in Caden because Benny knows better than anyone. Ocean and Caden could go bang, bang in this next exchange. No one's really, you know, the 7.67 with Ben's great, but he's only backed that up with a 5. You know, this wave, as well as potentially bettering his 5.23, certainly he's made a good case for it on that first turn. That was an amazing first turn. But it just created a bit of doubt for Caden's positioning. Maybe it just dragged him off his line up a little bit. But this is Caden flying down the line here. Oh, sick finner there. We'll have to see what he's done at the start of that wave as he has a little look back, kind of, did you love me? Did I nail it? Look back. 6-second turn, though. We'll catch up with the replay here, Jess.
Yeah, here we go. Caden sat a while for this wave. So it started where we caught up with it that first turn, and then I love how he paces at the bottom, then kicks the fins out. And it was a 6.37, so just like that, moves back up into second. Now Ocean Lancaster put on the back foot, needs a 5.03. I still don't think I'd feel safe if I was Benny. Like, yes, I have that 7.67, but these guys both have 6s in their lineups now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's, you know, Benny's done a good job, though. He does have the 2 single highest scores, which would mean now that these gentlemen, Caden and Ocean, to overtake him, would need the new single highest best wave of the heat, which is just like kind of a psychological play for the judges when they're thinking about turning a heat. Like, oh, is this the best wave of the heat? Is the question they're going to have to answer if they want to have Ben not in a progressing position, which is looking very unlikely at this point. He's been on fire, and I don't know, like. It's a funny one, like, if you're Benny, what do you do? Like, he's got priority over Caden, but Caden's like 50, 60 metres down the line. So do you go to him, or do you just keep playing your own game, try and better the 6-9? Because there's 3 people in this heat, 2 people are going to get through, but there is that strategy that comes into it. If you are in second or first, you've only got to manage one person. As long as you're beating one person, you're getting through. And so that's where that strategy does come into it, quite heavily. But, I mean, shout out to Caden. He had the chance to make a good decision, and he did it, and then he performed. He needed a 6.33, and he got a 6.37. So as you Caden Francis paddling back out, hitting that score, you must be going, oh, my God, yes, I've done it. It's kind of out of my hands now to a degree. If he's in third prio with 3 minutes to go, he's obviously praying there's no more sets. But if there is, it's in Ocean's hands now, which Caden's done his best.
Which I think is probably a bit smart that Ocean stayed a bit further away from Ben. Ben's paddled himself back up the point. I like how Ocean hasn't followed him back up because you don't really want to be next to the person who's probably going to sit on you or take the wave off you. So, yeah, like we said earlier, it's scary how smart the 3 of these guys are competitively right now. And there's only 0.03 separating second and third. That is insane. And in saying it this all too, Benny is third on the rankings, Ocean is second. So this is important points for these guys too.
Massive heat.
Caden's a bit further down though, he's 14th. So he obviously wants to get some work done as well.
Big result here would be what he's chasing, but wowee, this has been a sick heat. And you see, getting back to the strategy side of it, you see all kinds of strategies unfold. Like we obviously saw in El Salvador with Jiao Chianca and Griffin Colapinto what happened there, but it was later on in that event, what surprised me the most was watching Jiao Chianca without priority sit next to Gabriel Medina, and Gabriel just kind of fobbed him off like it was nothing. But you kind of see the opposite of what Caden's doing here. Caden has given Ocean the space, which is, what he's decided to do. As we see here, Ocean, he needs a score to progress. A couple of nice turns out of the lip there. And just a laid up to finish. Love the finger snap claim. I just remember being so stoked once I learnt that.
Just Stace walking around at school.
Oh, we always just walk around at high school just going like that. And just thought we were the maddest dogs. We weren't, obviously. But yeah, Ocean is a mad dog, and that was a really well surfed wave. This is I'm gonna leave this one to the wise men and women next door. Jess, what do you like about it?
I liked it. I like how obviously he squeezed 3 turns in, but it wasn't rushed. It was still quite mature approach in his surfing, and it was the score he needed, a 6.33. So now it's swapped again. Caden is looking for a 6.64. So now with a minute to go, Caden is all back in his hands, but Benny would have priority over Caden too. So
this is where it gets super interesting. Oh wow! All these kids are super polite. If I was Ocean, I'd just go and sit right next to whoever I was trying to better. It's like getting back to the Jiao Chianca point. I love watching him compete. Like he's a savage. And priority's great and everything, but it doesn't mean you can't like sit next to someone and ask them what they had for dinner last night, or what's your favourite movie. But as we see, Caden with second priority here, so he's not going to get a look at the first big wave. He kind of has to make a decision on this little wave underneath here. Jess, what do you like about it?
First little slash there looks like doesn't have a lot of energy in this wave, so he had to manufacture something and it just didn't happen. But he had to take it. There was no real crazy waves behind it. Benny obviously had first priority. There's 10 seconds on the clock. Benny's going to get around, take to the air. But yeah, Caden, he kind of had to manufacture that wave. And a 6.33, that's not really a score you can manufacture.
Yeah, it's such a hard one in that position because obviously we know the firepower that he has, and Caden knows his level as well, and you're kind of thinking, okay, maybe I can surf this wave up. Unfortunately, though, they look like there's some more lines out the back, but they wouldn't have got there in time anyway. As really tightly fought heat there, as we see the lads coming in, like debriefing it probably better than anyone.
All right, it was Benzonata Crea, Ocean Lancaster making it way through, but that was one of the best heats we've seen all day. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back in more action right after this.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. We're at the beautiful Snapper Rocks. Jess Starling, joined by Stacey Galbraith.
Jess Starling, how you doing?
Great, thank you.
Gee, get a look at that view. Stunning.
Stunning.
Look at that sandbank.
I know, with swell on the way.
A little bit of bump and swell throughout today and tomorrow.
Very exciting.
It's pretty Grom related at the minute though. 1 to 2 foot peelers. We'll take it.
We'll take it. And you know what? These guys, whoever's made it to today, they've earned it because yesterday's conditions were tough.
Yep.
Wind swells smaller than this.
There was no cheese on top of the fries yesterday.
No.
I just wanted to have a light meal.
Just
stay
a light meal.
sharp. I love the drone angle. Every set that comes in looks 15 feet.
Yeah, literally.
Says big sets coming. Here we go.
All right, this is Fletcher Kelleher from Freshwater on the Northern Beaches, but Surfs for Cabarita board riders up here. 3 turns straight away. Currently second on the rankings, Scotty Ardern. He's a Snapper local, if I'm right.
Snapper board rider, lives in Toogs though, so I'm going to get right behind Scotty. Lives across the road from me, and yeah, ripper young lad, young Scotty. Sister Rip too, Sammy. Fletch, he's a big man. We might need an ID check on this young fella. Fletcher's a good kid. He actually just, as we were talking about earlier, Jesse went over to the ISA World Games, and this is Scotty out behind.
Yeah, he got second at the ISAs. Silver medal, which is very exciting. But
pretty cool to see the Aussies go 1-2 there.
Yeah, it was actually. And then Team Australia won gold too.
Yep.
I think the 8th time they've won gold, which is a pretty cool stat. But we've got Benny on for an interview. Ben, that was actually maybe the most exciting heat I've watched all morning. How's it feel to take a win in a pretty hard heat?
Yeah, pretty stoked. Just got that quick start to get me going. Yeah, just little froggies paddle out to get the inside.
Oh, little froggies paddle out.
Careful,
that is
bruv. There's still plenty of heats to go.
Strategic.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't give away your secrets. Pulling up in a heat with Ocean and Caden, obviously they're 2 pretty informed surfers in your division. Any kind of nerves play into that, or does it kind of rev you up more to feed off their surfing too?
Yeah, I feel like I just get more excited in those high pressure heats with like the better surfers, yeah.
Tell us when you're out there, is there any talking? Fill us in, what's the vibe like when you're in a heat with those 2?
Oh, it's pretty silent. I'm just like trying to compose myself. I'm like breathing and whatnot, but yeah, no talking.
No talking, no singing going on or anything?
Not really, no.
And tell us, surfing Snapper Rocks, it's a dream. You're obviously from the Northern Beaches, so coming up here to surf a point break, it's a bit of a change to surfing heats down there on a beach break. How do you kind of readjust to come up here and surf Snapper?
Oh, I came up a couple days early just to get some practice, and yeah, it's been so much fun, just like getting all these waves up here, just long rides, dreamy.
And currently second on the rankings, or third on the rankings, I think. You know, you want that first place. How much do you want it? How badly do you want this win here?
Yeah, it would be pretty good to take the win, just heat by heat though.
Yeah, nice. Awesome. Thanks.
No. Like, surely you go to bed at night thinking about what it would be like to win.
Yeah, obviously, but like, yeah, still got to focus on the heat ahead.
For sure. What do you tell yourself in the water in between sets?
Oh, especially in third prior, just if I've got a score, just go for a punt.
Yeah, you looked really good in the air. You obviously practice that a lot at home.
Yeah, close out beachies help.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between a closeout beachy and snapper for the viewers at home that might not get to surf these types of different waves? Like, what does it feel like flying down the line into an air as opposed to just like taking off and boosting straight away?
Yeah, well, like a closeout beachy, you kind of just one pump into the lip, and then out here you get heaps of times to race across and just get lots of speed. So yeah.
You could have had a
completely
picnic
different.
on that one wave where you raced down the line. Like, you looked really locked in on your board, but, you know, sometimes you kind of felt like that section was never going to come.
Yeah, I just waited a bit too long and then hit it real early and just didn't project enough.
How is it with the wind at your back?
Oh yeah, I was trying to go for a grab on one, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well done, buddy. Absolutely ripping. Stoked to see all you guys throwing some big airs out there. That was super entertaining.
Sweet, thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, brother.
Benny, Northern Beaches, Long Reef.
Longy, lovely. Some good service from down that way.
Yep.
Xavier Bryce comes to mind.
Yep. Xavier Bryce, Kobe Clements.
Vaughan Blakey spent some time at Longy.
Vaughan Blakey. But speaking of Northern Beaches, this is Jesse Daish. I am getting behind Jesse as a North Narrabeen kid, and I like his name.
You're riding a Simon?
Yeah, he is. So
Beautiful.
he works with Simon, works with Matty Cattle. Full homeboy.
Sick. Frothing.
I know, I love it. I love.
Good use of pry over there at the top of the point.
This is Fred Carmody. He's from the other side of the bridge.
Oh, scintillating turn.
Don't you reckon sometimes when Groms or anyone really who comes from a beach break then comes to a point break almost surfs it better sometimes? They might not have the lineups as good, but
There's a certain frenetic energy that they bring to the wave that can kind of can go two ways, really. Like, if I'm honest, it can be a little over-amped. I think of one of my best mates, Mitch Cruz. He was like that when he moved to the Goldie. He come from the South Coast and he moved to the Goldie. Everyone was like, whoa, dude, you need to calm down. But when he did, and I can see that in some of the surfers that you're talking about here, when they do kind of put it together, you've kind of got that Gold Coast, like, say, Caden Francis, beautiful style, you know, peeling down the line, just looking nice on their board versus, like, say, someone from, say, the Northern Beaches who are, like, all over it. There's probably a happy medium where you want to look enthused, but, you know, be kind of, your timing has to be spot on as well. And
Yeah.
both styles of surfing probably need to, you know, to become like an overall, you know, like a world level surfer, you kind of have to find that balance of being like over-amped and just taking it easy.
Yeah.
And I can think of a few surfers this morning, Leo Matchett's another one, Caden Francis, where they just look beautiful on the wave. But you probably can't take that into like an event at Longy or Northie
No.
on a small day or whatever. It's just not going to work.
No.
And the same goes for here. But if there's, you know, a healthy blend of both in your surfing as you get a bit older and you start to work your style out, I don't mind that little bit of extra energy. I think I've already spoken a lot about Jiao Chianka this morning, but he's another one that comes to mind. Like when he first came on the tour, there was freaking arms and legs going everywhere.
Yeah.
But now that he's calmed himself down just a fraction, he's drawing out beautiful carving, snapping manoeuvres, and he's a pleasure to watch.
I was saying to Laura, when I first moved up here, I reckon my first handful of surfs out Snapper were the best surfs I've ever had in my life.
Well, you wouldn't go right. I had to drag you up here to go right.
I know. I know, I was just lefts or die.
Yeah.
But then I went through a phase where I could not surf this wave. I couldn't understand. I was way too down the line, like racing, because I thought it was just going to be this one long closeout, but missed 7 turn sections behind me. So it's like, what you said, I agree actually. It's such a happy medium between like over frothing, but also knowing where you have to be on the wave.
Yep, totally. And too, it's expectation thing too, like when you would have moved up and started surfing this wave, much like with these kids with their preparation, they probably had the first 2 or 3 days, they're just happy to be out of the car and they're cruising. And then as they start to kind of get a little more locked into the place and the wave and the tides and everything, you go, oh, like I want to be ripping harder, I want to be doing more, I want to be pushing more, I want to be doing more turns and all these things. And it can kind of start to get you away from that original just excitement just to be in the water.
Yeah. No, I agree. I've also had surfs out here that have made me cry because of the rip and the amount of people.
Oh, yep. We've all been there, don't worry.
And you don't want to paddle in, and it's just 4 hours go by and you've caught 2 waves.
It's so hard to paddle out with no expectation, but it's really how you have to be. You just never know what you're going to get out here.
Yeah.
You've got Sunny looking after everyone down there. Thanks to Sunbum and all the supporting sponsors to make these events possible.
So tell me, when you were doing the Grom comps, what was your field looking like? Like, who was your biggest rival?
Oh, I kind of didn't really have one because I grew up with them, and I just went straight away. I went, whoa, I need to get a real job. So I'm actually kind of thankful for that. But yeah, growing up with Jack Freestone, who won this event. Jack's probably floating around today. Might be on the boardwalk taking his son for a surf. But yeah, yeah, guys like that, I guess. Yeah, Jack was one of the only surfers from memory. I think Kehu Butler might be another one, but I think Kehu did it in the 12s or the 14s. But Jack in the blue ribbon division, which was at the time was the 16s. And I'd still say that is the blue ribbon division. Sorry if I'm getting anyone in trouble there. But Jack won the Occy and what was at the time the Rusty Grom Fest back to back.
In Lennox?
In Lennox,
Yeah.
which is now the Skull Candy, which all the kids will do next week. Which was, man, that's like a pretty good indicator that you're doing something right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're such different waves. Like totally different waves. Lennox is a lot more kind of, I don't know, open ocean, raw. It has almost like a Victorian feel to it. It's colder, the water's a different colour, whereas up here, off the wall D-bar, it's just like a perfect right-hander.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Jack, for me, and a lot of the crew here would have worked with Jack as well, you know, with the different sponsors and that over the years. But yeah, definitely in my era, he was the guy at this age that was kind of light years ahead, really.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. And then Jack was actually a few years younger than me. The next kind of age group up was like Owen Wright.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Owen and I are the same age, and I remember watching Owen surf for the first time, and I was like, wow, this guy should be on the world tour, and he was like 16.
Holy crap,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
Here we go, Fletch. Like you said, he's a big guy too. 4 turner, just like that.
Just cruising.
And then Fred Carmody, another Sydney surfer.
Yeah, where's Fred from?
He's from the southern side of the beaches. I don't know the exact beach, but I know that he's from the other side of the bridge.
Yep. That's all that matters when you're from north, you're right.
Yeah, it's just you're just from the other side of the bridge.
You're on the other side of the bridge, so yeah, you could be anywhere from Cronulla to Bondi or anywhere in between.
Yeah,
it's just
literally.
Whatever, mate.
Yeah, you just live on that side.
Yeah. Good luck getting away about
Yeah, literally.
No, Fred seems like a cool kid. I don't know him too well, but I had a surf with him the other day at Stratty, and we got some fun little waves up there. And yeah, it's you can just see that holiday froth on a lot of these kids' face when they come up here, and they got a couple of weeks off school and getting to enjoy all the different waves around here, which there are. Yeah, thankfully there's a few. If you want to spread your wings, there's plenty of good waves around.
Yeah, like you said, Stratty. I remember the first time I ever came here, I was on my way up to North Stratty for the Aussies one year. First surf ever out snap up, went straight into the little Marley rocks, shredded up all my legs, dinged my new board.
Yeah. Everyone's done that.
Sorry, Dad.
Get the shoe goo out.
But no, plenty of waves. Even up and down the coast, like you said, Lennox got the Skull Candy next week. That's only an hour down the coast. It's funny how much colder it is down there, though, compared to here. Jesse just going down. Has a 5.57, though, so is in it. Fletch out in the lead with a 6 and a 6.83. But Fred with a 7. Solid score there, but a 4.33 as a backup.
I'm hearing he could be from Bondi, Jess.
From Bondi.
Yeah. Shout out to my Bondi Bronte correspondent, Ryan Clark. G'day Whippet, g'day Nix if you're tuning in. Get down here, boys. What's doing?
What is doing?
They might be watching on their phones.
Yeah, probably.
I tell you what I reckon surfing needs, and someone can have this $1 million idea and...
Are you sure?
Thank me for it. Yeah, I'm never going to do it.
Okay.
But like when you go to the cricket and you chuck the ear in...
Yeah. No, I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
I knew you did. That's all good.
I don't watch the cricket.
You go to the cricket and you chuck the ear in, and you're at the stadium, but you can hear the
broadcast in your ear. Oh, that's a genius idea.
Nothing against Tapper and the crew that are doing a fantastic job belting out announcements, but the beach commentary has a little more obviously important information for the surfers, whereas we're just here gas bagging, talking about like a couple of bit of a yarn, a few stories.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe there's a surfing ear out there somewhere.
There you go. I didn't.
You kind of look like a bit of a robot. You sit there with an ear in.
Is it big?
It kind of can be big, depending on like who's making them.
Really?
Yeah, you kind of just lock in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you wear them when you go to the cricket?
Nah.
Do you go to the cricket?
Love it.
Really?
Love it.
Wow.
Caught a ball in the crowd once.
Wow.
With one hand.
Did you? Did you go? Should be on the field?
I didn't throw it back to the English fielder that was standing there. Threw it on the ground at his feet.
No way. Cricket lover. There you go. Never played, never watched a game. Maybe I should start.
Nah, it's honestly, it's like watching paint dry. It's an acquired taste.
All right. All right, we got 4 minutes, 40 seconds. Fletch in the lead. He's second on the rankings. Him and Landon Smells. They have a really cool rivalry between each other. Landon's number one. And we all went and got dinner the other night at Tugan. I was talking to Lando, and he was like, all I want to do is match up with Fletch in the final and have like first and second in the
Sick.
final.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I was like...
Hopefully the seeding will allow for it. I haven't quite checked that out yet. But
Yeah, I think he was doing the numbers. He's like, I think we might meet in the semis.
Yeah.
I was like, love that he's thinking that far ahead.
Oh, me
though.
too. Yeah. Yeah.
I was like-
Heat by heat's just a myth.
Yeah. Literally. I know.
Oh, you didn't eat dinner the other night?
No.
Sorry, I didn't order you any food.
Yeah, no.
But
dog.
yeah, it's good to have all the kids together at the Tugan Bowlsy.
Yeah. That was a cool place, actually.
Mm.
Oh, Fletch in and out. Fletch actually moved up to Cabot, spent like 3 years up here training with the HPC. Recently moved back down to Freshie, though, to finish school down there.
Yep.
And then it's going to move back up. So just doing a quick little FIFO.
Love it.
Yep.
In and out.
In and out.
G'day to Donna and the family. I'm sure they're tuning in. Scotty, my boy from Tugan, let's go, son. Needs a score. He's been looking good on his board. He's timing out of the lip on both his waves, though. He's just been kind of just a little too committed to the lip. He probably, if he was just like half a foot a bit more out on the face, he could like throw a bit more spray and rip his board around a bit harder. He's definitely looking sharp though off the bottom. He just needs a bit of timing off the top, and he'd be well within reach of getting the score there, because Fred, as well as he's been surfing, he hasn't betted the 4.33. So second for Jesse and for Scotty is still well within reach here. 3 minutes on the clock though, and with these four-person heats, I think we will see, like what we mentioned in the last heat, Jess, like priority. And those kind of decisions become a bit clearer. Like if you're Fred, you're straight up just sitting on one of those two guys.
Yep.
Whereas in the three-man heat, it can kind of go like, if you get too caught up on one person, that person ends up not catching away, but the other person beats you. Whereas here, I mean, I guess the same thing can happen. I'm kind of talking nonsense right now, but just with how slow it is, I don't think we'll see too much space between the surfers.
When do you see it changing and the tide making it more, not as like more consistent, not as kind of
just
pulse nothing, pulse nothing?
It kind of depends on the swell, and like unfortunately this swell is like pretty south, so most of it will just go straight past us. But generally speaking, like mid-tide, with the tide coming in, is when you see snapper, produce its most consistency. And on the contrary, when you see it become the most inconsistent, is with the tide running out. Just we're so close to the bar here at the Tweed Bar, you'll see like the disturbance in the ocean and where that swell's eventually going to come from. And with the northern rivers just spewing its guts out into the ocean, and with the ebbs and flows of the tide, even if that swell does come in, it's a lot more kind of junky, or it just kind of just dissipates and doesn't quite get in.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
But that's why you'll get reports like, oh, someone in Australia, it's 4 foot up here. It's like, yeah, we're just like not getting it. So that's why when you see these really good swells up here, you talk to Rabbit about it. It's an east-southeast swell is what we like the best up here.
All right, Fred Bondi.
Oh, nice turn there. So he's just kind of leaving the door open a little bit here for Scotty and Jesse. We've obviously seen both of these lads have got plenty of talent. They could get the score if they get the wave.
Yeah, with a 4.33 as a backup, you probably wouldn't want to go in. I mean, if you obviously make it through the heat, you're stoked, but you probably wouldn't want to go in with a 7 and a 4.33 as a backup.
Yeah.
So you could tell he's kind of frustrated when he didn't land that turn, banging his board a little bit, because Scott needs a 6.01, Jesse Dace needs a 5.77. But I feel like the energy in this heat has shifted a little bit. I thought the last one, maybe they were like locked in way more.
I feel like the last heat probably had overall just maybe a bit of a higher IQ. That was like 3 really big names that surfed a lot of heats.
Yep.
Not taking anything away from anyone in this heat. Obviously, Fletcher's right up there. But I think for the other boys, they've just looked a little scrappy. Picked up a couple of closeouts. Much like heat number 1 in the round. We saw heaps of waves being ridden, whereas the heat that we just saw before, not a lot of bad choices with wave selection. Whereas in this heat, we've seen a lot of one-turn waves and things like that. So just all about those timings.
Yeah, well, just coming down, 10 seconds to go. Jesse Dace, Scotty Odden, Stace's Tugan boy looking for waves, but I feel like Tapper's yelling out the end of the heat.
Both of our picks just got annihilated, Jess.
I know.
Better luck next week, lads.
Yep, Skull Candy's coming up, more swell on the way. Fletch Kelleher taking the win, Fred Carmody in second. We are going to go to a break and be back with new commentators.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Ah, it's dreamy conditions down here at Snapper Rocks. Dreamy, not exactly pumping, but dreamy nonetheless, as that little southerly change kicks in and the ocean looks smooth as yesterday. It looked like a dog's brekkie out there. It looked just absolutely garbage. It was so, you know what it looked like? Cottage cheese in a blender.
Yeah, but
was so
mouldy.
bad.
Mouldy cottage
Mouldy
cheese.
cottage cheese. Some cheese is good when it's mouldy, not cottage cheese. Trust me. It's the
Isn't cheese
it's Occy's
mould?
Grom comp.
It is.
Laszlo, good to see ya.
Good to see you,
Laura
Vaughno.
Enever and Vaughan Blakey in the commentary box. And we're into round 2, heat 2. This is Occy's Grom comp, presented by Billabong and presented by Sunbum. It's the #1 Grom event in the world now. I think we can say that safely.
Oh, I mean, I would
Do you
come.
ever surf in this thing?
No, I didn't get to do an Occy Grom comp. I'm actually a bit too vintage for that.
Wow. That real. I mean,
So
this comp is
weird.
18 years old. So.
I know. Rusty Grumfest was like that. Lennox Head one was like the world title back in the day.
Yeah.
Then,
Did you ever win it?
unfortunately, I did once.
Yes.
Got it once.
You legend.
Finally beat Sally Fitz.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We'll get into that. Don't you worry. But, you know, it is cool because, like, so many of these Groms already have, like, lifelong rivalries well before they start hitting the QS or anything like that, you know.
And to compete at Snapper Rocks. I was saying with Jesse earlier today, I was just like, are you kidding to actually come down and get the feeling of surfing at one of the world's best waves? This arena right here is just the amount of heroes that have walked across those rocks to jump off and then get hyped behind the rock and surf some of the best heats ever. Just so cool to have that experience as Groms.
It is cool. Well, before we load up on this heat, why don't we have a talk to Fletcher, winner of the last heat. G'day, mate.
Hey, guys.
How was it? I mean, we got the 18s out there now, a little bit more beef on the bones. How hard is it to get moving out there, Fletcher?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty hard. It's small, as you can see, but I don't know. The sets kind of get you through it, and I don't know, you just kind of got to get one of them if you want to make a heat.
Mate, the incentive, not just to, win the comp and have your name marked in history as a champion at Snapper Rocks, but apparently the waves could be cooking tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I heard that, eh? That's why I just want to try get through today so I can surf some good waves with no one out. But, yeah, it's sick to surf at Snapper with, like, no one out compared to when you're surfing it with, like, 100 people.
True that, mate. You had a pretty tight heat there with Freddie. You know those guys well, Fred and Scotty and Jesse. You guys surf many heats against each other?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of surf against everyone when you're, like, in these comps. Everyone's coming down all the time, but, yeah, everyone's legends, so we're all just having fun.
True, true. Have you got anyone who, gets the hair on the back of your neck fired up? You get a bit bulldog on, see each other from across the car park and start flexing?
Oh, that's everyone.
Everyone. It's funny because, you guys you live in a bit of a dream scenario here. Obviously, a lifetime dedicated to surfing heats against each other, but there's these rivalries that start to form up, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
That's mad, mate. Well, look, congratulations. Great effort in some pretty testing, gutless conditions, but got it done, mate.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you, tomorrow. tomorrow.
See ya.
On your Fletcher. Thanks, mate. And, 2 heats. 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 So let's have a look at this heat,
Oh,
hey?
this
is a ripper.
these are
Whoa,
sets.
hang on a minute.
It's the biggest wave we've seen in 4 days.
Well, Jimmy Hill has pulled off a howler here. Best wave we've seen, and he's not wasting it at all. That little board looks nice, doesn't it? Bit wider in the nose. Looks like he's
Little
opted
shades of Breno Dorrington.
Yeah, well,
Probably stole that from his board rack.
He's got the Hui sticker on there, so he probably spends a lot of time with Breno. Actually, I think he was just with Breno in Cruy.
Oh, sick.
He went over and got a taste of that.
Oh, everyone that was just in Indo the last month just absolutely scored.
Didn't they?
Yeah. I'm heading over there in 2 weeks, and I just keep looking at the forecast going, oh, my, there's nothing coming.
Nothing coming.
That was like the whole season in one month.
A stacked heat here, though, Law. Jimmy Hill gets wow, he just fanged down the line on that thing. And he's,
How was that, though?
Look at him fanging back out.
This is positive for, the tide's coming in today, and we're just going to see that swell kick in. And
This is chalk and cheese to even 20 minutes ago. This is unbelievable. Look at
totally.
these waves.
So, Jimmy just down the line. You can tell he's just surfed out here so much, just read this wave so well. Nothing too massive on this wave, but just got the job done. Knew that he was on a gem, had to finish it because he's just on his way to a really good score either way. And this is Mitchell Peterson, the Noosa local. So just getting some good work done there as well.
Yeah, Noosa having a real moment. So many great surfers coming out of that zone. And Mitch is right at the top of the heap. Rico Haybiddle from Burleigh Heads. He's been a standout. As you said earlier, just as we were sitting down, won the junior division of the Burleigh single fin at the start of the year, which is like, if you're from Burleigh, to get a hometown win, it feels so good. You've done it. You know how it feels.
Yeah. No, it's nothing better than winning at home. And I remember we were there on finals day and for that event at the start of the year, and it was just sick seeing Rico take the win, and just all of his Groms, just like the crew were just, they were going off.
Isn't it classic?
It was. It's such a prestigious event, that
to
one.
start the
as
year
well.
with like a big surf party. Like it's a
Yeah.
comp, but it's a party. And so like when a local gets up, which has happened a few times there, it just sets the whole headland on fire. And such a great way to sort of roll into a competitive year while winning something so fun.
Yeah, it's such a fun event, but it's like the stakes are everything's on the line for that event. Like everyone is really, really competitive.
Yeah.
The claws come out.
Well, by the time you get to sort of this point of the season where we're one event from, deciding our top 5 for the WSL finals, we're kind of like deep into the junior series
isn't
now.
that
The
so
Challenger
weird?
series is on fire. There's
That's
so
it.
much competitive surfing going on that, it's all business.
Fully.
The fun at this stage is starting to sort of drain out, and the desire and the ambition starts to take over.
Yeah, I can't believe it's July already. It's crazy.
When do you surf your best? Do you reckon you surf your best when you're like fizzing to win, or do you surf your best when you're just having a hell time?
Oh, I think when you just have a board that you love and you connect with it, you just get that new sort of fresh feeling, and you're like, some sort of different spark that you just, nothing like a board that just goes so damn good.
Isn't that true? Isn't that true? The magic boards. I have to give a shout out here because I've got a magic board.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. It's
What is it?
Luke Short Designs Noah 2.
Sometimes you just think you start going backwards, and then all of a sudden you get a board and you're just like, oh my God, I can surf.
Well, I did a couple of, look, I don't want to talk myself up, especially during a junior event. Well, I'm like literally 7 times older than most of the people in this draw. You could add up the age of every single
You look
competitor
pretty
and I'd
good for
still be
70.
older than him. 70? Thanks. Yeah, I do look good for 70. But yeah, no, I got this board, and just the amount of joy it brings to your life to have a good board.
Totally.
And that's one thing, looking around at the boards that the kids are riding in this comp, not so much the 18s, but from the 16s lower, the physics don't make sense to me. They're so paper thin, they're so little.
And they just got this technique. I was talking about it earlier today. It's like the kids that are coming up in the 12s and 14s are like the wave pool generation. So they've just really worked out that technique when they were 8 years old. And they carry it through, and then they can just put it to bigger and bigger waves as their bodies, fill out and they get taller, and they just have this epic technique, and you're like, oh my goodness. And they just, it's absolutely rad.
It is rad. The Surf Lakes are a big supporter of the Occy Grom comp, and I've been checking out their technology. Had a little chat before down at the booth, put on the VR headset, and that's going to be a game changer, because that really allows you to surf every type of wave, from a crumbly little entry level wave right up to a thick bowled out slab.
Yeah, no, I went and had a test at the Surf Lakes, and I got absolutely slammed And it made me
You got
realize,
slammed.
yeah, it made me realize that, you know, my forehand, like, mini slab takeoffs need some work. Like, it's just like, but that's how you can do it. You can literally work out and have the same wave over and over again and work out how you quickly get under it and into it. And then you can take that to the ocean. And when it's heavy and even more consequential, just really not try to stuff it up.
Well, speaking of slammed, latest issue of Surfing World magazine. I know that not many people buy magazines these days, but I do recommend that you go get a copy and check out Laura Enever's wipeout shot in there. It is one of the most heaviest things you'll ever lay eyes on. It is so disgusting.
Oh, yeah, I got towed into an absolute monster from hell and somehow survived. But yeah,
Hey,
makes me a bit sick to look back on.
it makes me sick just to even think of you, where you are on that wave and what's about to happen.
I was going to get Mum like a printout for it, like framed for Christmas, and I reckon she'd probably just throw it in the bin because she couldn't look at it.
Oh, it's so much easier to, well, maybe it is. I don't know. You know, talk to any parent who brings their surfers down to these comps. They just chew their fingernails all the way to the elbow watching their young ones compete. But by the time they're in the under 18s, they know exactly what they're up to. So this is a pretty good heat so far, isn't it? Rico Haybiddle, a 7.33 and a 3.87 to hold down first place. Mitch Peterson with a 4.17 and a 5. But have a go at Jimmy Hill's score, 8.4. Best wave we've seen probably at the event. Not the high score we've seen, but like that wave was beautiful.
Yeah, and you can tell that, you know, so much of that score came from just the wave itself. He didn't have to do a lot. He knew when he was taking off, he's like, I haven't seen a wave like this in ages. So just slam that little section there. Really nice carve. You know, not over surfing this wave, just doing really nice, good looking surfing, getting the job done. And, you know, he's just pretty much booked himself an excellent score.
Well, that board looks like such a fun little groveler, doesn't it? It's really wide and flat. It looks almost like a skatey.
Yeah, it's super fun.
He's in a good spot here, Jimmy, from I think down around Port Stephens way, maybe. But yeah, look, see this thing. This is exactly the wave that I think he had in mind when he decided to ride this board. It just really fits the contours beautifully on the Goldie these days. And yeah, he's ripping.
I think when you're turning up to an event and you know the waves are, you know, this small, just getting that board out of your quiver, you can tell everyone's riding like really short boards and just something that's just going to give them that pop and that little bit extra. Like, how can you even go for an air on a section that small?
Just ridiculous, isn't it?
But yeah, equipment plays a massive role in today, and just obviously wave selection like we saw from Jimmy. But Cash Brown, that was a nice one.
Irakanji from Cronulla. He represented Australia at the ISA World Games in Brazil. That was in 2023. And yeah, he's a fantastic surfer as well. Trying to do it for the Southsiders, the Shire.
Yeah.
They need a little pick me up after getting done by the dogs the other night. And here goes Cashy. Yeah, live wire, isn't he?
Love the way he just kept to the pocket on that one. I wonder if they're going to say if he rode out of that last little tail throw.
Rico Haybiddle, actually one of Cashy's teammates in that Irakanji's team as well, that went over to Brazil. So these two would have done some time together. But yeah, by the time you're hitting your 18s, as you said, you know, you finally got one on Sally Fitz at the Skull Candy. Like, it's incredible. By the time you get to the CT, if you're lucky enough and driven enough and, you know, you've got the desire to get that far, you've surfed against most of the Aussies almost your whole life.
Totally. I feel like Fletcher put it classic in that last interview. He's like, yeah, we're all best friends, but yeah, we're all rivals.
Yeah.
It's like what happens in the water stays in the water, but, you know, you make these little rivalries as you grow up and, you know, just have some good battles in the lineup. And it's probably easier, I think, these days with priority in the Grom comps to not actually hate someone when you come in because, you know, people could be pretty doggy back in the day. Like
Fully,
just
yeah, I think it's
real
changed a lot.
snakies and stuff, and you'd get pretty bummed. Like, I'm pretty sensitive, so I'd be like, I got snaked.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's definitely changed. I mean, I'd love to know. We'll ask whoever wins the next heat, you know, just how tense it can get by the time you hit the 18s, because I know that back in the day, mate, people were just ruthless. Ruthless. They'd use any sort of tactic they could to get the win or get it over you. Zaya Hessian just on the screen, getting ready to get out there. He really knows this wave. And Isaac Markwell getting ready as well from Noosa. So another Noosa surfer looking to make a mark here.
So Jimmy's pretty safe, I think, right now. I mean, actually, not heap safe. You know, Cash Brown 5.5 to go second. Mitch Peterson 6.21 to go second. And Rico only needs a 5.8 to go first. So it's still anyone's game right now.
Yeah, the quality of surfing in the 18s. Like, what would you rather be on a day like today, Law? Would you rather be in the 16s where you're just a little bit lighter and maybe a little bit more nimble and can get going on nothing, or do you prefer to be in the 18s where you can muscle a bit, make the turns that sting a bit more, and draw on a bit more experience?
Yeah, I feel like it's just nerve-wracking surfing on a day like today with not a lot of opportunity. The thought of having to, knowing that you just have to be on the right wave, like this Exhibit A of Jimmy Hill is just, you know, you're booking yourself a ticket right through just on this wave selection alone, and that just adds a whole other bit of nerves, and he just demolished that.
That was just Christmas morning. He just walked out and Santa had just left a beautiful Prezi for him and he just ripped into it.
Yeah, he didn't even leave
Didn't
the
wait for the
footsteps.
parents to come downstairs, didn't wait for the brothers or sisters.
He didn't even open the beer.
No, he didn't even look if Santa had, had the snack plate and the reindeer had eaten the carrots. He just went straight to his own present, opened it up and got an 8.4. Pretty sick Prezi.
Yeah, no, so good.
Christmas in July.
But yeah, I think just getting that sort of extra pop when you're surfing, and I was saying earlier as well, like when you're paddling in today, you know, one of the most important things on a day like today is just that paddle speed. You're getting it into the wave, and then when you're surfing like an absolute 1-footer, and then just lines you're taking, because it's running off and trying to keep in the pocket. Like this wave is so tiny, and they're looking real tall on these waves, the 18s.
Yeah, they look huge. This is live now. Rico Haybiddle looking to get rid of the 3.87. Haven't seen a whole lot on this wave. He might have got started early. Couple of little snaps. Oh, he's done it. It's got to go north of 3.87, surely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who was your nemesis in your junior career, Law?
I think me and Dim had some good battles.
Dimity,
but
Dimity
me and Sal were having battles, for sure. When we were on the Pro Junior Series around the same time, and then, you know, doing all the Grom comps as well, and it was pretty fun.
Were you close? Were you mates, or did you have a bit of...
Yeah, we were mates because we were on the same team, and so we got to go on surf trips and stuff together.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely having little battles. It was good.
That's cool. What sort of rivalry are you looking forward to in particular with, you know, the current crop of CT surfers now that Steph and Carissa are taking a little time out? What's the battle that you see being the big one?
Oh, I think like Molly Katie.
Molly Katie's
really good
got
battle,
legs, doesn't it?
And then I just can't wait for, you know, the Sierras and the Erins to graduate as well, because just in all types of waves, it's just I was even over in Tahiti the last few weeks and saw Erin just charging it, sending herself over on 8-footers.
That
was
was
so amazing to watch.
Amazing. Like, I've never seen anything like it. It was just terrifying. She was in such her wave knowledge is just on another planet.
Yeah, and her technique is she's like the wave pool generation, and just watching how quickly she's been able to progress the last few years. She was just setting herself over on 8-footers, and it just she's so tiny. You just think that, you know, she's going to get hurt or she's not powerful enough, and she's so powerful, and she can just paddle in and muscle into these waves.
So fast.
So fast.
Oh, big wave there for Cashy Brown. That was with just under a minute to go. He needs a score, and that wave just fizzled on him, unfortunately. You could see the body language.
So we actually needed a 7.51 on this one. Rico Haybiddle had jumped to the lead with his last wave of 6.5, so not sure if 7.5 is going to eventuate from that. But Mitchell Peterson,
he's had a average heat. Like, he just couldn't find a wave that would really let him tee off. 4.17 and a 5. They're not bad scores. Here's another little look. Mitchie goes for a little air to slide there, but that wave had no punch.
Yeah, need an 8.18 on that. So,
and a last little flare here from Jimmy Hill. looking to better a 4.77. He's got a little grower.
Jeez, I feel like for how, how big he is, he's a little man-child. Like, that board is looking so good under his feet.
Yeah.
Just floating through those sections.
You're doing very, very well to have a moustache at 18. aren't you? Pretty good. I mean, there were kids at Mullum High who had moustaches when they were in year 7. It was terrifying. Righto. We're going to have a little break here from Occy's Grom comp. Billabong, Sunbum.
Man-child comp.
Yeah, it's a man-child comp right now. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to Billabong's Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum here at Snapper Rocks. World-class wave, world-class surfing action from the under-18s boys. That was heat number 2, and I believe Rico Haybiddle got the win, even though Jimmy Hill had an 8.4 in his score. It was Rico getting the job done, and spent a bit of time with Rico. I like him a lot. Good kid. Good kid. Cheeky. But the right kind of cheeky. Classic Aussie little ferret. Ferret?
Egg car.
Aussies. No, ferrets aren't Australian, are they?
I don't think so.
What can we call him? Like a little bandicoot.
Little.
I think he's actually got Kiwi heritage too. I think surfs a lot of comps in New Zealand. So we'll jump on the blower with him when he comes up for his post-heat interview. Meanwhile, Isaac Markwell. And he'll throw a monstro air rev. Doesn't get enough power to ride out of it. Good start. That'll feel nice, hey? Hot down the line speed, huck that section.
All right, just to know that you're even capable of doing that on such a small wave is so impressive. Just needed that bit more push from the wave. It's like lucky his fins didn't get stuck in the sand.
Here he goes. This Noosa heads. And the Noosa surfers have done really well here in the last few events I've called. Usher Cup, things like that. They turn up and they blow up. Show up and blow up is the...
I think it's that point break mentality. You can just tell they're so comfortable out here. It's a different type of surfing, and yeah, I think you look at when you watch Occy and Joel and Mick and everyone surf, they obviously have grown up surfing the point breaks, and it fits like a glove.
There's no other place in the world that has that Queensland point look. That beautiful green, just cylindrical, down the line, playful, joyful surf.
It's where all the best styles are born as well.
It's the ultimate, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like, and it's funny. You watch I remember Steph would come to the beach breaks and do the comps and just be like, they have a big current here at Snapper, but just trying to paddle out in the rips and work out what to do on the beach breaks. I feel like all my friends that are from point breaks are just beach breaks are so hard.
And then you see the beach break surfers get on a point sometimes and they just look like they've had 19 cans of Red Bull or something.
Yeah, and they just going
fizzing
down
out all over the place.
Literally hurning down the line, missing all the sections.
Big whale out the back, jumping there. They've been migrating north. Let's have a chat to Rico Haybiddle. How are you, mate?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good. Good to see you. Nice heat.
Yeah, I got a couple of fun ones.
Yeah. How is it out there? In that heat, we saw Jimmy Hill get one of the best waves we've seen all day long. Set wave. How does that sit with you when you see someone else get such a clearly good opportunity to open up?
Yeah, well, I got the first one. It's pretty nice, and I saw Jimmy just taking off on one of the wave of the day, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just saw him tear off, so sick, yeah.
Yeah, and like, do you, in the back of your mind, when you see something like that, are you like, damn you, Jimmy?
Yeah, I was talking to me like that. I was like, oh, you got the wave of the day for sure. That was,
That's awesome, mate. And yeah, it started off the year with a bang. Laura and I were just talking about it, you know, getting that hometown win at the Burleigh Single Fin. It's like a
Yeah.
big party. It's a huge
Oh, it's-
festival, but it's still a great way to kick off the year.
Oh, it's so good. It's like my favourite comp of the year. So good. Yeah, at the local too, so yeah.
That's it, mate. And were you tempted to ride that single fin in this comp or not?
Oh, nah, I have to leave it.
That's good, mate. And
Yeah.
tell me, you know, getting people south of the creek to come down here to Snapper is a bit of a big ask. Do you have any fans or supporters down here with you?
Oh, just Dad.
That'll do, won't it?
Yeah, just Dad and Mum, just them, and then a couple of my mates, but it's mainly it.
And mate, you know, this comp is just so famous. It's it really is sort of the big one that all the Groms want to win.
Yeah.
What's your history here? Have you taken out other divisions in the past?
Oh, nah, I've made it, came fourth in the final when I was like under 12s, and then made it to the semis 2 years ago, but we didn't do it last year because I was too old, but then they put the under 18s division in, so I was stoked.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So you actually get another chance to
Yeah.
etch your name into the history books.
Yeah, look, tomorrow's looking pretty good, but I think I got to surf and overheat the Savo, so hopefully it gets a bit bigger.
For sure, man. And who do you sort of see as your main rivals in your category?
What I hate was that pretty stacks. All of them were like one of my rivals. So, but it's Fletcher's up there. He's always been one of my rivals.
Yeah.
Mainly everyone now, like they're all ripped. So it's gonna be good.
They do, man. Well, well done. Good on you for doing it for the Burleigh Board Riders, and a great result there. A good start to your campaign in
Thank
that
you.
last round.
Thanks.
See you, brother.
Thanks. See ya.
Rico Haybiddle. Good dude. I back him. Look at these little waves. Zaya. Ah, yes. Snapper knowledge comes straight to the fore. I've been away with this Grom. Went on a little surf trip with him last year, and very impressive.
Wow, that was an absolute bomb. I love it's like a lanky style, but just throws so much spray. You can just, you know, these 18s are making these small waves look smaller than they were today, but no, this is a bomb. Like, just the speed and the power he was able to carry throughout the wave and just teed off and all the turns in the right places, you know?
Yeah.
I think that could almost go excellent.
It's funny, last time I saw Zaya, he's had a bit of a growth spurt since I last saw him. And, you know, speaking of having been a young man myself who was surfing in cadets, and then, you know, I'm 6'4" now, so you can really see these rapid changes in a short window of time.
Fully. It's like when you have that growth spurt around, you know, I mean, I guess your whole teens, it's, you know, you're constantly just like running to get new boards. You're like, ah, damn, go crap now, this board's.
Yeah, like one minute you look like this cute little sort of surfy Grom, and then the next minute you've just got this giant greasy nose, and you've kind of got, you know, a croaky voice, and some bits are longer than others, and you just don't know what you're doing. You're kind of lost in that growth spurt phase. I remember seeing Davey Flood.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he was like just this great little light-footed, up-and-coming junior, and then next thing I saw him, and he had an earring and a little weird moustache.
And he was like
just the
sinking all of his
most
boards.
greasiest nose you've ever seen in your life. Full teen bugle.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
Man, your
Vluggy.
teen is hard. Yeah, Vluggy. Love ya.
Still ripping.
Absolutely sure.
And you do grow into your nose.
Yeah.
Well,
eventually.
sometimes.
Yeah, you're almost there. I reckon
Almost
10 more,
there.
10 more
10
years
more
and you could be
years,
good.
exactly. It's actually horrifying to me that, you know, after you pass on into the next life, your nose and your ears keeps growing. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, for like a couple of months.
Just the bones.
It's heavy.
Wow.
Or the cartilage, maybe.
It's like the lizard tail just keeps wagging.
Zaya's off to a flyer. 6.67, a 7.43. Isaac Markwell, a 1.5 and a 4.5. So local knowledge playing into things here.
Far out. How good would that feel? Zaya, just two best scores of the heat. Lex hasn't even caught a wave yet. That'd be rough hearing those two scores drop.
Yeah, and Davey's only had a quick in and out, so. See what he can bring. We see Lexi O'Connor. He's going to get started. Picks off an insider. It must be so tricky, you know, after you see some of the waves in that last heat, Law, to know what you're going to do. Like, you don't want to give up priority if you've been waiting for a set, but at some point you're like, hang on a minute, I've got to get something on the board here.
Oh, yeah, it'd be confusing because you just know that those waves are coming, and even if they're coming, you know, the one that Jimmy Hill got, even every 20, 30 minutes, you're just like, do I give up priority and just get the ball rolling? It's just, oh man, if you're in the hot seat when one of those waves come, you're so lucky, and to try to get yourself in that rhythm, it could just be a bit of a brain blowout.
Here's a question for you. Do you think it's a rattle when you're an up-and-coming junior surfer? Say you're surfing in the under-18s for the women's division, and you are watching the CT, and the current world number 1, who has won 3 events this year, is 18.
Yeah, I mean, even like Caroline Marks got on the, I think she qualified for the tour when she was like 16, right? She was the youngest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
she actually knocked it back, right? Or did she take it?
Yeah, she took it. Katie Simmons she qualified at 15, knocked back.
That's right.
But yeah, I think it is. You know, there's always just going to be those phenoms out there, and
you just got to run your own race, enjoy it for
run
what
your
it
own
is.
race, and like,
have your career. You don't have to compare.
No.
Comparison is the first step towards.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Thank you.
There we go.
That's it.
Yeah, so you can't get rattled about it. There's just going to be, people in different circumstances that just randomly are just so gnarly, and it's like that in all sports, I think. I'm pretty sure like majority of skaters that are just winning all the comps now are like 12.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, half the
It's
Olympic
just-
team have to pretty much still in nappies, I believe. Okay, Davey now. He's looking to get his heat started. He's nimble, fast on his feet, but he's unhappy there.
Yeah, you can see the frustration, but
Lex O'Connor,
what a style.
you know, we were talking before, like, when does he pull the trigger? Felt like he was waiting for a set, and then he just went, you know what, I'll just get it done on a couple of little ones, and he's going to pocket a couple of 5s here at least.
Yeah, let's
This
see
is a
this
pretty good
one.
wave. I thought at first, like, no, he's blown it, but nice tap there. It's another one in. Oh, he's really working hard for it. I didn't realise he was going that slow. So, anyway, he'll still get a score.
And this is Davey.
Yep.
Nice turn, nice first turn there, and then just was trying to get something down the line, but just the wave did not really give him anything, and you could see the frustration. He waited a long time for that one, and yeah, Lex O'Connor 5.6 for that last wave. So
sick.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
Judges
I just thought, you know
rewarding.
what? Yeah, well, you know, he's making his own. Look at this guy's setup. Homemade kite surfing kit.
Can't tell if he's trying to paddle with it or.
Now, is that Kai Lenny, or can we confirm? Is he going to make an appearance? Is that is dead set a plastic bag, isn't it? Cheapest kite setup in the world.
Oh, Vorno.
Yeah.
His friends are just going to send that to him straight away.
I hope they're watching. Anyway, good to see Stace Galbraith out in the lineup. He's probably chirping a few tips to some of the riders.
Yeah, Stacey.
Yeah, that's might be one of those stab joy rides that's going on out there right now. The Occy Grom comp, presented by Billabong in its 18th year, so it is the Big Daddy. It's pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, Occy was one of the first ever Grom phenoms.
What was the biggest Grom comp back in your day?
Oh, it was the Pro Junior, the Narrabeen Pro Junior, and actually
yes.
it was that was the only real junior event in the world that mattered.
Fully.
Right back to like 1977 and stuff. You know,
Yeah.
Tom Carroll and Occy and all those guys were surfing in that event.
Yeah, the World Juniors.
Slater. This is before the World Juniors even.
Wow,
Hey,
Davey
that was a
just
nice
got-
wave. And look at these sets, Law.
Oh, this is nice. This is what we want to see right now. And Zaya just winding up, and he's just booked his ticket.
So cool.
Straight on through to the quarters, I think.
Yeah, his body language a lot happier than Davey Glazer, who is eked out a 3.4 on his last wave. Zaya's already sitting on a 7.43. That's going to go north.
Absolutely. This was a nice wave. Let's have a look at Davey. You know, this one had a nice bit of punch to it. Kicked the tail out there and then got a nice little combo. So I think the judges will still like that combo. He threw a lot of spray, but then Zaya, how's this one? You feel like he's getting so much more direction change, and just his waves are giving him so much more. And that was amazing. Loved the little ride out there. And
yeah, I think Davey's going to put himself in the mix here. He has a 6.43. Beautiful wave. I love the way he generated speed, and his timing was crispy as off the top of that snap. Lex O'Connor now in a little bit of a, well, just be a little bit nervous. 5 minutes 30. He hasn't locked in a above average ride yet. So 2.5s is good.
oh, there's Zaya's last wave. It's gone excelente.
8.23. Wonderful stuff from Zaya Hessian, and he does look like he's just getting that little bit more out of his turns. Wave selection's been on point. Oh, he's thrown away a 6, so he's,
Yeah, his style is just, it's
in
fun to
good
watch,
form.
He's got that spring. He kind of like, I feel like reminds you of a young Owen Wright, just like really springy and lanky, and then just being able to throw those airs into the flats, and looks like he's just done them a million times before.
It's funny, isn't it? Airs to the flats, they were not that common when airs first were going down. Now everyone can do them. Just a snap.
Just kick the tail. It's so cool.
Maybe
in another lifetime, Hayborn.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm well beyond that stuff.
I was talking about me and you.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you. No,
Both of us.
surely, I've seen photos of you kicking the fins.
Oh, yeah, not all the way around like that, though, but...
How many air reverses do you reckon you've done in your whole life?
Oh, none.
None?
No.
Dude, get in the pool, surf lakes.
Oh, I'll break my knee. It's too dangerous. That's why I've that's just something that I don't think it's ever going to happen. Maybe.
Do you know what feels really good?
What?
Look at Stace is still trying to get in from out the back. I think his kite might have blown out. He's resorted to the paddle.
Manual labour in.
You know what feels good? Going as fast as you can and just doing a big flyaway.
I like a Larry.
Oh, you love a Larry, don't you? Laszlo's Larrys.
Yeah, flyaway could be good, but I'll probably have my board poke me in the eye. I'm so bloody...
Oh, big wave here for Davey Glazer. What's he need? 4.67. He's got it for sure. That was 2 crispy snaps. Lex O'Connor's going to need a score.
Oh, I think this will be comeback of the day if Davey can get this right now. The first 10 minutes of the heat, nothing.
Sometimes, like we saw his first wave or second wave, he was so angry.
Yeah.
And some surfers
frustration.
feed off that.
Totally. It's like if you can be frustrated and then just somehow instead of having it just like boil inside you and actually just become a bit of a problem solver like he did. He just paddled all the way up the point under priority and just found a little wave.
Did you see that mullet do an air on the inside?
No.
Air to the flats? Sammy.
Replay?
Let's check this replay. Someone on the inside goes, sick, Rio, I'll do a little air. One time I was commentating the Pipe Masters with
let's see.
Occy.
We're going to have
watch
to
this,
slow
ready?
this down.
So snap, he throws plenty of spray. Judge is going to be lording this. Look on the inside.
Mullet.
See that little mullet? He'll go again. Watch this, just right at the end here. Booyah! Front side, straighty.
9 point. Whoa, and again, 3. That was like Fleet Toledo.
4.
4 waves. 4 airs, 1 wave. Oh, 5. Far out.
5 airs on 1 wave. This mullet's going to take out the heat. Let's get a headset on
I
him.
feel like he's going to get eaten soon if he keeps doing that. One of these birds. Compromised position.
So much wildlife around. It's a full credit to, just
you
how
can
beautiful
see,
this region is.
Look at that last score. Best wave of the heat.
8.5 for Davey Glazer. Well done. Still not in first position. Zaya holding that down, but Davey's just put a heat together. That's what I was going to say, Laz. Like, some surfers can get frustrated and use it as motivation.
Yeah, and some just...
Other surfers just
their heads blow
delaminate
off.
once they start getting cranky and splashing water around. What sort of surfer were you?
I think I just would crumble. I was a crumbler. Then sometimes maybe in the last 5 minutes, just something would click and I'd make a run for it, but it'd be way too late.
Yeah.
I never lost, I just ran out of time.
Did you ever get angry, though?
I think,
were you someone who would get angry, or did you just go...
Oh, I think I just cried.
Yeah.
And then Chris got angry. The coach.
You know what made me cry? If I got a song stuck in my head that I didn't like. Some days I'd just be paddling, crying, just going, get out.
It's like Baby Shark or something.
Even horses. But
Oh, yep,
no,
yeah.
I'm right, one of them. Because, you know, you want to be psyched in the surf. I don't want to be out there going, that's the way it's going to be. No, I can't. Can't do it.
Oh.
Less than a minute to go. Zaya Hessen in the lead. This guy, Davey Glazer, looking to take the lead from him. Throws the fair to Rev.
He's just found his own peak out there.
6.43 is what he's looking. Okay, big wave here. Lex O'Connor, he needs a score. He's going to manufacture it out of this. Well, this has been the story of his heat.
Oh.
You know, he just hasn't found an open face to get busy with.
He had a 5.5 and a 5.6, but needed a 9.33 on that last one, so just not going to be it, unfortunately.
Queenscliff, Northern Beaches, absolute madman. Doesn't mind taking on the step at Chippies. Have you seen him out there?
Yes, absolute charger.
Yeah.
Loves the slabs. I think there's a bit of a south swell coming, so I'm sure he'll just go chase something a bit further south now. But also love to see that all those surfers in the next heat, it's feeling like snapper right now.
It
know,
is.
that tide's filling in and they're breaking against the rock, and they're going to see some good battles
I
behind the rock.
reckon we might see Vij.
Vij, yeah.
Vij Hunters. Could be on.
All
What a
right.
great heat, and congratulations there to Zaya Hessian. He takes out Davey Glazer, who put on a great show. Lex O'Connor in third, and Isaac Markwell a bit luckless there. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with more action from Billabong's Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum.
Mullet is still going off.
Go Mullet, you madman.
We need to get him sponsored.
Oh, the watchmen on the tower all sleeping, and the men have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
Welcome back to Snapper Rocks, folks. Hope you're enjoying all the action here from the 2024 Billabong Occy's Grom Comp. 18 years old, presented by Sunbum this year, as always, and awesome to have just such impeccable protection from the UV rays. Queensland, of course, does get hammered even on an overcast day like this. Vaughan Blakey and Chris Enover in the box. How's your swing, mate? How are they swinging?
Yeah, Vaughno. Oh, you know, amateur golfer like left, right, all over the joint. But tell you who's swinging for the fences really well right now are the 18 boys.
That's it, man.
They've been on fire. That last heat was a little bit slow at times, but when the waves came, it's
There were some
looking...
sick ones. And look at this. Yeah, they're starting to sort of sit a little bit closer to the rock now. Flying down the line, goes for the air rev. That's Will Martin. Another coolie surfer. He's up against Oakey Fraser, Landon Smales. This is Smalesy from Noosa. And this guy is a freak. Don't you worry about that. He will lock in 10-pointers like he's eating cereal. He's such a good surfer and bashes it again. Great longboarder.
Yeah, took out the Indigenous
Championships.
the Australian.
Shortboards and longboards, was it?
Yeah, he won the juniors at the Indigenous Australian Championships and also won the open longboard.
There you go.
Got talent to burn.
He does, and he'll be frothing to be back here at the Oc Grom Comp. Put another trophy on the shelf, maybe.
He's got too many. Back-to-back Queensland State champ, I'm pretty sure as well. He's done it all. And look at the waves that we have on offer, Vaughno. It's really starting to look like the real snapper that we come here to see.
This morning when we turned up, it was just starting to hit the bottom of the tide, and it just lacked energy, didn't it? It had no pulse, had no heartbeat, mate, had no guts. And Smales, yeah, look at this. He's just such a cool performer. I love that he isn't scared to just go for the big Hail Mary and like lock in at the Indigenous titles, big air revs. Such a good surfer. And here's an answer now from Oakey Fraser.
Yeah, making his way down the line, just getting some work done. He's big unit. Plenty of power there. Looking really light on his feet. So first scores look like they're rolled on through. Vorno, Leonard Smales, 6.83. 6.83 and Loki Fraser, a 4.67.
Good starts, yep. Snapper starting to show. And I believe we've got Zaya down there, mate. Surf was cooking in your heat.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Couple nice little ones. No big, huge sets, but yeah, when they come, they're really fun. They'd like hit the bank really nice and link up for us.
That's it, man. And yeah, like this morning when you turned up, were you sort of excited about what you saw, or were you going, oh, this could be a bit of a grind? Because it's definitely improved with the tide coming in.
Yeah, when I went out for a free surf this morning, there was about 1 million kids out there. Probably got like one wave and went in. But it got bigger as the day went on, and I knew there was waves out there. You just needed to find them.
Mate, what's your history with this event? 18 years it's been going. How many of those years have you been competing in it?
I think I've only done 1 year in this competition because...
Really?
Yeah, that was in the under 16s, and then last year they didn't do the 18s in this comp. So yeah, this is my second year in this comp in this age division.
Unreal, man. And you're a local dog, so
Yeah.
it must feel pretty good to be pulling on the Rashi and surfing for the local crew.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's such a good surf spot. Pretty cool to have it at Snapper, just like taken after the Challenger Series surfers.
That's it, man. And like, how exciting is it for you guys, especially the idea that the CT is going to be back here next year? It must just ramp you up to sort of lift your own game in heats.
Yeah, exactly. Like seeing Jack, Griffin, like John and all that surfing out here next year. And like we're just surfing out here. It's such a cool opportunity.
That's awesome, man. Who do you reckon is the big dog? Like, who are you looking at in this draw? The under-18s boys are going, all right, that's who I've got my eyes on. I'm going to take you down.
Oh, there's a couple. Don't want to name anyone. I don't know. Probably...
Me.
Landon, maybe? I don't know. There's so many good surfers in this age division.
That's it, man. Yeah, you're so right. And it's a great thing to be a part of. Congratulations. Good heat.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you on finals day.
Sweet. Cheers.
Good on you, Zaya. That's another epic performance from a local kid who knows the wave well.
He does.
It just, forgot to ask him just then, but the idea that tomorrow could be cooking.
Yeah, they've got to surf another round, the Savo.
The Savo. Okay.
You got the quarter.
Yeah. Quarter's the Savo, okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but then I remembered that they've this was just round 2 or that was round 2 that just went in. Yeah, it is for the 18 boys. They've got the quarters this afternoon.
Oh, that was nice.
I know. Willie Martin.
Oh,
Nice.
yes.
Couple of hooks in the pocket there. He's one that's really started to come alive lately.
Hasn't he? Cooley as well.
Yeah, loves a good right point break here. Third in the Taj Small Fries and, and his first Pro Junior final down at the old North Narra.
Oh,
so can
heavy.
Go right and left. Really strong surfer. Good release of the fins there. The board to match the Rashi.
Look at him
looking
go.
solid.
Yeah,
High energy.
Fully made plenty out of that wave.
I feel like there's a contrast here where you really want to have a point of difference with the judges and getting the speed down the line, but also being patient at the same time and having that high energy. You look at the guys like Philippe and Sammy Pupo and the people that and Sheldon Simpkins, for instance, they look so energetic on the wave, but they have a lot of patience in their surfing too to really tear apart the right section.
That's it.
Because you can get so frothed out on a point break like this.
Mate, you know what tripped me out watching the Oyo Rio Pro the other day was Gabby's heat against Griffin, I think. Was it Griffin? Who did he lose to in the quarters? Yeah, Griffin. He was like over-frothed. First time I've ever seen him not constantly in the right spot. He was just all over the wave, and like that's the danger, like even at that level, you can get too psyched.
Too psyched. Maybe the crowd, just the environment.
Screaming him.
There, down there, yeah.
He's a crowd favourite over there. Here goes Darcy Dwyer, mate. Big first snap. Oh, no. Overcooks it. That's exactly what we were just talking about. So many points in that first turn. All he needed was a couple of safety turns. He would have done it, but that's not how Darcy does business, mate.
He goes hell for leather.
Doesn't he?
He does. So
another Noosa surfer, is he, I believe?
Yeah. well tuned into the right point breaks.
So that was sick.
That was really good. And he just, I feel like he thought he needed to do more than he actually had to do.
You know what that turn was? It was almost like he went up to do the slice, thought, oh, I'll kick the fins out, but the section had sort of backed off.
And that happens out here when it's really small like this at snapper. You really have to be on point when it comes to your transitions and the timing of the turn. It's so easy to get to the lip too early and do the turn late because it's so cupped out and bowly. So you really need to start turning as you're going up. You see some of the surfers that are really good at it. Isaiah was amazing in the last tee.
He was so good. Just clicking it.
Yeah, especially when they get those turns down the line, those, you know, the turns that Griff and Kanoa always do. They click it with the board slide across the lip almost. And it's
Love
really
those.
controlled, and they keep the speed down the line without losing the fins back too much into the pocket. Zaya was on point in the last heat with that. And
no, that's a good thing to bring up, actually, as a top-line coach, you know, all this sort of, like, detail that you're privy to. I was sitting with Dane Reynolds at an air show just last week. He was talking about sort of the best technique to do airs and stuff, and you would think that you'd sort of hit the lip and jump to try and get it, but he was saying, no, it's not like that at all. You kind of hit the lip at the perfect time, and you just tuck your legs up, and the board will just do the rest for you. Like, when you, like, got a point break and you've got that coping, the ideal place to be is obviously in the pocket, so you've constantly got something steep and something that's coming at you to get that sort of explosive moment. But do you hit the lip? Like, are you someone who goes, like, hit the lip and really punch it with power, or do you think it's just put it up there and let the board do the rest of the work?
yeah, well, it really depends on the section that's available. But if it is too cupped out and you get too much on the rail, it's really easy to catch that front edge above your nose. So you watch a lot of the surfers, they will go a little wider when they're trying to wrap it. You think of MF and Parker, they just get that perfect hook in the pocket. It's so hard to do on a really tight point break here. And you watch like people like Sheldon, they're so good at then staying in the pocket and surfing. We see a good one here for Darcy. First turn was nice, but the ones when they're clicking, they're almost releasing the fins before they get to the lip, and they let the board drift. They drift along the top of the wave.
Yeah, so like Griffin, Kanoa, there's a few of them that do it just better than anyone.
Really good. And Philippe and Sammy Pupo out here. He's become the master of it. He does he does Rios over floater sections out here.
Absolutely right, yeah. It's amazing to watch.
It's a crazy technique, but it's so rewarding on the point breaks because you come out of the turn with so much speed and you don't overcook the fins too far the wrong way.
It's funny, you know, I was watching Parko surfing in those legend heats during the snapper comp, and the power arc, like the way he could fit the entire length of his rail into the smallest space on the most cupped out, drainiest section. I was just like, what is this?
It's
witchcraft.
It's crazy.
Where's his cauldron? Where's his brew? I know he's got a bit of a witchy nose, but he was doing stuff I just could not believe. You know, it's just elite surfing, like stuff that almost cannot be taught. Just it's a full body lingo, cosmic awareness that not many people really understand. Him and Mick, Kelly, Steph, they've all got it.
And they throw that wingspan in there with the big drawn out carve and it just spray to the heavens.
Unbelievable. So here we go. Darcy Dwyer's just putting together a heat here. Nothing major on the board, but plenty of speed. Looking for the section. He's covered some distance on this one. Just a little snap and getting frustrated. Mate, you're in the lead. Don't worry about it, bro.
He's fired up. Stand by.
He's also despite the fact he's in the lead, with 7.5 minutes to go, he's actually in a risky position though, because everyone else has higher scores than him. So, as a first ride.
Oh, that was a huge wafting turn there. This is that in the pocket surfing we're speaking about here. And just hucks it. That's when you know you're in the flow state. It's all going right. We saw Zaya in the last heat, just went 6-point ride, 7-point ride, 8-point ride. They just know how to put heats together.
They do.
You can see Landon right now. He's just building through this heat. He doesn't look rushed.
Straight to first place, incoming.
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Will Martin on the inside. I thought, whoa, if he makes this, he's got speed.
There's Oki Fraser, 15-year-old out of Margaret River. You can tell he has that West Australian look to him, doesn't he? He's a big unit, and he has a lot of power.
No nonsense. This wave How's that turn? Like, that's exactly what you were talking about. Clicking it perfectly, getting the fins out the back, and just sending this big rooster. Judges love spray. They always have, always will. And the more spray you throw, the more powerful and perfectly timed your turn obviously is. So that will get rewarded. But Darcy Dwyer could easily slip down the leaderboard here really quickly. Like, that's 2 waves from Occy and Landon to go in. And there it is.
Yeah, so last to Landon, 7.83. Great number there. Backs up his 6.83. And just like that, he's gone bang, bang. Just a sneaky way of just going into the lead.
You don't see them coming sometimes, do you?
No.
Chris, it's one of those nightmares when you're in a heat. You just, all of a sudden, you're just out there, you're kind of going, okay, I'm in a pretty good position here, and suddenly there's just whitewash flying everywhere, and you just see these coloured singlets flashing past you, and next thing you're back at the bottom of the pile, starting again.
Yeah, and like you said, Darcy Dwyer first to third, so he's going to have to find something, I reckon, in that 6-point range at least.
I'll tell you, man, I like what I see when he's on the wave. Like, he looks super fast. He's really good at being in the part of the wave where the power is, the speed, but he just hasn't had the sections. So wave selection really has been his weakness in this heat. Here's a replay of Landon again. Oh, such a big, powerful turn for a wave that doesn't really look like a whole lot.
Yeah, I know, and the way that he drives off the bottom and pivots so well for such a big unit, it's like, it's so hard to turn your board that quick in the pocket in such a tight space, especially in such a small wave. When you can find such a small space to turn, he does it so well. I guess that's why he's back-to-back Queensland state champ. He has these points on lock.
Mm-hmm.
Great to see him moving up here. This is the little technique that we saw Davey Glazer do in the last heat. That was an amazing performance.
He was so bummed at the start of that heat. He was splashing water around and having a bit of a hissy fit, and then next thing you know, he's just blasting it.
Yeah, well, he was in third priority. He paddled up the point. He got his, he had a 6.4 and he paddled up. There was only about 3 minutes to go, and he's quarter wave off the rock, 2-turn combo, and other competitors had no idea what was even going on.
Yep.
He just dropped the biggest score of the heat.
And does he surf a lot out here, do you know? Because that just reeked of like local knowledge. It just, you know, as the tide comes in, you can get those ones that come in hugging the rock a little bit.
Rock hugger. But that was a great performance there, out in the water. And,
there's John. Sailing past for a look.
Checking out the whales. Did you see that one breaching before? The thing was humongous.
There's so many out there, mate.
It's crazy. It's like the whale highway out the back.
It really is. You know, living down the coast there at Byron and Lennox, which is, if you go up to a high point, you're looking out over the ocean. It's
You're
just
everywhere.
Madness. So
Crazy.
good to see, though.
What a good little zone it is here. Look, there it is. Some.
That is footage right here on the Gold Coast. That's how healthy this ecosystem is. This is like right behind Snapper Rocks. 2 beautiful humpbacks swimming north. What do they go up there to have their babies in the warm water?
You're asking the wrong guy about whales, right? We'll have to get Rabs in for that question.
Here we go. Darcy Dwyer gets 1 turn off and a second. He needs that 6 and he gets buried. And meanwhile, wow, Smalesy.
Almost landed on Willie Martin's head.
Big frontside rotator, probably without priority. And Will Martin now, he's getting really busy on this one. Big finish coming to this heat. 2 minutes 30. Will Martin's going to get a big score here. And it'll be Occy Fraser who's chewing his nails.
Yeah, that was a great ride there. What an exciting little exchange. We saw, well, the first one, Darcy Dwyer just went down on the inside. He was on his way to a cracker score.
Yeah, this was good. So you can see he's got no problem getting plenty of speed. Big first turn. Does get a second, so there'll be points in this, but I reckon it'll be around the 5 mark again. And meanwhile, from right on the rock, Landon Smales, big air rev, but this was powerful surfing from Will Martin.
Yeah, look at that. Really high and just explosive turn. Plenty of venom in it. And finished off nicely. The first turn where he just drifted the fins was the one.
How good is this surf? Like, I know it's not absolutely pump and snapper, but like when the waves come, Tell me you wouldn't want to be on that wave.
Is that the best 1 foot wave in the country
Fully.
right now? Honestly, it's pristine, and with the conditions we have, the sand that's built up, it sets up for a pretty exciting finish to this event tomorrow.
Mate,
with the swell coming.
Will Martin could really make a big jump here. He's definitely going to go up in a second, I think, at 4.1. Surely. That's in the bag. He ripped that wave at Newey. So Darcy Dwyer, I wonder what that last score was for him. There's some big scores coming in right now, Chris.
There is. There's going to be something to drop.
1 minute to go. So it's not over yet. Surfers want to know what's going on, and these scores are so important.
Yeah, Will Martin. We'll see where Landers came in. That air, that could be around a mid-range too. Will Martin from the doghouse to the penthouse, well, almost to the penthouse, is Parko's level, just one below. Will Martin goes to second with 38 seconds on the clock.
Occy goes everything, and Will's going to try and just put this away. Nice little snap to slide. Occy's wave just unfortunately not enough on it for the big man. And that's a nice finish from Will Martin. He claims it. I'll count that as a claim. What's he getting rid of? A 5.9. He's probably done it.
Probably goes to first. He surfed a 2-minute heat. He could have well and truly just taken the win there. But it looks like it will be Landon Smales and Will Martin.
Yeah, Darcy Dwyer paddles over, gives Landon a high five. Nice sportsmanship there. Billabong's Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum. And a 7.33. Will Martin goes to the lead, so he gets one on Smales. He'll be frothing on that.
In the penthouse.
Yeah, he's very top floor now, mate. We're going to have a quick break here. See you after the break.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom comp, presented by Sunbum. What a fantastic day here in beautiful southeast Queensland, Snapper Rocks. By Snapper standards, it's a 1 out of 10, but for the rest of the world, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, it's absolutely pumping. Welcome to the booth. My name's Dave Galbraith with the 78 World Champ. Bugs, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, great, mate. The tides come in, the waves have vastly improved, really, since this morning, and they're getting some high scores.
They are indeed. These grommets are making it look incredibly fun, which it is. As we see up and riding here, this is Mika Locke. This will be a replay of her first wave, I believe, which was a 5.67. That's a great start. We just wrapped up under 18 boys action. If you've just tuned in, it was Will Martin getting the jump on Landon Smales, moving through to the next round. I think we got Will on the line at the minute. Will.
How you going?
Oh, good, bruv. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
What's doing?
Just got through my heat.
Nice. How's it feel?
So good. Just a surf snapper with only 3 other people.
I've seen you. I've seen the way you surf this place, mate. You surf there's always 3 people out. Nah, I'm just revving you, Gromit. What's it like out there to have a 4-person heat when the waves are you're kind of a little on the slower side?
It's different. It's obviously hard to choose and to know which wave to pick, but it was just so good to get a few waves with no one out.
And a pretty hotly contested heat there. Obviously, you probably surf a lot of heats with all of those lads. Any little rivalries going on there that we need to know about?
Nah, me and Lando always have like good friendship rivalry, but it's good to get one on him.
For sure. He's on a tear this year, and as are you, mate. So what do you do now for the rest of the afternoon? You got anyone coming up in these heats that you're going to cheer on?
I think I've got another heat this afternoon.
Oh,
so
beautiful. You got to cheer on yourself first.
Yeah.
First and foremost. How do you spend the time? Do you kind of get away from the beach, or do you just stay locked down here playing ping pong and watching the waves?
I'm going to go eat some food, watch the live broadcast, then come back down.
You can give us some tips, mate. What's for lunch?
I already had hot chips, so maybe a salad.
Oh, yeah, we need to get some colour into you.
Yeah.
What do you wash it down with?
Just depends. Iced coffee.
Iced coffee. What, out of do you make it, or do you just get it out of the bottle?
Nah, the Norco one.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll keep you rolling for the next 3 days. Anyone at home watching or from far afield that you wanted to say g'day to?
Yeah, my mum. She's over in Germany at the moment, so.
Whoa.
Love you, Mum.
You reckon she's got up at 4 a.m. to watch? Of course she has.
Yeah, she texted me before my heat.
Sick. Well, good morning, Mum. Guten Tag. Sick. You got anyone else watching from around the world? That's a pretty huge shout out. How many viewers in Germany you reckon we got? Will?
Probably just my mum.
Sick, mate. Well, good on you. Good to have a chat. Surfing really good, buddy, and we'll see you later on this afternoon.
All right, see ya.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Well done, mate.
Yeah, he came back late in that heat.
Mm.
And really, that last 2 waves he got were the ones.
It's, I'm just, Bugs, I've got to admit, I'm kind of learning on the fly here about all these new systems of how you can get to the world titles. So it's obviously via the 10,000s, which this event is now. And then also too, like the standard way of qualifying, which is obviously through the Australian title system, and then obviously one wild card. But yeah, getting big results in these events, is a massive leap to heading off to the world stage and representing Australia, which is what all these youngsters want to do, mate.
Yeah, it's good. It rewards consistency. Consistently making finals.
As we see the great man himself there on screen. Ock, he's been all over the place at the minute. Just got back from Jeffreys Bay. It's always a good thing to see the young Ock streaking down the line over there, Bugs. Unfortunately, they didn't webcast that event, but it was good to see the imagery and then the highlight reels coming out from over there. Pretty stellar lineup. Steph Gilmore, Mark Ocalupo, Mikey Febb. And it's a beautiful part of the world. Long-time star photographer there, Duncan McFarlane. He's worked with Billabong for, I'm going to guess, 2 decades. Might be a bit short of that, but sounds pretty good. So, Grommets, if you're doing a run around, make sure you give Duncan a thumbs up. He's probably shot you over the years. He would have seen all the winners from this contest inception. What are we up to? 21?
18.
18.
The 18th Occy.
Because we might have had a few years off with COVID or something.
Oh, yeah, that's a possibility. Probably for sure.
Yeah, I remember judging one in 2005, I think.
Yeah.
D-bar, pumping off the wall D-bar.
Oh, yeah.
And then Bugs, obviously, we've made the jump over the hill now to Snapper and, to line up with the 2032 Brisbane Olympics, which no doubt we'll see a lot of the competitors in this event, I mean, with any luck, representing Australia here in years to come, mate.
Well, that's a good call, Stace. I mean, this is the age group, particularly the 14, 16, 18, they 2032, it's still, 7, 8 years off, so they're going to be prime age.
Yeah. On screen there, Eliza Richardson just waiting patiently to really open up her account with some substance. I was down here the other day, mate, and she was up against the ropes. Would have been 10, 15 seconds on the clock and needed a score and got it. And I don't know about you, mate, but it's scary for me watching competitors like with her form. If they have a close one early in the event, it can kind of set them up for some pretty good things. Yeah,
you get through those squeakers when you're one of the favourites and you go, okay, well, I won't be letting that happen again.
No. So we're going to check. This is going to check out both of Mika's waves again. She's been on fire of late, the young surfer from Burleigh Heads. This was her first wave, just a replay here. She's done well to pick off a wave that didn't run off too quickly down the line, and this is her second wave, Bug.
Yeah, this is a good wave, and just had a little bit of extra water on the bank, and it was a great snap there. finishes it. She tried to squeeze that last turn. And that's what I was nearly saying before, was you nearly better off going for a really big hack just prior to that last section. You're going to, that would have been 2 massive turns instead of trying to squeeze that third one in.
Isn't it, it's almost frustrating, isn't it, how those little golden bits of advice that you get given and then you pass on, they actually stay the same through your whole career.
They really do. You're better off with quality. It's quality over quantity, that's for sure. But still looking good. She's got a 5.73 and a 5.67.
Yeah. I was with Julian Wilson last week in Japan, and he was over there representing Sunbum at the Stab High event, which is obviously basically just one section. It was an air.
Yeah.
Even Julian, after falling off on one of his attempts, was just thinking the same thing. Why did I go for something that was sort of in the mediocre range when I could have just focused on the one big attempt? And Julian's one of the best to ever do it. For these kids watching on, like even the pros, even your heroes, they still have those same thoughts. They still encounter those same challenges. And yeah, it's just a matter of who can get it together in the heats and execute it.
And who was the standouts, mate?
I thought the Aussie boys looked pretty good, actually. Joel Vaughan and Dakota Walters. They didn't make the final, but they certainly didn't look out of place. They actually were super competitive. And then there was a couple of older heads like Dane Reynolds and Julian Wilson who didn't really find, their top form. But it was still, I don't know, I guess it's still cool to see them doing their thing and still being so progressive with their surfing.
Totally.
Those two guys in particular have set the tone for this generation, So
didn't they?
Yeah, it was pretty cool to watch. And then Eitan Osborne, young guy from America, he ended up taking it out, and he was, to be honest, probably the most inconsistent surfer in the event until it mattered. But we'll get to that in a minute. Eliza Richardson here, she's found herself a beautiful wave and done some great surfing so far. It's probably easier, Bugs, to tell you the events that Eliza hasn't won in the last 12 months.
Wow.
Compared to the ones that she has. She's literally cleaned up everything that you could win, and this is the reason why. Plenty of fire in her surfing there, and waited for that wave and executed perfectly.
Yeah, she sure did, and I like the way she didn't compromise and still got around those sections. A lot of, just such intention in her surfing. To go forward, that first turn's great. Another good snap there. And this part here, she goes for that over the top and then gets caught up, but doesn't stop her. So the big points are at the start of the wave, but she just puts a little bow on it at the end.
There we go. Scores starting to trickle in now. 7.67 there for Eliza Richardson. It still sees her in third position just due to the start that she had, not super strong, so she'll get back out the back and look to improve on the 3.17. It was Sammy Ardern. She got a good wave in the wave prior there to Eliza. That was a 5.1 to pair up with the 5.83 nicely. So by far the best wave of the heat there for Eliza, Bugs, but she's still got a little bit of work to do.
Well, this is a really tight heat. I mean, if you look at the surfers in first and second, it's really there's that high fives. It's a 5.83 and a 5.73 in the backups. Are the difference, but this is way open. Eliza's put herself in the box seat, though, I'd say, at this point.
Bugs, talk to us about the three-person heats and how kind of the strategy differs from the four-person heats. You've really got to beat one person, don't you?
Well, that's right. You back yourself every time. You've got a 67% chance of advancing, but it puts that added pressure because you don't want to be that third surfer. You just don't want to end up third.
Yep.
Gliding through on second's fine.
Yep. So you got Eliza here looking to better the 3.17, and she only needs a marginal score higher than that to jump up into second, and even a slightly bit more than that, we could see her all the way into the lead. So, as expected, she got it 4.5, and pretty clever heat IQ there, Bugs.
Very clever IQ. It was a nothing wave, and she kind of milked it for everything it had. It had that ridge in it, and I went, well, don't think about trying to get down the line on this one. And she didn't. She just made do with that one section she had, multiple manoeuvres. Nothing major, but enough to get her in the lead, and that was very clever.
Yeah, and now it's certainly the ball back into Mika and Sammy Ardern's court now. That kind of becomes this sort of one-on-one battle, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it's going to be a battle for second place. Sammy's got the slight edge on the best wave, but it's the backup. I think they're both capable of getting well and truly in the 6-point range, though.
Yeah, for sure. Seen them execute some good manoeuvres so far, but it was just obviously the opportunity that the 767 afforded Eliza on that wave was amazing, and obviously her surfing matched it as well. So I think both of those young women will be looking for something that gives them a bit more work down the line.
Yep.
Bugs, we were talking earlier about sort of the different, styles and surfing that you see here, and obviously everyone travelling from all over the countryside to be here, and how evident it is when you see someone with kind of that beach break energy versus someone who'd grown up on a point. And I'd like to get your thoughts on sort of the best kind of tempo to surf snapper.
Well, first of all, you've got to have one eye down the line. You do see a lot of, there's a lot of places around that they're very short, short, sharp rides. But here, you've got to stretch it out. You've got to sort of get through the fast sections, and then when it slows up, be able to really go to town. But it's how you get there, floating over sections. You still got to be scoring points.
Up and riding, Mika Locke. She is looking to solidify her second place, or better yet, jump back into the lead as she gets a nice finish there. That section was a great way to finish the wave. And it's a really good point that you make, Bugs, isn't it? It's like the greats at all the points around the world. Talking about J-Bay earlier, and obviously Snapper, and you get down to Winky Pop or Bells, they look really good connecting the dots.
That's right. And it comes so naturally to them because that's the way they surf. And they've usually got really smooth styles. But even in the fast sections, the sections that, and the thing is, a lot of beach break surfers, they make that mistake of doing that huge big turn, bringing it too far back around and getting caught behind the whitewater.
Yep.
And so they sacrifice the length of ride for that one big move.
So a great ride there from Mika Locke, a 7.33. It did certainly do the job for her and put her not only into the lead, but in a very, very convincing position, because now her 5.73 and her backup is a lot higher than the backup of Eliza Richardson. So it's a great score there to see her ride into the lead. It's now back over to Sammy, who it's kind of her turn to strike now. She does have first priority.
Well, she knows this wave well.
She does, yeah. Her and her brother, both members of the Snapper board riders, and her brother Scotty had a heat earlier. No doubt Scotty given a bit of intel over to Sammy about what the bank's doing and how the tide's kind of changing it. Mika just with third priority there, having a little look, electing not to go that wave.
Yeah, for under 5 minutes now, Sammy, I think she pretty much knows she needs to get a bomb. She needs to get a wave that is really going to link the sections and maybe got a little bit of size to it, so an in-betweener won't get the job done. It's been a very competitive heat, that's for sure.
It's a good skill to see, though, isn't it, Bugs? Like Sammy just being so patient, just sitting there and waiting her turn. She doesn't look panicked. She knows the wave she wants. And, at this age, it's such an important skill to learn.
Yeah, well, it's, there's kind of no use. A throwaway wave now is just going to put you in a horrible position in the priority rotation and leave you open to just get blocked out.
Yep. Yeah, it's just the size of the swell today. It basically lends itself to a pretty small takeoff area. When the wave's a little bigger here at Snapper, you can kind of, sneak up behind the rock. We saw that in the Challenger Series. You could sit a little wider.
Yeah.
Or even if you get really lucky, pick one off down the line.
Yep.
But today, it's a little bit more everyone kind of bunched up. Still some great scoring rides on offer, but I don't think you'll see, someone winning a heat down Little Marley.
But the beauty about the priority is that she can sit there unhindered. The other two competitors have got the inside on a point break. Having the inside is gold. But then here we see again this wave where this is the high point of the heat so far. Very well put together wave. And you can see why she's so competitive and quite aggressive in her approach.
Yeah, determined. Did not want to let that wave get away from her.
Yeah, it was a solid ride. Under 3 minutes now.
How do you like the positioning here, Bug? Mika just obviously in the red there with second or third priority. Sammy's got first, but just obviously letting her know that she's right there.
Yeah, she's kind of playing the safety one as far as, a slightly wider way with a wall, but I don't know. I think it'd be worth just coming up the point a little bit further for my liking. Because she's going to need a wave. She basically, she's going to need a 7 or something. A 6.35, okay. But it's a set wave.
It's going to be a set wave, yeah. Sort of been struggling to see any of the divisions today really jump out of the fives unless it's kind of like a big opening manoeuvre or a wave that has a bit of height to it.
We saw a little bit of Fisher there. I think Eliza was trying to get her to have a bit of a look at that one.
Yeah, did have a little look, didn't she? But
but she was at the end of the wave. That wave, you had to have been on it doing. You could have got probably 2 manoeuvres done before that point, but it didn't have. It had a very severe taper, so there was nothing on offer for Sammy Ardern on that one. She needs a set wave to come through that's got a bit of body in it, and we've seen them in this heat. She just hasn't quite been in that priority rotation to capitalise on it. Not quite enough to go around all the way for 3 or 4 surfers today. We're finding that probably the 2 surfers that get those 2 good waves, their surfing speaks for themselves. But look at it now; they've really hemmed her in. that is the pincer movement.
Yep. As you said, thank God for priority.
Yeah, well, that's right.
These heats will be over with 12 minutes to go in some instances where 2 surfers get a start.
Especially on the point break.
Definitely seen that over the years. As we come in under 1 minute now.
Yeah, and I like to see, all competitors.
Don't do the Jamie O'Brien.
There was a bit of a congrats and good one, well done. Oh, wow.
There it is, all done. Great heat, super competitive. Congratulations to Eliza Richardson and Mika Locke.
Yeah, nothing came through in that last probably 7 minutes there for Sammy Ardern.
We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. Don't go anywhere. More action coming right up. Under 16 girls in the water.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. If you've just tuned in, this is quarterfinal number 2 of the under 16 girls. We just saw a really tight heat there for heat number 1. Just ended. It was Mika Locke from Burleigh Heads getting the jump over Eliza Richardson from the sunny coast. My name's Stace Galbraith in the booth with 78 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and we've got another cracking heat on our hands here. This event has been running for, I want to say 3 days up until this point. Maybe 2. And we've whittled it down now to our quarterfinalists for the under 16 women, and all the other divisions are up to the quarters. It's Lucy Dara in the red, Charlie Haitley in the white, and Rosie Gillette in the yellow. Bugs, how was your weekend, mate? It kind of feels weird to be commentating on a Monday. But it kind of feels like the weekend, but it's not.
No, I came down here and yesterday when it was raging on shore, and I was just couldn't believe how good the surfing was. Like they were just, the Groms were just ripping out here.
Yeah, it's been an amazing display. It's been, a couple of days have been fun, and then a pretty challenging day yesterday. So if you've made it this far, you've done an awesome job. And to everyone that's joined us up until this point, but maybe not progressed. I did see a lot of good surfing going down over the last couple of days, and so I think the Australian surfing's in an amazing place, and we'll broadcast these last final days with the quarters onwards today, and then a finals day tomorrow. And the move around the corner from D-Bar to Snapper Rocks has been a welcomed one. Even on a day like today where the swell isn't booming, Snapper still offers up plenty of amazing canvas for these young competitors to get the work done.
Yeah, it's definitely an upgrade. I mean, when you think about the Billabong Occy Grom comp, the Skull Candy, they're the majors.
Yep.
They're the major grommet tournaments, and surfers now coming from all over the world to compete and just to experience the good vibe here.
Yep. Down the line, Lucidara. I like how she kind of started herself a bit further down the line here, away from her competitors. She's picked off a nice wave to start.
And as that wave just fizzled out, she stuck with it.
As we wait for Lucy to get back out the back, we're going to check in with Mika Locke, winner of the last heat. Mika, how you doing? Oh, I can't hear you. You want to go again?
Good. The waves.
There you are. How you doing?
Good. The waves were really fun.
Sick.
Yeah.
Glad to hear you say that. Made the big trip down from Burleigh.
Yeah. Not long, but yeah.
How is everyone in Burleigh?
Everyone's good. Yeah, we have a really good group of girls, and it's super fun.
Yeah, awesome. Talk to us a bit about the training programs that you guys have got going on up there. Burleigh obviously doing a fantastic job with their juniors.
Yeah, well, our coach, Hinata, coaches us once a week, and then we have club round, which we have a great group of girls, so that's really competitive. And we go over to Stratty for once a year for a trip, and that's really fun too, and they give us some funding to help us with our comps too.
Have you been giving Hinata any tips while he's on the road with Liam?
No, not yet.
I think he might need them. Talk to us about the impact that Liam's been having on you guys at the club. He's obviously been on fire this year.
Yeah, he's such a great role model. It's so great to watch him and see him surf on the tour.
And you had an awesome heat just then. Do you surf again this afternoon, or is that it for the day?
That's it for the day. We're on tomorrow.
Beautiful. So what do you do for the rest of the afternoon?
I'll go surf Diva and then probably chill out.
Yeah, nice. You probably got 2 more surfs in you, I reckon.
Hopefully.
That'd be awesome. All right, well, thanks so much for your time, Mika. Surfing really good, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sweet.
And there we see Burleigh, that classic majestic headland in the background where Mika hails from, just up the road. Another one of the iconic point breaks on the Gold Coast.
Yeah. I think, obviously Bug Snapper, a partner of this event, and given us the time to run this event here, and we'll get back to that in a minute. But yeah, a nice way to start the heat here. Bugs are, I don't know that Lucy will necessarily keep the 4-5, but always nice to get a start in a heat like this.
Well, it is, because the advantage for her is that, when the other 2 surfers do elect to use, well, they're still surfing on a point break without priority at this point. But she'll go into a better part of the rotation. So, it's, as you said, it's just good to get away to a start in these heats. A 4-5, not bad to just having the ledger.
It's probably the minimum of where you'd want to start.
Yep.
And she's done that there, and it can definitely build on that. But yeah, just getting back to my point about the clubs in the area, and obviously the waves that we have to obviously thank for so many of the talent that have come from this part of the world, but just also too offering up the point for the week and using the resources and the back end help of all the different clubs. And Burleigh do a great job with the single fin, and Snapper hosting the Usher Cup, and now the Occy Grom comp, and all these different other events. So yeah, I think it's cool to see the bar lifts with everyone when we're able to kind of spread the love.
Oh, it most definitely does. And yeah, the club community involvement from the clubs is coming to the fore. It's just good for the sport of surfing. And as you said, this is going to be the likely home of the Olympic Games in 2032. There's a very good chance that Snapper will be definitely in the mix as one of the venues, if not the prime venue.
No doubt you'll be the leader of ceremonies.
Well, it'll be the first Olympics I'll be anywhere near.
Yeah.
I mean, I swear I couldn't imagine, you know, when I was a teenager that surfing would be in the Olympics. It truly is something that I just keep going. Is that real?
Yeah, with any luck, the next event, I mean, is the Olympics. Everyone's going to Tahiti. It's happening.
Wow.
And yeah, with any luck, we get to see, you know, some quality swell for that event. And obviously, I'd like to see the favourites do well, but I think the Olympic story is a pretty classic one with an underdog story. So we'll see who can rise to the top there. But pretty crazy field on the men and women's of people that maybe you don't hear a whole lot of, but have certainly got the talent. So we'll see where that one ends up.
Well, you and I did a lot of calls in the Tokyo Olympics together, but this year they've got the Channel 9 broadcast crew.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the rollouts. The surfing time frame is like a little different to the other sports. So I think like strategically for the surfers and all of us attached to surfing, it's going to get a lot of limelight shone on it. And the reason being is obviously it's the Paris Olympics at Tahiti's in a completely different part of the world to mainland France. And so surfing is going to get to see, you know, it won't be run up against the same time as the 100 metres.
No.
It's going to be on a completely different, you know, timeline, which is going to be great.
Yeah, and what's going to be really great is that it's going to showcase the world's most spectacular wave. I mean, I still maintain that Pipeline's the world's most challenging wave, but I think Chopu is the most spectacular wave in the world.
Yeah, it is spectacular when it's doing its thing. And it's had a pretty good run lately. Kind of want to stop talking about it. I feel like I'm going to jinx it. But even after the comp there this year, it was pumping for another week after.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, they got a window, and you know, it's not in a bad. It's still in the frame. It's still in the season.
Yep.
So hopefully we'll see some amazing action. There'll be, I guess, competitors coming, you know, representing nations that don't have much experience out there.
Yep.
That's going to make it pretty interesting. And then you've got people like Jack Robinson and who were just seasoned.
Yep. Been going there since they were 12 years old. This heat a bit slower than the last one, Bug. The 4-5 of Lucy there is starting to look like a 7.
Yeah, well, we're in the second half of the heat. Here's Charlie. And another goofy footer. Just getting caught behind there a little bit. Went for that one big manoeuvre. Didn't take that goofy footer approach where you pump it down the line. But she got something on the board, her second wave.
Another proud member of the Burleigh Board Riders here and a beneficiary of that training group.
So a 3-1-7 there, so it puts Charlie in the lead. But it's one of those leads that a bit flimsy.
Yeah, it's a good call, Bug. It's weirdly enough, the heat really, it could be in Rosie's favour here. You know, if we've just had like a sleepy 10 minutes and a set pulses in, this next ride for Rosie could set her up really, really well. So we see those rocks just remaining dry there for the afternoon with that tide coming in. Beautiful vision there. People pay a lot of money to surf this wave with no one out, Bugs.
Yeah, so true. Yeah, well, you know, we can see outside now that the southeast has sort of swung in. That'll help out for tomorrow. That should definitely help out for tomorrow. It's supposed to blow pretty good tonight. Bit of weather with it though, bit of rain, but that doesn't. You need a bit of weather for the surf.
I was thinking about that this morning, actually. We do kind of sit in it, you know, obviously a very unique part of the world where, you know, Sydney and Newcastle, they cop the brunt of it. We kind of just sit up here with our pina coladas and the feet up and just wait for a perfect sandbar swell to roll in, and we don't really get the weather, do we, often? You know, it's not like a J-Bay or a Bells where you want that crazy weather.
Yeah.
Hence why it's a favourite place for a lot of people to call home.
Yeah, we often get a glancing blow on those big ones that when you get, you know, 15-foot waves in Sydney, you know, we'll just get a nice 5-foot swell up here.
Yeah. And generally speaking, pretty warm water in the winter. This is the middle of winter, and most people surfing in like a short arm. or a short leg, long arm, and no one's shivering.
No, and this is a true winter's day for us.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's a Gold Coast winter's day.
Everyone chucked the jumpers on this morning.
Yeah, long sleeves for a little while.
Yep. Sent the kids out to cut up the kindling. But yeah, we're coming to you live from Snapper Rocks. It's 2024 Billabong Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum, and we've been running this event for coming up to 18 years. So it's been a good run. There's been some amazing champions across the men's and the women's divisions. It's a pretty good indicator, Rabbit, of how your junior career is tracking if you can manage to take out one of these events.
Yeah, or even just making a final. It's it's so competitive to make a final, and at either one of these events, this one or the Skull Candy, they're classic. I mean, it's exciting and you're going to be against surfers that you might be with all right through your career.
I think that obviously the wins, like you said, making a final is a good one, and winning it's amazing. But if you can learn some things along the way, that's even better. And I can recall Reef Doig v Ethan Ewing at Pumping D-Bar as we take a look at this wave here from Charlie Haitley. She's just looking to kind of, I guess, inch further into the lead here, and she will do that. She's only looking to improve in a 2:17, but. Yeah, the point of my story is they got Ethan and Reef took off. This is like probably one of the first events where we started bringing in priority.
Yeah.
You might have been 2014. And Ethan jumped off his board, but he kind of jumped into Reef. Like, didn't jump onto him, but created enough of a wake that it kind of got Reef tangled up and he fell off.
Yeah.
Priority interference, obviously. Cost him the final. And we're back to that in a minute. As we see up and riding here, Rosie Gillette. She's picked off a great wave here. She's looking to keep her momentum down the line, and she'll get the finish. And behind is Lucy Dara. So she's obviously had that great start with the 4.5, and as we expected, she's going to quite easily add to it here. She comes down the line. This heat's starting to come to light. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the finish there. And while we wait for a replay, Bug, the point of my story is Ethan never made that mistake again.
No,
so
that's right.
I'm sure he wanted to win that event, but... the things you learn at these Grom events.
Oh, totally. Well, here's an opening wave for Rosie. And now this is where she went into that good priority. This is by far the best looking wave, Stace. And she, she banked some points here before this very unfortunate finish. This could have been well up in the excellent range.
Yeah, it was a good. That's still going to be the best wave of the heat, we'd imagine.
Yep.
And as we see, a good little paddle battle there. Lucy did get the 6, and as we mentioned, like pairing that with the 4.5 from earlier, so it's a genius call. She's in a great position here now to close out this heat. Charlie Haitley did improve on her position. It was a 4.67 for her ride, and then after waiting all that time, Rosie Gillette did get a 4.1. So she is well and truly in this heat. Although I'm sure she feels she could have done things differently, and she might have wanted a bigger score. If you take everything for what it is, she's still right smack bang in this heat. She only needs a 3.75. There's 4 minutes on the clock.
It's incredible.
And she doesn't don't worry about anything else, or that Lucy's getting the 6s, or that it's been a slow heat. The job at hand is still really, really achievable. So we'll see how it unfolds with just under 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, good call, Stace. It's going to be tight in the end. Rosie waited probably about 13 minutes to get her opening wave. She needs to get a little bit more rhythm going, but for Lucy, that opening 4.5 is sitting well now.
Bugs, I know you're the 78 world champ, but I don't want to shine a light too much on the yesteryear. However, not too much computer scoring going on back in the day.
Computer?
So, my question, how is that different from these surfers' mentalities who just hear scores all day, every day? How important is it to just kind of create your own plan and stick to it?
Well, you have to. You had to. There was no scores being read out. 0 scores. You didn't know how you went until you came in, and you kind of, as we see Charlie there getting a pretty decent wave. Should improve on the 3.17 for sure. Yeah, no, you had to kind of keep your eye on the opposition, have a bit of a gauge on how you went. Sometimes you knew you smashed it, and other times you're going, oh, it's going to be a close 3-2 decision or something. And no, you had to wait for the result.
See Charlie here. This is an important wave for her heat. She only needs a 5.84 to get into the lead.
I mean, I know, I got a bit of a classic that I was in the very first tournament that they had a computer. It was in Atlantic City on the East Coast, and I was actually in a heat with Tom Curran, and I got the first perfect 10 on the computer. But it was like that old style where the computer printout was about 3 foot long, and it was a perfect. I wish I'd kept it. I don't know where it is, but yeah, it was. I just got this freak wave that connected these two piers, and it was back and down the beach, and yeah,
right for 3 turns, left back for 3 turns.
It was unbelievable. It just kept going and going. No, it was no cutbacks. It was just linking. It was, the wave was nearly going sideways, and I just rode it about 300 metres in a break that's about 20 metres long.
Yeah.
And I got that perfect 10.
That's so good. You just had to let Tom know who was boss.
Oh well, it was a freak wave. I mean, it was it was a year that I was going for the world title against Tommy Carroll. So I was a contender.
Yeah. Under 90 seconds now on the clock. Rosie Gillette would be hoping for one of those waves bugs. Just the sidewinder sent from above. Give her some scoring opportunity. As we see there, Charlie Haitley did get the score she needed to go into the lead. So there was a priority battle that went down just before between Rosie and Lucy that is going to be very pivotal in this final exchange. Just looking at the body language, I think it would have been Lucy that did get the nod on priority. Excuse me, Rosie. So it's going to be a important score here, important wave. Nice turn out of the top and a pretty big finish. There we go. But her requirement did go up to a 6.4.
I don't know.
So I think, best case scenario, she improves on the 4.1 and just lowers that requirement. I don't know it'll go as high as the 6.4, but if she can just lower their overall requirement, you can get out pretty quick here.
Yeah, you can get out quick, and then she needs a freak wide wave to come. And yeah, but I totally agree with you. I don't think she got it in one go. She needed to kind of go a bit further down the line, I felt. Well, she got a 5. Oh, she nearly got there.
Wow, super close. 5.77. She can hold her head high after that one. So really well composed surf heat there from Rosie. Didn't get probably the amount of opportunities she was hoping for, but she certainly performed well on the waves that she did. We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. Don't go anywhere. We've got a ripper of a heat just around the corner. Under 16 boys, quarterfinal, heat number 1.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, the 18th running of this classic event. Here we are at Snapper Rocks in a hot field in this heat. Jai Neal, Jesse Ferguson, Ocean Lancaster. And I'd like to welcome former world champion Joel Parkinson. Good to see you, mate.
Thanks, Bugs. Great to see you. It's great to be down here, and I'm excited for this heat too. I watched their quarter before this one, and it was exciting. Ocean Lancaster was on fire.
Yeah, and Jai Neal had a good heat this morning.
Jai did too. Yeah, really pushing for our local boy there. So, not that I'm biased, but I'll always Snapper Rocks boy will be pushing very hard.
Yeah, and Yeah, well, Jesse Ferguson, Ocean Lancaster, 2 get through, and small waves, but they're perfect.
It is. It's. I mean, yesterday was probably some of the toughest conditions you can
Oh.
imagine. This is beautiful compared to that. So, even though it's small, I mean, the sand is so incredible. I think the wave shape still. The kids have been getting heaps of speed through the waves. So, hopefully, it only builds through the day. It's meant to, and then tomorrow looks great.
Tomorrow does look good, and they don't need much, do they? They just need probably a little bit more.
Yes,
See
Jai
John
on
Neal.
a nice wave.
Whoa. God, he's got that timing out of the top so down.
He does. I mean, a lot of that is probably local knowledge too, and knows what to pick, and especially when he gets started off already with a wave and then backs it up quite quickly. So it's pretty good for him to do that, and he knows how to find one out here.
Well, they're point scorers, those two. That's a well-timed ride, only 2 manoeuvres, but he's going to get, I feel he's going to get pretty well rewarded for that. Yeah, 7-point ride.
That's amazing, especially after backing up a 5-5. You think about getting the same score, but to put another 1.5 on it, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I felt it was just a slicker ride, and I mean, we've seen Jai surfing out here in club rounds, and it's a very competitive field, even in those divisions. But he's a standout out here, and here's another wave here. And look at that wave in front, but look at the surfing is just dynamic, Joel.
Yeah, for that wave, I mean, we've all had enough contests in small waves, and especially that the last day being the good day. No one will remember these heats, but they're the grindy ones you got to get through, and you got to get to that good day. And I mean, they're still very contestable, but today was and yesterday, I guess, the survival days to get the fruits of the tree tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you're spot on there. You just got to get through these days, even if you have squeaker heats. Yesterday there was a few squeakers, and there's trophies, but there's also just to get another heat at snapper.
Exactly. Look, here's a nice wide one. He got lucky on the way out here, Jesse. It's a beautiful carved.
Whoa!
Wow, that's a could be the wave of the heat there, Bugs.
That's a keeper. We'll come back to that in a minute. We've got Charlie Hatley down there, and Charlie, congratulations. That was a pretty strong heat. I mean, it was a pretty inconsistent heat, but took you a little while to get going.
Yeah, it was very slow. I was not really knowing what was going to happen in the heat before. There was quite a few sets rolling through, so I was just hoping something would come.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lucy got off to that start, but you and Rosie were sitting out there for ages, and but you finally, you made you finished strongly though.
Yeah, I was trying to stay on the inside, and at one point I was like, okay, you just need to catch a wave and make the heat. So went down, got a few tiny ones on the inside, and managed to get a few scores. And
Mika Locke got through the heat before. You surf with her a lot?
Yeah, she's amazing. All the girls in these heats are, so I'm very grateful to surf with them and excited to maybe see her in the next heat.
And, being able to, sleep in your own bed, you're local. I mean, you're up at Burleigh, which is pretty local, and that must be nice to be able to, do you travel a bit and go to other comps around the place?
Yeah, I've been travelling a bit this year. I just came back from Indonesia for the QSs in Krui and Nias, pumping waves there, so it's nice to be home, but not many waves around.
No, it's been a bit small lately. It hasn't been exactly like Nias around here lately.
No.
But it might be coming in a few days. Who knows?
Hopefully.
Anyway, look, congratulations, you're through. Do you surf again today, or are you in the finals day now?
No, I'm in the finals day, I think.
Well, take stock of what you've done so far, and take a deep breath, get ready for tomorrow, and come out charging.
Thank you.
Yeah, classic. Well, as Joel said, getting through today is what it's all about, mate.
It is. It definitely is. I mean, for the little swell that's there, it definitely seems like there's a little bit of power in the wave, though. There's definitely speed there, and this was that 867. That was a great wave. Probably one of the best wide waves that's come through all day.
Best looking wave I've seen.
Yeah, it really has. It's great for the afternoon. Hopefully we see a little bit more. How will the tide affect it, you think, Bugs?
Look, the tide's going to help it, I think. I think that low tide, that mid-morning low tide this morning was the toughest.
Yeah, okay.
You know, because first of all, there was no wide ones.
Yeah.
That bank is just so straight and so shallow that there was no wide ones, and so, not everyone in the 4-man heats were getting in the rotation. There wasn't enough to go around, I felt.
Yeah.
And I think a little bit of water on it today. I think tomorrow with a bit more size in the finals in the afternoon could be spot on.
Yeah, great. I think as the day goes on tomorrow, probably from lunch on, I think it'll be really fun to snap. But I think at worst it'll be as good as the first day.
Yeah, I think so. I think it at worst. I mean, slightly different swell direction, but hopefully, you can see that sou'easter on the outside now.
Yeah,
we needed that. We needed that to happen to kind of get it around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as it's a bummer you haven't got a few extra days there, because I think the back end of the week looks pretty amazing for some swell around here. Unfortunately, I'm not here, but especially with the amount of sand around here at the moment, I'd love to see a nice southeast swell in it.
Well, it's been sitting there waiting. It's been sitting there and getting more perfect. You get a 4-foot swell in that thing, it's going to be ridiculous.
I hope so. I hope for you guys you get some, but I hope I wouldn't mind being home. I'm lucky enough I'm on a boat trip in the Matauis, but hopefully I'll get some waves there. But, when you know that this sand's this good and everyone's been waiting and drooling, waiting for it, and it turns up and you're not here, is always has a little cut in there.
Oh, look, there's not too many tears shed for you going on a boat trip.
Yeah, I know. Far out. Yeah.
No, but I know what you're saying. I mean, it has been, and you see it every day, and so do I, and you just go, man, when is it going to happen?
Yeah, exactly. I'm a typical surfer, eh? It's always grass is never green enough. It's always greener where you're not surfing.
You know that. That's just how surfing is.
Exactly. I just got the best boat of my life, but I think I want a better one.
I know. I mean, I've even been in Hawaii in like February, and you look at the map and go, oh my God, there's a cyclone. Maybe I've got to get home.
Yeah.
And you're in Hawaii.
I've got a week of perfect Hawaii.
Exactly. It's ridiculous.
It's grass, mate. I guess we're very surfers. We all chase the carrot, don't we?
No, we sure
You're
do.
never going to catch it.
But of course the carrots now. I mean, you see everything that's happening in the world right in front of your screen.
Yeah, definitely. It's
Did
right
you get
there.
to J-Bay?
I did. It was flat.
Yeah, I know.
I had a wedding. A good friend of mine's wedding was the weekend the event was on that they just had, so I couldn't do the event. But I was there for the week before, and it was 5 days in J-Bay, and it probably was about the same size as this. I had two very average surfs, but it was great to be there and catch up with a lot of friends. And,
it's a special place.
It's a special place. It's just a bummer.
Yeah.
I couldn't be there for the swell.
Yeah, and it's a sort of place where talk about, you go into the airport and you look at the map and go, oh my gosh, there's swell coming.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's such an amazing place when there's swell there. But I love J-Bay, but there's not much to do there when it's flat. You realise that when you're just there on holidays, there's quite a small little slow town.
You're just sitting there looking out the ocean.
Yeah, you kind of do.
Wishing it.
It was good though. We got to go and do some other things and went to some cool places and stuff. Definitely.
So it looks like we've got a bit of Grom action down here, and now this race looks pretty serious. There's some. Don't know what the prize is at the end, but maybe they've buried a bit of treasure. And look out! Here comes a few more starters.
Is that Ike Morrison on the second final? Oh, he's missed the start.
Oh, look at the prizes! It's a dig.
Oh, it's a dig off.
Oh God! Oh look out! There he is. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Oh, there was one kid at the start. I'm sure he saw where they buried one of them because he went straight to it.
Yeah, kicked it over straight. It's right there.
Well, back to the action in the water soon, but here we go. Ocean Lancaster, and he's another good young surfer. This is a tight heat, Joel. I mean, as far as talent-wise. Whoa.
Okay, wow.
Okay.
He's just backed up his 7. I think he could almost make a push to the lead here, maybe.
He could definitely make a push to second place.
Definitely, I think there.
So Jai Neal's come flying out of the gates at 5, 5 and 7 going, wow, that's looking pretty safe. No longer.
Great little first turn. The way he got up late on his board, the way he jumped to his feet late when kind of was straight into his bottom turn, let him go real quick.
Yeah, I know.
That's a big, fish jumps. But just that kind of, I guess I found a lot of the things with small waves, there's always that paddle. See how he got in there early for that and set him up for the rest of the wave.
Yeah, that second turn was mighty in the finish. I think that's going to be better than Jai Neal's 5-5 to start with. And
7-0. So what have we got a tie for first? Sorry, I'm going off beach commentary. I heard someone's dropped a 7. It might be Ocean's last wave though.
Yeah.
Gee, the conditions are great. Look at that. If there was a bit more swell, gee, that's a perfect wind direction, eh? Straight. It's almost straight south, or south, a tiny bit of east in it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, so that's his 7 right there.
Oh, that was it, was it?
I guess so.
No, surely he's got another score to come in, or maybe that is it.
We're willing one in, Joel.
We're willing one, okay. Here we go. It looks like he's going to sneak around and pick up a third priority wave.
Oh yeah. God, this guy's got an attack on him,
doesn't he?
And he's got the power, the buckets, and the timing's good.
Yeah, he was a standout up on the Sunshine Coast at my event. He was incredible, Ocean. There was one heat he surfed that he just destroyed.
Oh, classic.
So, big future on this kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great technique, that wrap, wasn't it?
Really good wrap. I mean, a full wrap on a 1 foot wave is pretty mighty. But it's 1 foot snapper.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of 2 foot
Well,
snapper.
he's got a 5.33, that one. Just missed out on placing into third,
Ooh,
into
wow.
second. Gee, it's a tight heat.
Now it's tight. That 8.67 by Jesse Ferguson, he's pretty stoked he got that one under his belt. 6 minutes to go. Jai Neal holding on to second place. Ocean Lancaster breathing down his neck. That 5.33 could have gone anywhere.
Definitely. Oh, hopefully we get a nice little flurry of waves in this last moment, and they all get one each, and you know.
That's what I always hope for.
Yeah, me too. I just want to see it surfed off.
So do I.
Not run out of time.
So true. That's it. I just want to see them all get a fair shake of it. You know, like there's been no slack in this heat. All those waves, they are the waves ridden.
Yeah. Interesting technique here. Ocean going up there with third priority. I'm not too sure who's the first or the second priority out of Jesse or Jai, but I feel like Jesse might have first priority.
Yeah, I'm not sure because Jai got his wave so early. You know, he got that. Yeah,
with 5 minutes to go, that'd be a pretty good card to hold. Would be the priority right now.
Oh, wouldn't it? Especially if you're in the advancing spot. Now on a good day, what Ocean's done there, I find that is a good move on a good day when they're sitting a little bit wide. You can get those ones that really hug the bank.
Yeah, definitely. You got a little bit more playing field there, don't you?
Yeah. And sort of where they are, you know, you've already got 2 manoeuvres in and it's not worth them taking off because it's the end of the ride on a quick taper. But I'm not sure about today whether that's going to work for him today. He needs something to work for him. But either way, they've all acquitted themselves and shown that they've all got they've got a lot of potential, these three surfers. It's down to 4 minutes remaining. And so, yeah, the boat trip on Mentawais, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Going with a fun crew?
Yep, it sounds like a great crew. Got Ty Butter and Jai Glindemann.
Oh, wow.
Aton, who just won the Stab High. Creed. There's quite a few good crew. Bronson, the young Bronson.
Sounds like that crew just, they're already coming in from the last one at Padang, just waiting for you to come over.
Sounds like, mate.
Yeah, they go on a few boat trips, some of them.
No, it wouldn't have been bad being a back-to-back 19-year-old, back-to-back boat trips when you're 19. Oh, there you go.
There you go. That's living it.
Here we go. We might have a little bump.
Yeah.
The boys, is Jai going to take it he's going to have it. Oh, I don't know if that's a priority loss there for Jai.
I'll tell you what, it's very close. He looked at it a bit more intention than.
Yeah, that was some kind of a blockage, I think, there from Jai.
Well, that's what Ocean's calling. Ocean's actually calling that Jai did enough to
block him.
And I think
by the way, it looks like he's
out of there. So. Now that's a tricky move. 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining. Goes to show that must have definitely been a priority change for this to happen.
That was definitely a priority change. Right?
Now here it is, and he's paddling, and
that's a
right there.
That's commitment.
Right there, because his opponent could not afford to go.
And you can tell by the positioning now, it's definitely Jai.
Yeah.
Whether it's an error or not, maybe there was a potential in that wave, and now Jai might have to just hopefully the clock ticks out without anyone getting opportunity.
Well, Ocean, that just goes to show how much respect Jai's got for Ocean's ability, because that didn't look like much of a wave, but Ocean Lancaster definitely got pulled off that one.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Jai knows how scary Ocean could be on a mediocre wave, let alone a good wave. So there could be a couple coming here, and
well, he's going to need two, because Jesse Ferguson sitting there now, definitely with first priority. That's indisputable at this point.
That is. We've got a minute and a half to go.
Oh, that's a nervous minute and a half for two of them. I say Jesse's sitting pretty right now.
The worst thing would be the three-wave set that comes through, and Jesse, the other two get them. You go from first to third in the last 10 seconds. We've all had those heats and seen those heats happen.
Oh, my God. First to third.
You're first to third, and away you go.
It's like you're walking off, and how did that happen?
I noticed some of the quarters has 3 surfers and some have 4. Yeah. Is it just the way it is, or
Well, I think that the only way to get that is when you have. They might have opened the draw up a bit, and you've got an uneven number on the progression.
Yeah, the breakdown didn't work right.
It didn't work mathematically.
Yep.
And maybe that's great, because they've allowed more surfers in the event, which I think is great.
Yeah, definitely.
It's more about participation and being able to, surf in a tournament at Snapper. And I think the organisers, and great for Billabong and the organisers too, have accommodated everybody.
Definitely. I mean, we all know this is especially about to be CT, Olympic venue, and within a few years as well. So
now these 3 surfers here could be Olympians. This is the age group.
This is definitely.
Like 7 or 8 years time. Imagine these guys.
Yeah.
They're prime age.
And then, is the Ocean going to get a little bump? He's not going to get one here. It looked like there was one there for him, but I guess the time, the Ocean won on that one.
Yeah, well, Joe Neal, made some good moves at the very, very beginning of this heat. They then got nothing. And Ocean, I tell you what, he blew up in that heat.
Yeah.
In more ways than one.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely, Ocean can't be disappointed with his performance.
No.
The Ocean probably had more to do with it than his surfing, that's for sure.
Well, thanks, Joel. Good to have you in the set, mate. Bugs. And have a great trip to Mateo. We'll see you tomorrow for sure. But we'll take a break now and be back in a little bit.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen. This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
All right, welcome back. It is day number 4 down here at Billabong Occy's Grom comp at the iconic Snapper Rocks. And we are into 16 boys quarterfinal heat number 2. Myself, Chris Enever, in the booth with the sister Laura Enever.
First for everything, hey?
I know. I got told this would happen one day by a sidekick one time. We'd have a heat together.
Oh, wow. Well, better not swear, hey?
Yeah, exactly.
Keep it PG.
We'll keep it PG.
Not like the dinner table.
And here we are. It's a lovely day down here at Snapper Rocks. The weather's held out. It's just pristine conditions. And, well, one of the newest locals to this region, yourself, Laura, up on the hill now. Spend a bit of time here.
I'm still surfing down at Green Mountain. Need to edge my way up to the rock. But no, it's good to spend way more time up here. I've got, lifelong friends that are from the area and, friends that have moved up here. So spending a lot more time. And tell you what, it's a lot warmer than Sydney winter, but rainy here.
Yeah, speaking of Sydney, we've actually got a couple of Sydney siders in this heat now. And, well, here is an opening ride from Leo Machette, living on the Goldie. And, well, he's an Aussie, Scottish and a Frenchman.
Oh, wow, what a mix.
So a mix of 3 amazing countries. And now he lives on the Goldie, JS team rider.
I love his style. So nice to watch. And also love the way he's approached this one, just steep in the pocket, slams that one. His timing, absolute perfection. Oh, bit of a bobble there, so that might cost him, but a nice way to open this heat, a 5-5 for that. So the judges loving his surfing. Rennie, a 5 for his first one. So getting started quickly.
All right, and we are going to go and throw down to the winner of the last heat, Jesse Ferguson, under 16 boys heat winner. Jesse, mate, must be pretty pumped on getting the win there and now into finals day. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels so good. I think there could be some really fun waves today, so I woke up tonight, I was like, I hope I just get through to tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Talk us through that heat. Obviously, a couple of great numbers. The excellent 8.67. Run us through that one. How did it feel to lock in a good dream runner out here at Snapper Rocks?
Yeah, well, we all kind of hassled at the start, and I got the first one. I got the second wave of the heat, and then I was paddling back out, and I just saw, like, a wide wave coming, and I was like, oh, I might as well look at it, and then it just turned into, like, a gem.
How good are those wide swingers? They're the only ones I pick up when I surf out here. I can't get one out behind the rock.
Yeah.
But how's it feel? So, obviously, mate, pumped for finals day then.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yep. Can't wait.
Is there anyone in the draw that you're eyeing off that you think that's the one I got to beat, or is it just focus on yourself?
Yeah, just focus on myself, yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Laura, got any questions?
Oh, no, just surfing Snapper with a few people out, does it feel like, dreamy, something you've dreamt of like your whole life?
Yeah, it's so good. Last year, when we had the comp first at the Snapper last year, I got knocked out the first round and I was like so bummed. And now I'm just so happy to actually surf a few heats by myself out there.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Having this event here and then one day you'll be on the Challengers and then hopefully the Tour and, Snapper, just best spot ever.
I know, it's crazy. And the CT's back there next year, so it's so good.
Epic. Oh, well, congratulations, and we'll see you into tomorrow, finals day. Let's go.
All right, see you then.
Little legend.
So
he was
good.
frothing. How good's that?
To pick up a wide one, especially on a day like today, it's going into heats when it's small and inconsistent, adds a lot of nerves. As we see White having a paddle.
Yeah, this is Benny Cray. He's one of the longy locals, racing a line, big hook in the pocket, lots of high energy.
And, he kicked off this heat with a 7-point ride. What a gem this afternoon. And but yeah, picking up those wide ones, paddling back out. Gotta love it.
And this is Renee Galloway. This is for his 6.33, so a very strong goofy footer. And here's White's 7-point ride. This is the one from the start of the heat, Loz.
Oh, yeah, nice hook off the top. Just getting more, that wave just delivered, just section after section. And, a day like today when there's these small runners, to get a bowly section where you can actually hook in and carve. He just wanted to back this one up, but unfortunately not a lot there on offer. But that 7-point ride to get those pockets to actually hook into and sort of get that carve into tail kick. the judges just love it. You know, love anything on rail today because there's a lot of snaps and taps going down because it's so small, and once you get a pocket, you got to unload.
Yeah, it has.
Open up.
It's been a common theme that I've seen over the last couple of days. It's not, you know, obviously being on a point break here at Snapper, you're thinking about multiple maneuvers down the point, high speed, but the judges have really been paying for that one big move. We've seen some of the biggest scores of the event go down for, you know, one big move and just the completion. So it's not always about connecting the dots and, you know, tapping it down the line. It's really about squaring up and, like you said, driving into the rail turns. And good heat on her hands right now. Look at this. Renee Galloway, the goofy footer from Newport down there in Sydney. Newport Plus local.
Oh,
probably mentored by TC, Tommy Carroll. You'd be tuning in and cheering on Renee. He's one of their front runners now for the Newport Plus teams at all the events. 5-point ride and a 6.33 has him out in the lead. Leo Machette, one of the Goldie locals, sitting in second. And here's Benny Cray, the long reef frother.
Yeah, just trying to make something happen under priority. It's a good call if he can try to pull this off. That's absolutely wild that they can kick the tail and go to the air when it's that small, but smart surfing.
Yeah, you can see the energy just, he's really got, you know, a lot of energy down the line, generates a lot of speed. Maybe a bit of a sore back knee, but looks fine there. Just kicks the tail into reverse. So we'll see where that one comes in. He was currently sitting in third, holds a 7.
Yeah, so needed a 3.97. That'll do it for sure, I would have to say. It'll be interesting to see where the judges go. 5.40. So straight up into the lead for Benny.
Yeah, from third to first. Love that. And he's holding down the lead now, making his way back out. He's actually a full-blown charger himself as well. We've seen some clips of Benny out at Dead Man's. He does some work with Nick James and the crew down there in Sydney as well.
Sick.
So plenty of the Northern Beach's finest rallying behind some of the surfers in this heat. I'm sure they'd be tuning in, the Longy boys. They really get behind their surfers. You know, Robbie France and Matty Granger and all those crew down there.
Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe. They've got a really strong depth of
I know, it's
surfers
actually,
these days.
It's cool. It's like Longy just, even with all the Board Riders club events and the tag teams, they've just come out so strong in the last couple of years and just sort of taken over and just been like, we're here to stay. It's a small club and it's but it's full of bright, epic young shredders. So really cool to see Gabby as well, a Longy girl, and she always puts on huge performances in any of those tag teams.
Yeah, and like Xavier Bryce, another one, Chloe
Yeah.
Clements. Their team is just stacked these days. Can't get rid of them. But them and Northie always having huge battles. And yeah, Renee from Newport Plus, he's out there in second. So 5-point ride and a 6.33 for the surfer in yellow. And Leo Machette, one of the Goldie locals residing here now, he's sitting in third. He's chasing a 5.84. It looks like he's going to utilise priority here. Really stylish, goofy footer. Whips it in the pocket. And another one, so working it down the line, getting some good combinations here, Loz.
Yeah, love his style. He's just got that really nice flow. Nothing like crazy attacking on this wave, but just surfing it so nicely. Just really connecting the dots. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go, because he could have maybe dug into a few more of those turns and tried to maybe, you know, kick the tail or differentiate his turns, but just a well-surfed wave.
That is just vicious surfing from Benny Cray. Look at him go. He's just demolished that wave. There's none left of it.
Wow. Yeah, you can see the contrast in the approaches on that wave. You know, Leo just really smooth surfing. Almost reminds you of like a Mikey Febb or something, just like cruising down the line. And, you know, sometimes the judges can just, you know, be a bit like, oh, he's not really digging in too hard. But Benny just was slamming that. You could tell he was just giving everything into every turn. So, yeah, throwing probably a bit more spray.
Yeah, really like the aggression.
We've got a paddle
there.
battle on our hands.
Celia, like you said, it really gives off a goofy version of Mikey February, doesn't it? Just smooth, silky, the dot connector. He's just
And he's like
connecting.
lanky as well, but like just such a nice style. It's so cool to see, just tapping away here.
That board looks unbelievable under his feet. One of the JS models. And look at this. This is like almost Callum Robson-esque. Just full pedal to the metal. Just
Totally. Also like Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, he's like a cross blend of Caltex and Morgs.
Yeah.
Just full aggression and loving. It's just every section that comes at him, he just wants to detonate the thing. And
Yeah. So Leo was after a 5.8. So it'll be interesting. I think he's probably done it there.
yeah, could definitely see that one going up into the sixes. I reckon it was his best number. He's got 2 mid-range 5s. He's holding pocket 5s at the moment.
This is a close heat. This is gonna
Yeah, this is splitting hairs. And, well, Renee Galloway sitting there, 6.33 and a 5. He's not safe at all. And, yeah,
Oh,
there
wow.
it is. So he has done it. 7.27 for last of Leo. But hold the phone. Benny Cray has just gone Burko on the last one. Dropped in an excellent number. 8.57, Loz.
Wow. That is what you want to be getting out here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I'll go into the air. Getting tricky there. Love to see that. And the waves are looking really fun. It's good to see this heat a little bit more consistent. The last heat was quite slow out there. Seemed like Huey was having a little breather, but I mean, the motivation to get through. And obviously, you'd know from experience, what's it like actually surfing in a heat at Snapper when it's pumping?
Oh.
Just
It's like actually really confusing. You're out there and you're so not used to having the lineup to yourself or with like one other person or 2 other people that you're just, it's really hard not to take off on every wave. It's really hard not to see a wave that you would just like go any day of a week in a free surf and just think, oh, you know what, I need to wait for a better one. So it's, it's pretty classic, but these kids are in for a treat if they can make it through. Like you said, it is an absolute incentive to make it through, obviously to finals day, but to get to serve another heat out Snapper tomorrow. Promising forecast. We've had shades of it today, even though it's so small. And, you know, for these, 16s and 18s boys that are, on the taller or larger side, having to generate that speed today is being tricky, but it's going to be worth it for tomorrow.
Yeah, just like Renee Galloway. I mean, he looks like a footy player compared to Leo and Benny. He's a big unit, plenty of power, and he would relish the opportunity to get to rip into some bigger backhand hooks out there at Snapper, being around 4 foot. So we'll wait and see how he can negotiate the back end of this heat. Sitting in third, he's chasing a 6.45, but that's not out of reach at all for Renee. So we'll wait and see how this unfolds. 5 minutes 50 on the clock. And it is Benny Cray, the longy lad, holding down the lead, 15.57. What a heat total. He's just, he's come out with purpose. I feel like you can just feel it in his energy and his every single wave. I feel like he surfs every wave up. You kind of give every wave a base score of how that wave was maybe had 7 points in it, and he's surfing it, to an 8.5.
Yeah, so the 8.5, I don't even think it was a set. I think he was under, maybe he had priority, but it just wasn't like a bigger set of the day. It was just a mid-size runner, and he just really hacked into it, and just his timing.
Yeah.
Look, it's so small, and just hooked it in the pocket. Just loved the way he was just throwing spray and just had that sort of variety as well. So just absolutely slamming it.
Yeah, that's just Morgs all day long, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I feel like he really, really turned up the notch on that one. Especially having that 7 before, and he had locked in a 5.4 as well, and then he kind of was able to go for broke. Reminding you of one of the heats earlier with Zaya. He locked in a 7 and a 6, and then he just went to town, locked in a mid-range 8.
This is a bigger wave. Let's see what he can do here. Whoa! Hold the phone. If his last wave was an 8.5, this has to be excellent as well. Wow, bigger wave.
Yeah,
hooked
that's
in.
great.
That first turn has to be one of the calves of the day.
Yeah, that was a full-blown rail gouge. He just filet mignon that thing all the way around. So look at this opening turn, Laura. Take it away.
Yeah, just got around this section and knew he just had an absolute pocket to slice into and did it with so much power. I'm so impressed by his surfing today, and got the variety in there, the little tail kick and just 3 turns and, yeah.
Yeah, that
Judges.
was just Morgan all day long. I can't say it enough. He's just, even his calves, the way he fit that calf in the pocket, it was really, really impressive. Well, maybe because he didn't have the final end turn, it didn't go as high as his last one, but a 7.63. There was some great surfing down the line. That turn at the start, it was pretty much all in that first turn, wasn't it?
For sure. It's like all the points in that first turn. I think that was like a 5-point turn. So Benny is 16.20 total out here at mini, but absolutely shreddable snapper. He should probably rest that knee for now. He wants to keep going. Let's go, Benny.
He catches more waves than Werris.
Holy shizzle. He's in rhythm. How
He
good.
is.
But when you're in rhythm, you've got that energy that you just want to keep surfing. And you know, you're showing off your surfing, it's feeling good, and you're just like, I'm going to keep going.
Yeah,
He's got 7 waves.
He's turning into a bit of an expression session now. And look at this, just widens up the stance and just pulling out his full bag of tricks. Love to see that. Nick James will be fist pumping the air right now as he is well and
This is
truly.
an important wave right here.
Yeah, final 2 minutes. This is Renee Galloway up and riding. The big unit from Newport in Sydney. Getting to work as he races down the line, Loz. Can he find a closeout section?
Unfortunately, it's just dying out this wave.
Yeah, he's milking it for all it's worth,
Yeah.
but... And out the back, this is Leo. So, he's just so silky smooth, top to bottom.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was great
Wow,
surfing there.
if Rennie had jumped into second place, Leo just upped him again. Just you can tell the difference, I think, in, you know, both of those guys have a similar style, but just feels like Leo's just sort of floating across the wave, whereas it just looks a bit harder for Ren here. It's just, yeah, unfortunately, just when you're tapping along here, just didn't have, the wave just wasn't giving him much at all.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a bit of a common theme in this heat for Ren. He's just really finding it hard to find a bigger wave with a bit of substance in it. And then look at this wave here. This is Leo. He's obviously a smaller unit, but that wave had just the push and the power.
And that last turn, I think the judge is going to eat that up. The flow in that, just from turn to turn, absolutely just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it was. And he clicked that last section so nice. It almost like he had a slingshot into that last section with the bit of extra speed. And here is the froth man, Benny Cray, racing down the line, just destroying sections.
His board looks so good too. It's just floating through sections, and I think equipment today is it's almost just as important as wave selection. But felt like Ben out there he's had so much confidence in his equipment that he could catch anything and really turn it into something. Whereas it felt like the other guys had to be on like a really good wave to make it work.
Yeah, he's on a Mike Slarkus special, one of the team riders, one of the longy veterans and all-time shapers out of that region. He is whipped up a gem for Benny Cray. We're down to 25 seconds on the clock. This heat's flown by, Loz. And, looks like Leo did lock in his best number, his second best number, 6.93. So he's solidified his second position. Ren locked in a 5.13. And he's utilising priority here as the heat does the hooter sounds. And that'll be all she wrote for Ren. But great performance. Benny Cray getting the job done. High energy, high power, high performance. Leo Machette in second, Rennie in third. And that'll round out the heat for us, Loz.
Yeah,
we're going to head to a break.
Ben just taking it all in. What a heat. 16.2 total.
Yeah, and we're going to roll to a heat break, an ad break, and we'll be back with 18 girls action right after this. And I'll bring in Jesse and Laura to the booth. See you soon.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum 2024 Snapper Rocks. The girls are in the booth, the girls are in the water. Jess Starling, Laura Enova. It's quite weird saying your own name.
I know, I don't even know how to say my name sometimes.
I'm like, it's weird to like say my own name out loud. I reckon it's just strange. Anyway, that's besides the point because we have the girls in the water. Ruby Berry, Juniper Harper, Ava Argyros and Sydney Chevalier.
Oh, stacked heat. That was exactly my first thoughts. But we are in the 18 girls quarterfinals, and yeah, it feels like this could be a semi or a final.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Love
Ruby,
it.
I love how, and each one of these girls from a different part of the world. Ruby Berry is from WA. Sydney Chevalier, she is from the Northern Beaches, where we're from. Ava Argyros is Kingscliff, and Juniper Harper is Lennox. So cool little spread of surfers just there.
Yeah, so excited to see these girls take on Snapper Rocks this afternoon, and we've had some big scores in that last heat, so I'm sure these ladies have been watching and just, you know, are pumped to get out there. And we have, you know, a mix in this heat. We've got some goofy footers, regular footers, and it'll just be cool to see how they can take it on.
Yeah, I'm excited, but
Looks
someone...
like an absolute bomb coming
there
through
is a
now.
bomb coming. Let's watch this, and then we will chat to the last heat's winner. Oh, no.
Junie had the inside there, but unfortunately, she kind of knew she had to go. Otherwise, but she was just too far in, unfortunately. And Ruby Berry's picked this up on the outside.
Yeah, she's made the most of what Juniper couldn't, and she's going to tag the finish here. Fresh haircut for Ruby Berry too. Sydney now out behind her, flurry of waves. Maybe the biggest waves we've seen all day.
Yeah, that was a good set, promising swell moving on through. So good signs for tomorrow, finals day. And I mean, this afternoon, the conditions have held out, have a little bit of like ripple on the face, but it's clean out there.
Oh,
it is very clean.
You'd still be stoked to surf a heat out there, for sure.
Absolutely, it's so fun.
All right, here's the replay of Ruby. She has such a strong backhand. Such a different wave compared to where she lives. You know, she's over there at Margs. So surfing Snapper Point is a little bit different to Margs.
Totally, and it feels like, oh, here's Sydney. Love the way she took off on that behind the pocket, but unfortunately got a bit stuck behind, a bit too far. But she got the one big turn in, so a bit of a mistake there for Sydney. She almost got around that, but just couldn't really make the most of it.
And then Juniper Harper up on her first wave, but we are going to go down and chat for the second time today. Ben Zanardo-Crea, congrats on taking out the quarterfinal.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so you had a heat out there this morning. We already knew that you were looking comfortable and confident out there. Moving into this heat, it's the quarterfinals. What was the game plan? Did anything change?
Oh, not much really. It just turned a little bit closer in and not many waves like next to the rock. So I kind of sat out the back a bit too far at the start, but then I realised you had to come in a bit. But yeah.
Would you say conditions are probably a bit better now than what they were earlier? Talk us through.
Yeah, there's a couple more waves now, a bit more consistent, like a bit wallier on those inside runners. But yeah, still both heats were fun.
And you were saying in the last interview we had with you, you wanted to try and air with a grab. Did you get the job done?
Oh, no, there wasn't really like a lippy section for me to like proper do a punt, but I did a couple little cheese whizzes.
So we're looking for a grab before the end of the event.
Yeah, hopefully.
And moving on to finals day at Snapper Rocks, how bloody cool was that?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked to have a heat with just one other person out. Yeah, so keen.
Yeah, amazing. Well, thanks for chatting with us, Ben. We'll see you out there again tomorrow, but congratulations into the semi-finals.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, such an incentive to make it through and be into the semis with one other person. Man-on-man semis tomorrow.
I didn't realise it went to man-on-man.
So cool. And Yeah, it's man on man and woman on woman semis tomorrow. So we're in for a really exciting day. This was Junie's first wave, second wave, but just trying to make up for that bit of a mistake on that first one where she was slightly too far in and the wave just sort of broke on her, taking off. And this was Ava's first wave. This was an absolute bomb. I love the way, look, she looks like she's nursing an injury there on her back leg, and I'm sure that's still pretty painful, but got the job done there. Just tagged away that wave for a 6.5, so best wave of the heat.
Yeah, Ava, we were talking about this earlier, being a goofy footer out there, I feel like you can get more vertical up there on your back end, especially when it's small like it is today, but she's been putting in the reps out here. She actually works with my sister True as her coach.
Cool. Amazing.
Yeah, so I'm sure True will be watching on, but yeah, they've been doing the time out here at Snapper, trying to get prepared for their heat. So I've had a little bit of intel from Ava,
nice.
but I won't spill
totally
her beats.
I feel like for a goofy footer out here, it's a lot to do with the positioning of where you take off, because you want to be taking off in these waves and generating speed, so you go around the first section and you're right in the pocket when you bottom turn. If you take off too wide, then you're sort of cutting back and you may be missing that pocket of the wave, because you kind of look at Occy or any of the best that are out here, and they're always kind of taking off in behind that peak to come around the bottom and just be bashing that first pocket.
That's a great observation, actually. That is so true. Every time I see Occy, he does take off behind the section, but it puts him perfectly into that first spot.
Yeah, for that first spot. Because otherwise, if you're taking off where that first spot is, then you kind of, you'll still get something down the line, but all of the points, the judges love that first pocket. So trying to be there, that's the key.
That's the key. And you've spent a bit of time with Juniper on Billabong trips and stuff.
Yeah, we've done some cool trips together. Junie's awesome. She's so creative. She's a little muso. She's a tattoo artist as well. She's she's artist. She's just creative.
Yeah, she seems like it.
Yeah. I'm like, you're going to be doing some rad stuff in your life. But I'm sure she's competing a lot, but she has that sort of free surf spirit to her,
Yeah, she does. I feel like you can just tell that from her demeanour too. She comes off as quite just cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, so I'd be interested to see how she's feeling. But you can even see she kind of wants to move down the point a little bit, just try to pick off something a bit wider. But love watching her surf.
Ava having a look there, but looks like Sydney is going to pull the trigger on this one. Like we said, Northern Beaches girl. Wow, beautiful opening carve there. Gets another one, so she wants it more down the line. We've both spent a lot of time with Sid. I was about to say little Sid, but she's not really little anymore.
All grown up and absolutely tagging this wave. Oh, I really loved the way that she approached the start of that wave. Took off, like we were saying before, she's taking off behind the peak and putting herself perfectly in position for that to really unload in that first section. And so I think that's going to be a really nice score for her. Just had all the power for that really nice first hooking carve then, and a lovely another snap there. And unfortunately this wave sort of died out, but Sid's board just looking really nice as well. Just looks great under her feet, like the perfect size and sort of pop. So
yeah, I agree. Looks like an epoxy too. But
wonder if I'd love to know if many of these Groms, if they're just riding their standard short board, or if they've got like a small wave board that they kind of checked out the forecast ahead of time and we're like, all right, we're chucking in that, the epoxy or the swallowtail or something to bring up.
I wonder if there's been any last minute purchases. Just quick little, Darren, do you have any
shave
epoxies?
off shave off a couple of inches of the nose.
Yep. Just sand it down a little bit.
Yeah, because you want any board that's going to generate speed for you in these sort of waves. But yeah, it's still such fun snapper.
I know.
Just reeling on down.
I just had a bit of time off and all I did was just watch. And I was like, it just looks so fun. And look at that angle. It just...
No, this is like a micro Grom's dream. Like you'll see so many of the next gen, right, 5 or 6 year old kids running out because this is perfect for them. They're getting overhead bombs this afternoon, on their soft tops, just hooning down the line.
I just love it. When
awesome.
Their parent pushes them on the right angle and they just go.
Totally.
It's just so good. It's a perfect wave to learn to surf, I reckon. Here we go. Sydney 707 for her last wave.
Oh, wow.
She's looking good, Sid. Juniper here. This is a better looking wave for Juniper.
Wow, this is a nice wave.
I love how she drops that back knee really low at the end of each of her turns.
Yeah, she's got that down pat, that snapping carve. Didn't feel like there was a lot of variety in that, but just way she's able to just go off the bottom and sort of tweak that knee out and kick the tail it's really cool to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like she's got a really unique style, but she really has honed it, I feel like, in the last few years. But Sid, she's just looking super sharp.
Yeah, great technique on that first turn. I think the judges, today, they love to see that on the rail carve, which I think maybe lacked in this wave of Junies, but she got some nice hooking snaps here, tail kicks, and then finished it off. So five turns, I think sort of the same type of turn, so I wonder if the judges might keep the score a bit lower on that, but yeah. Love watching her surf. So fun.
I just sat with the judges for a little bit because I wanted to have more of an understanding on the scale, you know, what is what. Because sometimes I feel like when you watch small waves like this, it's hard to difference, but got a pretty cool understanding. They're deeming that wave of Juniper's a 707.
Sick.
Oh, sorry, 7 point, right? I was reading Sydney's score.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, Junie's wave, that's, what a bomb. Like, because she got 5 turns done.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been many waves. And that was a bigger set as well.
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
like you get those bigger ones and just surf it. I think she almost knew she didn't have to do anything too crazy because the wave was just so beautiful itself. That was like Jimmy Wilson today got the 8-6 and he just got to kind of tag this like beautiful wave. And that's the thing at Snapper. If you get a gem, you just want to finish it as well because you know that you got to score and almost got to put your competition hat on.
Yep, I agree. I feel like Snapper's so funny, like because obviously this is a dream, right? To have a heat out snapper with no one there. But when you're surfing it with 100 other people out and you manage to find yourself one of those gems, it's almost like you're telling yourself, like, don't fall, don't fall,
Yeah.
don't fall.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you don't want to have that voice in the back of your head.
Yeah.
Because you know that it's not good to have any fear when you're trying to surf. But I've definitely taken off on waves and heats out here and just been like, gotten 3 turns in and just gone, do not fall.
Yeah.
Just finish it. And then, I mean, I think you do your best surfing when you're not, thinking about falling.
Yeah.
But sometimes there's that voice that's like, just finish it. Get it done.
Get it done.
You're on the way to a score.
Yep. I know. I look forward to the day that I get to say I get to surf a heat out here because I just think it would be the dreamiest thing in the world just to be able to, like, park up next to the rock, take whatever wave you want. I would just be in love with it, actually. But
I feel like, the worst is when you've got priority and the ocean goes dead. You're like, come on, just snap up, just send me a runner.
Please. I know, I could only imagine. But I feel like even more so, like, when the Challenger was here, I was chatting to a few people. Looks like we've got the real locals.
Oh, look, they were heading north earlier. Now they're heading back south for dinner.
The real locals.
They're so beautiful. They've just been having a lovely swim today.
Yeah, just cruising up and back.
They just spend their life doing the same thing.
They're the
prettiest things in the
I
world.
know, they're the most majestic animals. Look at them. They're so gorgeous. Wow. You know what, though? Like I was saying, when the Challenger series was here and I was chatting to a few of the competitors, especially, like, Dilmoff comes to mind, he was like, it's actually more nerve-wracking surfing a heat-out snapper than it is just a free surf because you think you know where you have to sit, you don't. I was just like, I didn't even think of that because you just sit in a pocket when there's no one. When
Oh
there's
my
it's
gosh,
crowded.
I was in the Usher Cup at the start of the year,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the nerves going out there trying to get a 4 when it was a bit bigger than this, but just trying to get the 4 with like 2 minutes, you knew it was just the nerves were gnarly, crazy, because there's obviously the deeper peak that comes through and like off the rock, and then there's the wide ones that come through as well, but you kind of have to. You can't get stuck between.
No. You just gotta
and that
make it work.
comp doesn't have priority either. So.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh gosh, it was horrible. I mean, it was the best comp ever, but the nerves in the heat.
Oh god.
Just you don't want to let your team down, you know.
I know. It's literally tag team surfing is like some of the funnest comps because you're like, oh yes, it's fun, it's team. But then when it's your turn, you're just like,
Oh my gosh, yeah. There's some people that just live and breathe it. Like, shout out Nathan Hedge.
Yeah, go
who's
Hoggy.
on Narrabeen team, and he just loves the pressure.
I know.
Some people just love the pressure, and some people just crumble.
Yeah, I know. I think I don't know if it's for me.
Anyway, we'll have a nice playful heat out snapper one day, Jessie.
Yeah, I would
We will.
love that. All
Right.
right. 4 minutes to go in this heat. It's still pretty close right now, Laura. Like Juniper with a 7 and a 317 as a backup. Ava needs a
368.
368.
Yeah, so everyone's kind of got a good range score. So Ruby Berry has the 5.5. She needs a 4.68. She's in fourth at the moment. Ava has a 6.5, but she's only got the 1.5 backup. So needs a 3.68. So right there, Junie's got the 7 and the 3.17. And Sydney is sitting out in the lead with a 7 and a 5.9. So pretty much a 7 and a 6.
Yeah, it's I still feel like it's the type of heat. I mean, we've been saying it all day. It's the type of conditions that the whole heat can flip on its head in the last 3 minutes.
Absolutely. And I think Ruby would have priority at the moment. She's been waiting the longest, I think, and maybe Ava's second priority. But yeah, it's one of the boys. I was overhearing them chat on the pathway, and I think when everyone saw that one set come through that Jimmy Wilson got, it kind of threw a spanner in the works to the way that you approach your heat, because you're like, do I just sit and wait and hope one of those comes? But then, yeah, then his dad ended up saying, no, just forget that wave even came. You got to surf like there's none of those gems out there.
Just turn waves.
Yeah, but yeah, if one of those comes, you've just got the golden ticket, really.
Yep, I know.
Business class.
Business class.
Flatbed, champagne.
Oh, stop it. How good is business class?
Oh, gosh. Doesn't happen too often.
No.
Maybe, like, where are those upgrades at?
I know. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this last 2 minutes pans out, because I just think even looking at this heat, that could be a final in itself. And you look at all the names, you're like, no, I want them to get through. And then you look at the next time, you're like, no, I want them to get through.
Everything is absolutely stacked here down to the quarterfinals. And the next heat coming up is also stacked. We've got Stella Green, Ziggy McKenzie, Miller Brown, and Grace Gosby. So that is hugely stacked.
It's just the talent is ridiculous.
And we've already lost some of the faves as well in this event. Like Isla Hupperts went out early. You know, there's just...
She was a big name to go out early too.
But it's absolutely stacked, this 18. I mean, every division is absolutely stacked, but yeah, some really great talent.
Oh, absolutely. And obviously this event means so much to the under 18s and the under 16s, because it's one of the 10,000s. It's one of 5 10,000s that go towards the rankings each year. And
like
only
Team Australia.
Yeah, only one person
Huge.
gets it. So you want to win the rankings.
Oh, wow.
Here we go.
That is huge.
Ruby. She needs a 4.68. There's the first turn. But like you said, Laura, sometimes if you're not getting up there in that first pocket, it leaves your turns a bit flat, but she gets a 30, and so...
Yeah, she surfed that pretty well, considering that it kind of died out, by the time she got to that first pocket. She kind of missed that first turn, but she still surfed it really well, so I think it'll be close.
Yeah,
she needs a 4.68, and I feel like it could go pretty close to being that score.
I agree, and there it was, 4.77, so puts Ruby up into second. 20 seconds for Junie or Ava to get away, but the ocean is looking quiet.
Wow, you'd be absolutely stoked. I mean, she sat there for so long after getting her first 5.5, and, heartbreak for Ava with that 6.5, and Junie with the 7, but just didn't have that backup.
Wow, that was crazy close, that heat between all four surfers. But it was Sydney Chevalier and Ruby Berry getting a clutch finish. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back for the next stacked quarterfinal after this.
So excited. Let's go.
tower, all sleeping, and the moon have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
Welcome back. Beautiful day down here at Snapper Rocks for the 2024 Billabong Occy Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. It's Snapper Rocks.
It's Snapper Rocks. What an absolute dream. I mean, it's mini perfect Snapper Rocks. It's going to keep getting bigger tomorrow. But we've had some incredible performances throughout the day. Excellent scores, huge heat totals. And we are not done yet because we're getting down to the business end of things. Quarterfinal heat 2 right now, and then we're heading into some more quarters this afternoon. And is there any semis?
Not today, I don't know. I don't think.
Cool.
I believe.
All tomorrow.
Yeah, it all comes
it's all.
tomorrow.
We're going to do, under 18 girls semis and under 12 girls semis this afternoon, and under 18 boys quarters. So we're going to be really just ready for a stacked finals day tomorrow.
Oh God, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to see who takes out the Occy Grom Comp.
It's so cool, like the under 12 girls, they've got woman on woman semis.
How cool
It's so
is
cool. I
that?
can't even imagine being 12 and doing like a woman on woman priority semi, and it's just those sort of heats and moments are just so cool for just the progression and what you can learn.
Yeah.
And you're out there just going, I'm at Snapper Rocks. Like they can just be like, this is like having Carissa and Steph in the final, and like
Literally.
they just get to have that same feeling.
Yeah, one other person out.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Speaking of someone who's going to have one other person out, Sydney Chevalier getting the heat win in that last one. Sydney, you made it look so fun out there.
Thanks.
It looks like the swell was picking up a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like there was some sets coming through that weren't in the morning. But yeah, I just wanted to make it through to finals day because I heard it was going to be good. And surfing snapper with no one out obviously is exciting.
Yeah, I know. Laura and I were kind of fangirling over your board. It just looks so electrifying out there.
Hey, Sydney, I was actually wondering if you were on like an epoxy or anything, because that thing looked so fun. Did you change it up knowing the waves were going to be small?
Yeah, this is an epoxy. It's actually quite new.
Oh, sweet.
And I've been riding it the past couple days here in D-bar, and it's really good. It's fast and it makes it so easy to turn when it's small like this.
Yeah, that looks like an absolute gem of a board. Keep that one safe.
Thanks.
Yeah, but Sid, getting to the semi-finals, you're going to man-on-man. Laura and I were actually fangirling over that as well. We're like, imagine surfing a man-on-man heat out Snapper Rocks. That is kind of like a pinch-yourself moment, hey?
Yeah, literally. And if it's going to be a bit bigger, which people have been saying, it's going to be so fun. I just want to keep surfing heats.
Is it going to be one of those nights where you might not sleep because you're so excited?
What, Christmas morning?
Yeah, Christmas. All right, well, Sid, congratulations. You're in to the semi-finals. We're so proud of you. We will see you in competition tomorrow.
Sid, hide that board. It's looking good.
Thanks. See you guys.
Oh, Sydney. She's grown up so much.
I know. We've been watching Sydney surf since she was just such a little Grom. She was half our size, and growing into a beautiful young lady and absolute shredder. Just so cool.
No waves.
Yeah, who do we have? I think we had one wave ridden by Stella just then in that interview.
Oh, good
Could
thing
be
you were
could be
watching.
wrong. My brain usually doesn't do two things at once, but I think there was a little wave
You were
ridden.
right. 417. Stella Green has her out to an early lead. But, yeah, Ocean just breathing in right now. That's okay. Waves will come through soon. And I feel like it's good. I feel like the waves that are coming through. Look at the whale out in the corner. Wow.
Wow.
They're
Good
back.
eyesight.
I feel like
Everyone's been seeing the wildlife today.
I
Vaughan saw a little
know.
mullet doing flips on the inside. We did a replay of that for about 5 minutes. And then, the whales.
Yeah, the whales have been going crazy. They're camera hogs.
Keep thinking that drone is a bird, but it's just
a drone.
A robot.
All right, Mila Brown. She got 4th in the ISAs recently and won the rankings last year. And she is the current air queen.
Yeah, Mila, I think everyone has been blown away by the clips she's been dropping online. You know, just such a powerhouse for being so young, and just seeing the air she's doing, the progression above the lip, the barrel that she got at HTs in Indonesia over shallow reef, and it's really cool to see what she's doing and what she's bringing, and I think that everyone's lifting each other up.
Yeah, I agree. This is Ziggy McKenzie. She won the ISA gold, but you've surfed HTs before. For those who haven't surfed it, explain how scary that wave actually is.
Yeah, no, there's like a surgeon's table on the inside that if you fall, you're basically guaranteed to just be putting Band-Aids all over you.
Oh,
but it's a wave of consequence, and it's a shallow, heavy reef, and it can be so fun and playful, and when it gets that bit bigger, it's a big roll into a thick barrel. So it was so cool to see Miller just, hook it under the lip and just sort of free fell into it. And yeah, I think so. Ziggy and all these ladies obviously compete against each other a lot, but like you said, Ziggy and Miller shared that final together at ISAs.
Yeah, Ziggy coming out with gold, Miller got copper, but both bringing home medals for Australia, which is
so cool.
Honestly, like what a cool thing that they get to say that they got to do, and they're a part of the team that won gold as well.
Being a part of Team Australia it's so rad. I was lucky enough to go be on Team Australia quite a few years, and it was so fun just getting to go see all the other teams and the people from around the world and make friends there as well. It's just the other great positive to the actual competition.
Here we go, a couple replays of the waves we've seen in this heat so far. Miller and Stella Green. It looks like Ziggy, she got a start as well, just a 2.33. But almost 10 minutes slipped by. Almost, really only 8 minutes.
A bit of a sleepy heat, hey?
Yeah, but that's all right. I feel like Grace, though, she's playing her cards right currently. She's waiting for a set, waiting to turn a wave. She is the sole goofy footer in this heat too. So she'll have a different approach to this wave than anyone else, but we'll see if she can take off on that approach, like you were saying, Laura, just behind the section. Put her up in a nice place, but she works with Maddie Cattle, which is cool. She's from Cronulla, and she's part of a sister duo, surfing sister duo as well.
Oh, right. I actually love how many. I mean, I feel like people go on about all the amazing, brothers that there's obviously the Irons brothers, the Colapinto brothers, the Hoggood, just so many brother duos, and I just love all the amazing sister duos coming out, and the Huppets and the Starlings. So good.
Here we go. This is Ziggy. Oh, airtime.
Just a bit mistimed on that one, but I thought she was going to go for one of her classic blowtails that love to see from her. She's got an awesome variety of epic turns and finners and progressive turns as well under her belt.
She has a really cool story as well. I'm sure you know it. She grew up in Bali. Both her parents are Australian. Actually, her mum's from Narrabeen.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and they own Drifter Cafe over there in Bingen.
Awesome.
And so Ziggy and her brother Flynn, and she has a twin sister as well, all grew up over there in Bali. And then Ziggy's decided to make the move to Oz. She's signed up to school. She goes to PBC.
Wow.
Yeah, and she's training out the HPC up here. So made a massive move, but it seems to be paying off for her since she's done it. She's won the ISAs. She's now here in the quarterfinals. I think it was a really smart decision from her.
Yeah, I think, Surfing Australia and the HPC, it's got such an incredible pathway to, I guess, the top. And, all the facilities here. And like I said, she's obviously been on Team Australia, won the gold, as we see Miller Brown. And I think just like the camaraderie of the team and the crop of amazing surfers here is so awesome.
Miller finishing off another ride there. But yeah, I honestly couldn't agree with you more. Even this new ranking system that they've introduced to qualify for the ISAs, it's so different to when you and I were doing it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We were doing regionals and states and then Aussies, and like, yes, it was this cool like pathway that we had to like keep qualifying for, but it was either like 10-foot Phillip Island or 1 foot, I don't know, Stratties. So I think this is a really cool goal for them to work towards on the rankings each year. And Miller, yeah, she won the rankings last year.
Oh, nice. And you can see why. I mean, she hasn't really got herself on any sort of, I guess, wave of quality in this heat, but you can see just from her variety and the flow and the speed that she draws throughout her turns, she's a special little talent.
She definitely is. She definitely is. And I think she'll have a pretty good future, but I also love how all these girls really drive each other. Like,
that's the thing. It's like, if you have other people that you just have a healthy rivalry with, then you just push each other. It's like, it's so important.
Yeah. I remember talking to Chelsea Hedges and I was like, what do you think is the key to success? Like, what's one of the most important things about being a great competitor? She said, you have to have a rival. You have to have someone you will beat at all costs.
Yeah, no, it actually is so true. And it's even, you think of the, on the tour, on the men's side, it's like, there's so many incredible little like rivalries. As we see Stella Green and Grace getting moving here at the 7-minute mark. And unfortunately could not make it down the face of that last turn. That is a missed opportunity for Grace because she waited so long for that wave, and it was actually a bomb.
Yeah, it was. And
it was lining up to be huge.
She makes that last turn. That's the best wave of the heat, in my opinion, so far.
Sure.
So that's a bit of an opportunity gone begging. Love to see the score she's going to get for those first 2 turns anyway.
Yeah, she'll be back in the heat.
Absolutely she will. I mean, Stella's got another score to lock in, but no one's done anything mind-blowing just yet,
Yeah, the ocean has just been pretty sleepy this heat, which is a shame because we just knew that this heat was stacked and we want to see everyone perform and show us what they've got.
Here we go, a couple replays coming up. So this was Stella's last wave. It was a 3-3-3. So just 2 turns there for Stell. And then this wave here was a 3-5, so nice first turn. And this turn here was really good, but just over-rotated.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was where all the money was on that wave, and would have been a perfect little setup. As we see Ziggy, lovely little hack there. Just love the compression that she gets when she's sort of kicking the tail, throwing spray. So just the 1 turn there, but you can tell that, it's coming down to the 6-minute mark, and the ladies are just trying to get anything and any points. For Ziggy to have a 2-3-3 and a 1.5, you could tell this wasn't the biggest, best wave, but she just wanted to get something going. And she's thrown a bit more progression here, a bit more risk. So I think the judges will love that, just the single turn. It'll push her up into second there, 5-3-3 for the 1 turn. So that is huge.
I still think it was the biggest. It's the best turn of the heat.
Yeah.
I mean,
best turn of the heat, and I love that approach because she probably just gave up priority going for a wave that she knew was going to be a single turn wave.
Yeah.
And she threw everything at it, and she got the reward.
Oh,
so
amazing.
The risk versus reward is so cool there.
I think as well, like Miller's 5-1, for example, was a lot of calves, but she made something out of nothing. So there's no disrespect here to Miller because she definitely made something out of nothing. But Ziggy, it was one big turn on a critical section, and I think the judges rewarded it really well because it was the first turn that, other than Grace's, even though she didn't ride out, that we've seen go above the lip.
Yeah, and it feels like Miller's waves have been sort of fizzling out into the deeper water. And I think this afternoon, the judges want to see you on the waves that are like quite top to bottom because it's just, it's more pleasing. You can see that, so this might have been...
This is the 5-1. So, like we said, the wave tapered off a little bit. It was lots of calves. She didn't get her board vertical above the lip, but then this is Ziggy, and it was just 1 turn, but there was so much grunt. There was so much aggression behind it.
That was sick.
I think it was a great call.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the judges showing that, it's just like on the World Tour. If you can get one big, turn of consequence, it's going to score. And I love that. I love that about the judging. I think it's it pushes all the ladies to do sort of bigger, more risky surfing.
Absolutely. And now I feel like Miller and Stella and Grace would have heard that score of Ziggy, maybe even clipped it in the corner of their eyes that it was just one turn. Game plans might change, If you lay it all on the line, you're going to get rewarded for it. And that's exactly what Ziggy did. She's currently in second, needs a 4.44.
Yeah.
Can get that with one more turn.
And you think about what we've seen throughout the day with the judges and the scoring and waves. We've seen a lot of 8-point rides for big combos and like big 2-turn combos. We've obviously seen a 5-3-3 for a 1-turn get thrown down, and then we've seen waves that are 4 or 5 turns, but maybe not as as big. Also get scores. So it's that fine line between just going big or getting a good wave and just sort of surfing it to what it is.
Yeah.
Or over surfing a smaller wave that has less opportunity in terms of quality over quantity.
Yeah. It's just about how you play your cards, really. And now in the back 3 minutes, I mean, how many heats we've seen today that situations have changed in the last 3 minutes?
Oh, so many. I mean, we had the buzzer beater in the last heat, Ruby Berry, and jumping from fourth to second. I think that would have felt very nice. Buzzer beaters, oh my gosh, can't beat them.
Can't beat them.
Oh.
All right, looking like we've got a paddle here from Ziggy. She needs a 4.44. This wave doesn't look like it's got much to it. You can see she looked out the back halfway through that wave.
Yeah, you can tell that she's just thinking, put anything on the board to better that 2.33. Just because right now the door's still wide open. Stella Green needs a 3.5 and Grace needs a 4.17. So with 2.5 minutes to go, it's nervous times to be in second place being Ziggy, unless she can really try to get anything of quality to better that 2.33.
Looks like that's our 18 boys heading out next. In the red, Will Martin, Zaya Hessian in the white, Jimmy Hill in the yellow, and Fred Carmody in the blue. So a couple of big names coming up. And then in the second quarterfinal, Rico Haybiddle, Fletcher Kelleher, Davey Glazer and Landon Smale. So actually first and second on the rankings in that one. Landon number 1, Fletch number 2.
Absolutely stacked. And this is an important wave for Stella Green.
Huge slash there for Stella. Needs something more down the line. She's racing.
Oh, no.
Oh, back foot slipped.
Wow, she needed a 3.5. And I feel like if she was able to finish that, she could have been there for sure.
Absolutely.
Threw heaps of spray on that first snap, and this is Grace, also a very important ride, needs a 4.17, so didn't really feel like she connected with anything on that wave too much, but she got some turns in, so she got a 3.5 for her first wave where she did those 2 turns and fell.
Is Stella's wave a 3.5 off 1 turn?
I want to have to watch the replay, but this is Grace's, the wave just sort of had a weird little lump in it that didn't really let it just give her the energy to do the surfing I know she's capable of doing. So we'll see if that goes to 4.17. Ziggy is just trying to do anything she can. This is looking good. Second slash, just trying to see if she can generate speed and just do something on this end section, because she could really close the door, and she does. 3 turns. She needed to better a 2.33. She's definitely done that, so she would have upped what Stella Green needed.
Yeah, Stella didn't get the score. It was a 3.07. So now last wave for Ziggy, a 4.77, puts her into the lead. Miller Brown down to second. 5.6 needed from Stella Green, a 6.2 from Grace Gosby. There's 15 seconds on the clock. Whew. It's the last 3 minutes. It's always the last 3 minutes. Everything just goes manic.
So good, so exciting. The girls are showing how much this means to them.
Yeah. So it looks like Ziggy and Miller are going to move on to man on man, but we're going to go to a break and come back with the under 18 boys quarterfinal heat number 1. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action in the Billabong Occy Grom comp presented by Sunbum.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to Snapper Rocks. It is the Occy Grom Comp, proudly presented by Billabong with our supporting sponsor, Sunbum, the ultimate sun cream, sun protection. And we are off and running into the under-18 boys final, quarter-final in fact. Will Martin, Zaya Hessian, Jimmy Hill and Fred Carmody, Vaughan Blakey and Rabbit Bartholomew, the 78 world champ in the booth. And Bugs, it's been a fun day. I mean, the waves haven't exactly been cooking, but geez, they've been fun.
Super fun, and I mean the surfing standard is mega high.
Yep.
And you know, pretty much most of them are getting to go. So I know there's been a couple of quiet heats, but this heat is a cracker.
It's a cracker. Yeah, this is going to be unreal. Fred Carmody, he's got a nice, light, nimble style. Snaps it there. Beautiful turn to finish.
Yeah, probably only got the one major point. He had to do that one check turn to get down the line to make sure he finished off.
Yeah, it was. It looks like he might have even got a little backup on the end there.
Yeah, he's got a little backup, so
he wants to get moving against. He knows the calibre of what he's up against here. He wants to get moving, Freddie, and fair call because we've seen Will Martin and Zaya this morning get it done, and Jimmy had a great heat. Jimmy probably got the best wave today, surf today,
yeah.
I think.
And there's three of the highest scoring surfers today so far.
Yep.
And this wave here, I don't think there's going to be too much for him, but as you said, he's open up early. He knows what he's got to do to try to get ahead, and then who knows, you know. He could get into the priority rotation a bit later in the heat if he's got one backup score there.
That's it. Yeah, take that pressure off. Looks like Will Martin's gone right up to almost behind the rock here. And we've seen a couple of sly ones come through off there. Bugs, what do you think at this tide, particular time of the day? Do you reckon it's a good call?
Well, it's going to have to be a bigger wave, and it's going to have to hug the, right on the rocks there, and just give him enough here. And this could be it.
Chip shot.
This could be a little chipper.
And it's going to grow. So he's done pretty well here. It's not standing up to. Oh, he's just overcooked it. I was wondering whether that was going to rebuild, but it didn't, mate. It actually looked a little full.
Yeah, still, this could have been I tell you what, this easy could have been a 6.65 because there's still a bit left in that one.
Yeah.
And these guys are just going to town, and with a good finishing turn, that's one that really, he's thrown off a good opportunity there.
4.5 for that one snap of Fred Carmody. So he's got a good tactic here. He just wants to get moving, do some surfing, a little tail throw to reverse. Pretty inconsequential. I like the first snap better than that.
Yeah.
Funny, isn't it? Back in the day, like an air reverse, like even a tiny little sort of...
Chuck him the 7.5.
Yeah, exactly. The future, mate. The future. We're looking at the future.
Yeah.
Hey, Bugs, this is Occy's Grom Comp, obviously named in honour of the great Mark Occhilupo, the 99 world champion. What are your recollections? Do you remember the first time you set eyes on Ock when he was a tiny little Grom?
Oh, yeah. We go way back. I remember going down to Cronulla. We used to have a few CTs down there, as we see Will Martin.
On the bubble. He's committed to this chip in. And it's got a bit of a wobble to it, but this is where it could get interesting, Bugs. Gets a little grow. Just the one section.
He's going to get something else down the line. And he's going to just enough speed here. Oh, he might have a fair bit more in this one.
Nice. So slicing it. Stays with it.
Well, that's a leg burner. He did a lot of work on that wave. He actually kind of manufactured a score on that one, but he did link the section. So that little chip in next to the rocks, not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's. It looks like they're all trying to get in on it too.
I thought he went wrong right there. but it just slowed up enough for him with this tide to allow him this section. And now look at the pumping he's got to do here. Vorno, like, look at that. Pump, 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 pump. No scores for that, but now he comes into a section. Another snap. Still thinking down the line.
Wow, that's called working for your beans. Meanwhile, out the back, plenty of speed here. Nice little check snap. But this one runs away. The boys are struggling out here, to be fair. It's they're really working hard here, Bugs.
Ooh. Geez, he had some speed going there. Fred Carmody
was really feeling like he could have unloaded something special. But
and there's Jimmy Hill. So we'll see what Jimmy did on that when it comes back into focus.
Yep.
Yeah. But going back, but Occy, going down to Cronulla.
Yep.
Seen him as a little guy, and then he really, God, he just had this growth spurt. I mean, when he was 16, like he's never had to go into the gym. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
He's never had to go in the gym to work on his leg muscles.
Physique.
He's always had that power and the natural power.
Oh, wow. Well, this was looking promising for Fred Carmody. When you've got that much speed, you've basically got the world at your feet. You can throw just about anything. These kids can do it.
And then he had the big breakthrough in the 1983 bow repairs. And I stayed with the family. We drove to Bells together in my car, and I stayed with the family. And, it was just a classic. This kid from Cronulla, and he just kept winning his heats, and next minute he won the bow repairs.
To put that into context, that's a CT, right?
A CT, man.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I'd actually won the same event in 1980, and it was called the Straight Torque Tyres then, but, the tyre wars, bow repairs got the better of them a few years later.
Mate, I actually remember when I was at Grom, just to a little shiv into your story there, is I had a poster of the bow repairs, which was an illustration like the old Burley poster. Same sort of artist, I think.
Yep.
It was really cool. All you guys on it.
Yeah, that was a big breakthrough for Occy, that one. And then you could start to see things happening. Like there was Occy. Well, Tommy Carroll was already in going for this world title.
Yep.
He began in the mid '83 because they finished mid-year.
That's right.
So there was Tommy, Barton Lynch, Damien Hardman. It was just like this amazing group. But it was Occy and Tommy that were just like, I remember at the Lacanau Pro and going, these guys are so good on those beach breaks, And Occy, God, he's had an illustrious career, a long career, and just one of the characters of surfing to go as well. And one of the, there's so many funny stories,
Oh, he's the man.
So many funny stories.
Yeah, he's the eternal Grom. That's why this contest just suits him so well. He's never looked younger or fitter than he does right now either. He's just such a beast. Yeah, he just looks like he's got a whole new lease on life. That surfing we saw at J-Bay this week. Evidence of that as we see Jimmy Hill. I've loved Jimmy's board selection today, Bugs. It's a really short flat. You can see the difference. Like for a big unit like him, he needs something with a little bit more width in the nose. It's not going to be as grabby. It's sending him down the line with speed. And even on those tiny waves, he's able to really get the thing moving around.
Yeah, I like the start and the finish of this wave. This is a pretty good-looking wave here. That was a great move there.
Sick.
Smooth as, just brings it round there, keeps in the pocket nicely. And then this wave here, it's starting to look like it's not much happening. And look at the sting in the tail in this last section. Look at this, it gets bored right up above the lip line.
Mate, great ride there. We got Ziggy McKenzie joining us, winner of that last heat. Hey, Ziggy, how are you?
I'm good.
Awesome.
Pretty cold, actually.
Bit chilly. Hey, congrats on that ISA world title, you legend.
Thanks.
Bring the sting, Bugs.
Yup.
Yeah, congratulations. What a fantastic win.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. And to be there when Aussie won as well, like Australia won.
Yeah, that was a great team effort. Bugs, you were coaching those ISA teams for a long time, those juniors, and the passion is remaining and the success at last, it's back.
Well, it was all about going for the gold, and we were winning gold and gold. It's so good to see the Aussie junior team getting the gold medal again.
Ziggy, how'd you find that heat?
Yeah, it was actually a bit stressful. I was expecting to go out and maybe a couple sets because the heat before was kind of pulsing. and none of that. So kind of just had to grovel and find little ones and got lucky.
Yeah, it looked a little grindy compared to some of the heats before yours, but sometimes it doesn't really matter if you win pretty or not. It's just about getting over the hump. And tomorrow, with finals day on us, it looks like you guys might get a lot more to work with.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, empty snap is empty snapper, so it's good to spend time out there and learn the wave without 100 other people.
That's so cool. And anyone you want to give a shout out to?
All my family back in Bali are watching, so love you guys, and my sponsors, big thanks to them and everyone organising the comp.
Good on you, Ziggy. Awesome to have a chat. Best of luck tomorrow. Can't wait to see you out there. Empty snapper, maybe a bit bigger, maybe a bit more barrely.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, Ziggy must have got another lucky day because there was only 100 out.
I know. Thank you, guys.
That's awesome. Congrats on that
Congrats.
win. And, a great heat there. Sometimes, Bugs, it doesn't really matter how you win as long as you just get through those heats. I mean, the incentive is there, isn't it?
Well, Parker and I were saying that earlier, that this is the day to get through so you're there for the finals day. And it's just, even if you squeak through those ones and then really hit your straps when it counts tomorrow.
Jimmy Hill, a 6.83 for that last wave that you really liked, Bugs, and the judges liked it too. It's he's doing so well. He is clearly a much bigger unit than a lot of the other crew in this under-18s division.
Yeah, and here's Zaya. Zaya's had a slow start. We're into the second half of the heat.
Oh, gets a beautiful first snap off and a second one. Crispy as. This time he starts to build speed down the line. That is going to be best wave of the heat easily.
Now look at that. He waited till the 11.5-minute mark and got the wave of the heat. So patience paid off big time for Zaya Hashem on that time.
Went on a little surf trip with Zaya last year, Bugs. Was so impressed with just his timing, that beautiful Groom point break surfing that we just know and love so much in this particular region. He's got it in spades.
Yeah, definitely has got it. He's been born and raised on this wave right here.
All right, Will Martin. He is fanging along this one. Will this stand up for him? Oh, a lovely little snap to board slide there. And he is going to get around the section. And sitting down in third. Well, Bugs will put together basically a 5-minute heat in his last one. Beautiful snap there. Jeez, he did well.
Yeah, that last heat, I remember he came from nowhere and put it together, and it looks like he's doing it again. That wave there is definitely going to get him into at least second place. But this is the wave that's going to be the big difference because it's going to be a one-off wave. Zaya just getting 4 massive moves in here, getting his board clear above the lip line on all 4 of those manoeuvres. He was happy with that one. And this wave here, he's just wrestled with this wave.
He's been committed to this chip shot off the rock.
Bang.
But that turn was unreal. That had such a little point of difference with that extra bit of tail and board slide. Gets a snap in there. Nice wrap. And then a really nice finish too. A little bit of a tail jam, you'd probably call it. But plenty of turns and plenty of variety.
It's going to be a comparison here to Jimmy Hill's 6.83, I feel.
Yeah. Look at that score for Zaya, Bugs. 8.33.
Wow. And that's good scale right there.
Yeah.
Because you think about Jimmy's 6.83, you think about, well, we haven't got Will's last wave, but a couple of Fred's waves. 8.33, spot on.
Yeah, the thing that sort of stood out for me with Zaya's wave was the first turn was nice, the second one was better and faster, and the third one was faster again. So he was just building as he went down the line.
Very confident.
Yeah.
In his approach on that wave. He did not surf conservative at all.
This is a really good heat, isn't it? You can tell we're into the quarterfinals.
Wow, can you believe that? 8.33, he's still sitting in fourth, but he would need just a decimal point. We still haven't got Will Martin's third wave yet in, and that's going to be an interesting score, I feel. I think definitely he's going to go into second at least. But Zaya is the danger. Whoever's in second is not safe.
This is quite curious, isn't it? We've got 2 surfers sitting right off the rock, just looking for that little bubble that shoots you down the line. Then we've got a couple of surfers sitting wide. I did notice the wider waves, when they do break there, they're less racy. Like, you've got a bit more face to work with.
Yeah, well, from behind the rock, that you're seeing that first section, they're not getting much manoeuvres done. And here we go again, Zaya on his second wave.
This is a replay. This is the one, the 8.33.
Oh, yeah, from a
so you
different
see
angle.
that? That was a bigger turn. Then that one's just super fast. Gets a bit of tail out the back, and the completion.
No, it's one of the most compact good rides. 8.33s all day. I thought from that angle it was on another wave, but I went, hang on. But,
Yeah.
no, you can see him now. He's standing on his board because it's going to come down to some sort of rhythm in the ocean here because Zai's probably in fourth priority right now. And Fred Carmody, he needs a bomb.
Yep.
Will Martin got a 6.27 on that wave, so not quite at the Jimmy Hill 6.83. I thought Jimmy's probably the poise he had on that wave. It was a more complete ride.
Yeah,
but,
it was a slightly bigger wave too.
Yeah.
It just gave him a little bit more room, didn't it?
And Zai will have a look at this one if Fred doesn't go, I'll tell you.
Fred does pull the trigger using priority. This is one of the wide ones we're talking about, so it's not as racy. But as he gets over the hump here, now he has to get down the line speed. Deep bottom turn on such a tiny wave. Wow, he did so well there.
It's just great surfing in this heat.
Isn't it?
All four of them. Yeah, Fred.
Oh, good finish.
This is his best ride.
So he needs a 6.27 at least, you'd think here, Bugs. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, he'll need more than that, actually.
No, he needs a lot more than that.
7.27. So a full...
He'll still need another wave.
Yeah, he will.
But this is his best ride. His most complete together wave, and he's putting. I like the variety on this one, Vaughan.
Yep. That bottom turn there into that carve.
Really solid.
Really cool.
And he gets the finish in. Bang.
Yeah.
More than just a bit. This could be a decent score. It should be.
He's backing himself. Definitely looked up to the tower. Whoa, 7.03 Rabs.
Yeah.
Ooh, judges are loving it.
Yeah, it was an aggressive ride.
It was.
And he really attacked the wave, and his timing was excellent. So that was a small wave, a small wide one, and Fred got himself back in this heat.
So what's he need? He needs a 4.91. Zaya only needs a 3.61. Yeah. Oh, wow, 3 minutes. This is pressure because everyone's starting to lock away scores now.
Well, let's look at the priority now because Zaya's still probably looking for that wider one right now. And he's checking his watch because when you've only got one wave and it's a brilliant wave, you need to...
Here we go. Fred's on again.
Oh, Fred says surf.
So he only... Oh, he surfed his brains out in this heat. He's caught so many waves. And look at him fanging down the line. So he only needs a 4.91. Oh, I reckon he's... fourth priority. Got to have a crack, right?
Oh, no. Look, he's doing what he should. He started out like this, and now he's still going. He's engaged out there.
So stay tuned, folks, at home. We've got a very special commentary panel coming up next. Two of the real future stars, as we see. Is there 4.91 in this ride for you, Rab?
At the end there, it just fizzles.
No, I don't think so.
I think they've got to get the ending in.
This is tense times here for Zaya. I mean, this is a home break, right? So he's got to be really fingers crossed right now that he can get through or get an opportunity.
Now, Will and Jimmy would be aware that Zaya's got this 8.33 as well, so this is really intense. So there's three surfers in the frame, and the time is going to be a factor. Does Zaya go for a small one, and just to try to a 3.61? It's still a kind of a score, isn't it? It's not like I thought he might need like a 2.5.
No, I think it's enough of a score where it's got to be one clean turn. You would imagine, even just if it's a safety turn.
He'll go this one.
Okay, well, who's got priority is the question.
Or Red.
No, Zaya's going to go here, Bugs. He needs at least one good turn. That's not going to be it. So he tries to find an inside section. That could be it. Okay, he's comboed up now. You'd think a little strong finish here. Oh, wow. That had sting. He's claiming it, but out the back, Jimmy Hill. Can he improve on a 5.17?
It's Will Martin, though, is in the danger.
Oh, watch out. Jimmy's actually got some work done here, and he's going super fast in his end section. Cracks it up and over the top. Good finish for the young man in yellow, and that means Will Martin with 44 seconds. You'd have to think he's going to need a score here, Bugs. I would say Zaya's going to get that 3.61 on that wave for sure.
Well, he let him have that one, you know. He let him have it. So Zaya just pulled that one out of the fire. Amazing that Jimmy Hill let him
Yeah.
But it was a nothing wave, but Zaya's so dangerous, you know.
So dangerous. And, you know, for the first 3 sort of half turns, I was going, oh, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. But then he just gets through that little bit of extra speed, stings the end section, and job done, you would imagine. So we're just waiting on scores to come in. But a fantastic quarterfinal number 1 in the under-18s boys, Rabs.
Oh, yeah, what a great heat. A stonker of a heat.
All right, well, we're going to have a quick break here. And when we get back, Lennox Smith and Huey Vaughan are joining the commentary panel. Look out. Lock up your earlobes.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing. Besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring. Basking, bathing. Every day exploring. Everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you. And we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Welcome back to the Occy's Grom Comp 2024. I'm here with Huey Vaughan. Hey,
Hello,
mate.
everyone. It's good to be here, and yeah. So who do we have in the water? In
We've
red,
got-
Rico Haybiddle. White, Fletcher Kelleher. Yellow, Darby Glazer, and blue, Landed Smales. Who do you reckon? Who do you reckon's going to take this one out, Lennox?
I don't know. All the boys have been on fire this event. Frothing to see how they go, and yeah.
Yeah, the waves have been pretty small and grovelly, but oh, here we go, Darby. Big smack off the lip there. Comes around for another one, little air reverse and sticks it. Wow.
Bit of spice to that, eh?
A lot of spice to that. Especially for how small the waves are. It's very good surfing from that one.
Yeah, so Fletcher's already started off with a 6.33. Davey with a 5.9. Boys off to a good start, eh?
Very good start in these small
Very
waves.
good start. Now. Hey, Zai, how are you, mate?
Yeah, Huey, how are you?
No, it's Lennox, not Huey.
Oh, is it Lennox?
I don't sound like a little boy, do I?
Nah. How are you, boys?
Yeah, good, mate. How'd you
So,
go?
Fuck, pretty slow start. Got a good first one and then just waited. And then I was just backing myself. Got a little inside one. Got the score.
Yeah, mental, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, sick. How are you feeling out there in these pretty small conditions?
Feeling good, yeah. I know it's pretty small, but it's pretty fun when you're out there.
Yeah, it must feel good to surf with 3 other people out there.
Yeah, it feels amazing to surf with 3 other people. You don't get it much like that. But, yeah, tomorrow should be even bigger, and that's a 2-man final, semi-final. So, yeah, I'm pretty stoked, pretty happy with that.
Yeah, sick.
Frothing, mate. Well done. Get psyched for tomorrow, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, let's go, brother.
Yeah, bruh.
So Darby Glazer backed his 5.9 up with a 5.47. Got
Yeah.
a really good, pretty good combo for
Off to a good
today's
start.
surfing. Here he goes, landed Smales on a pretty good looking wave. Bangs that one off the lip. Showed up into another one. It's actually really good waves. Cuts that one back to the power source. He's looking for the end section here. Bangs it up for the end section. Here goes Rico again. Oh, a bit of spice. Oh, he's getting a bit hung up, but he's looking for the end section and finds it and absolutely explodes. So
honest finish there by Rico.
There's some good surfing going on in this heat.
Great surfing going on.
Absolutely great surfing.
Right. We have the replay here of Lando. Big snap start off with. Milking that inside section. And big finish, Lando. Big Rico out the back as well. Far out, he milked the crap out of that one. What do you reckon, you dog?
Yeah, he's surfing pretty good in these grovelly conditions, and that finish there was just spectacular.
The boys are looking fit out there for how small the waves are.
Yeah, looking really good. Those last couple scores.
Have a look at that, boys.
7-point ride for Rico Haybiddle and a 7.67 for Landed Smales. He's having a little blow up out there.
Little blow up, big blow up.
Yeah. What's going on out there? Maybe something with priority or something.
But yeah, slow out there. The boys started off strong. Good to see. What would you be doing if you were out there, Hugh Dog?
I don't know. Maybe just trying to just milk the most out of every wave I get, eh?
I never reckon these waves would be able to carry me along.
Yeah. Hopefully it gets a little bit bigger throughout the rest of the waiting period, but
tomorrow's good. Tomorrow's gonna be pumping.
Yeah, hopefully there's a couple barrels on offer, and
yeah, it'd be good to see the boys get
couple
honest waves,
couple real honest waves, and kind of just come and actually surf a little bit. This is more grovel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they take the Mickey today, and then tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow they get the reward.
Yeah, they get the reward for taking the Mickey today.
But yeah, boys off to a good start. Lando, 7.67.
Here goes Rico on a pretty small one. Looks like he's groveling it all the way through. He's getting some speed up. Going for an air rev.
Stop it.
Oh, just doesn't really make that one. But Lando's having a little sniff just here. Oh, he's going down the line. He's looking for this end section. And he finds it. Big air rev. That was sick.
Out, Lando blowing the back out of it to back up his 7.67.
Yeah. Looks like a couple little more waves coming through, but nah, nothing really. But I'd like to see a replay of that one of Landon's.
I'd love to see a replay of that big air.
Yeah.
For today, that's a big score. Big score.
That must be a pretty big score.
Just the speed he's generated off the start of that, just for the 18 boys, that's not easy to do.
And he's pretty tall.
He's a big boy.
He's a big
bopper.
5.23. Oh, that's not too bad, I guess.
Here goes
One
Fletch.
air. Big snap off the lip there. Going down the line and snaps it off the lip again. He's kind of... He's doing pretty well for how small this wave is, but...
Yeah. He's just trying to back up that 6.33.
Oh,
and he's finished
nice
off
little
nicely.
finish. He actually surfed that wave pretty good for...
Yeah, he's another big bopper as well.
Yeah, big bopper. You might need to check his passport. Yeah.
But yeah, boys, milking it.
Yeah.
Good to see. You'd be in the 18 boys, wouldn't you, Huey?
Nah, 1 year too old.
You're an old boy now, eh?
Yeah.
But Fletch doing well to generate speed. Big snap off the top.
Yeah.
Just how good's his style?
So good. Just like...
It's just refreshing.
So refreshing. Leno, you would have been a Grom once. What would you have been doing out there?
Yeah, I was a Grommy once upon a time, back in the day. I don't know. I was a pretty big boy back in the day. Had a lot of meat on the bone. So I would have been struggling to go across in these days.
A couple little epoxies.
Would have been on an epoxy for sure.
Yeah.
What would you be doing out there?
Oh, pretty much just what Landon's doing, I reckon. Landon, oh yeah, couple little airs and couple good waves.
Yeah, you're an air guy. You'd be doing big airs.
Nah, a couple. You're more of an air guy, I reckon, but.
You just went over to Japan. How was it, mate?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, I didn't surf in it, but it's good to commentate a heat or two, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Nice.
So what have you been doing? Looks like you've been getting up a couple waves, haven't you?
Mate, I've just been, at home.
God's
surfing.
country?
God's country down at home there. I won't share where I was, but it's a beautiful place down there, South Coast.
Yeah.
Just been surfing, cruising.
Yeah. Couple barrels or
Couple
head
barrels.
dicks?
Couple barrels.
Yeah. Couple here and there, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fletchy looking at a little one here.
Small wave.
Small wave.
Hits that one off the lip, but he's looking for the end section here.
Oh.
Oh.
Head down.
Nah.
I don't like that attitude, Fletch.
Nah.
Head up, mate. Shoulders back. But Lando out to a good start. 7.67 and 5.23. It's exactly where you want to be, and he's up again.
Exactly. Big snap off the lip, but he wants to get out there for priority.
He sees Fletch and he doesn't want it.
Yeah. He doesn't. He didn't want that wave, didn't he?
Tactical. Looking back at him now. Get back out
he's
there,
in a
mate.
really good position here. First place, but here goes Darby in yellow. Snap off a lip, bit spicy. Carves through that one. Racing down the line.
Ooh.
Bangs that one off the lip again. Bango bongo. See if he can finish this one off. Oh, Rev. Oh.
Too
That would have
much.
been mental.
Sometimes you don't need to do that.
Sometimes, where he is, he probably needs like a. What does
Yeah,
he need? A
he's-
6.96.
I don't know, a little.
If he did bango or bongo that last section, he might have got the score, but you never really know.
You don't know. In
Nah,
these
he might have
conditions, you
just went
don't
for
know.
gold.
Yeah. I like it. I
You
think
sh-
go for it.
You should have he did the right thing there.
Just
Absolutely went for it and
Just
ended
go
up
for
coming
it.
up with a 5.33 for that last one, but
So just short.
a point and a half short.
Rico's holding on to a 7 and a 1.5.
Yeah, so Rico's
He's in a good position.
he is in a pretty good position. I wouldn't say he's in a bad position.
As soon as he backs
It's
up
just-
that 7, he'll be on.
He will be on, but what does he need? He needs a 5.86 to go into second place.
Look how staunch he's looking out the back.
Yeah.
What do you reckon he's thinking about?
Oh, just how many waves are coming through. It's just not too many sets coming through. He's already got one of them, but yeah, I guess he'd be waiting for another big one.
Savvy little competitor.
Yeah,
eh?
savvy little competitor, yeah.
The boys looking back in for an update.
Yeah.
But yeah, slow heats today.
Very slow
Very
heats.
slow
I think
heats.
the tide's coming in now.
Yeah.
And making it just that little bit more hard. But
It's not phasing them. Not phasing the big boppers. They're
Nah,
still
not at all.
They're still surfing well.
Surfing really well. Some pretty big scores coming through this heat. Couple 7s, couple 6s.
Stoked to be in here with you.
Yeah, it's been sick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always a good time talking to you, Huey. I just love talking, chatting with you, commentating heats with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's a bit of, just a bit different.
Bit of admin for us.
Yeah.
You know?
No, we love a bit of admin.
We love a bit of admin.
Yeah. Always love admin, but, yeah, how'd you go at, the Crewy and Nias comps, Lenny?
Mate, I had an absolute shocker. Crewy shocker, Nias shocker.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Good times, but?
Good times with the boys.
Who'd you go over with?
I went over with Jarvis. Good mate of
we'll-
ours.
We'll get back to that one later, but here goes Darby Glazer. Snack off a lip, another one. Definitely smaller wave, but he gets another one in and racing down the line, see if he can get an end section. Smacks that one up in the lip, but just doesn't really That wave just doesn't really have any energy.
Nah, not much on offer there. But
Not much on offer. Oh, a big whale jumping out the back.
Wow.
He's got everything going on here today.
How good's the scenery up here?
Oh, the scenery.
It's beautiful, mate.
Yeah, big like southwest winds straight offshore here, and
offshore in every wind, isn't it?
pretty much.
You know, and,
yeah.
and when it does go onshore, just head over to D-Bar
And Lennox can do big backies.
Well, I can't.
Yeah, you can. I can't even surf at the moment, but
yeah.
Maybe.
Do you want to speak a bit about that? What happened?
I think Rico might be having a little sniff. Oh no. Oh, Fletcher's having a little sniff here though.
Fletch keeping busy.
On the backhand, keeping really busy. Couple tight turns in the pocket. Keeping it all in the power source. Yeah, that wave.
There's not much power source left.
That
on
wave's
that
just
thing,
drizzling
mate.
out
yeah,
on him.
Get off that.
Yeah.
2 6s, you probably want to wait for a good wave now.
Yeah, especially because Rico has a 7.
Yeah, he'd
and
be
he's
thinking
got
that.
priority. So, yeah, back to you, Lennox.
What
happened
with your toe? Speaking about your foot.
All right then. I was just surfing and did a little layback and broke my toe, but nothing really to talk about there. Just yeah.
How's the recovery been?
Yeah, recovery's not going too good at all. Yeah, it's not going good at all.
Well, mate, I would have loved to have seen you in this.
Oh yeah.
Perfect waves for you, overhead.
Yeah. So what did you get up to at Korean Nias? Any waves?
Yeah, it was good. Just there with Jarvis, like I said, just hanging out.
Just Jarvis?
Yeah, actually Jarvis won crew, which is pretty sick.
Yeah. Were you travelling with anyone else?
Yeah, Dano Henry. Shout out to Dano. He'll probably be tuning in.
Yeah.
Studying the banks, you know how he is.
Studying the banks.
Dano loves it.
Seeing when snapper's going to be good.
Yeah.
And
Dano from just down at Chindy.
Yeah, Dano's from Chindy.
Chindy local.
Chindy local. Just outside of Fingal. But yeah.
But far out, this heat's really run away from us, hasn't it? 3.5 minutes to go.
A half?
Well, 3 minutes, 18 seconds to be precise to go. And Rico's still like a brick out there.
Yeah. He's dropped the anchor for sure.
Yeah, dropped.
The anchor might be stuck in the sand.
Yeah. He's going to have to pull it soon with 3 minutes.
He's going to have to pull the plug.
Yeah. He knows.
He knows that he's going to have to pull the plug because you can't really come in with a 7 and a 1.5.
Nah.
Needing a 5.86.
What do you reckon Darby's thinking?
I don't know. There might be a bit of head noise for Darby. He needs a 6.96. He's got a 5.9 and a 5.47.
Oh, Rico's paddling.
But
this one looks good.
There could be something coming. He needs a 5.86 on this wave.
Anchor's pulled.
Very crucial wave for Rico Haybiddle in red.
Good.
He's milking it. He's looking pretty fast.
He's got to finish big.
Oh, he has to do a big finish on this one. Ooh. He's milking it for sure, for all it's got. But I don't know. Oh. That wave
I just don't know.
That wave was a bit dribbly.
It was, Fletch.
Yeah, Fletch. Snaps that one up off the lip. Oh, what power. Hits that one. Hits another one, and he's really trying to get his momentum up on this wave, and it's kind of working for him.
It is. He throws buckets. He's a big boy.
He throws buckets.
He's a big... Look at him.
Yeah.
From the Northern Beaches there.
Nah, yeah. Fletcher could be 20 or he could be...
You wouldn't know with the kids these days, eh?
Yes, sometimes you don't know. Like Jimmy Hill, he looks 20, but he's...
Is Jimmy on the roids?
Oh, I don't know, eh? Far out. He's huge.
He's huge.
Huge.
He's been like that since he was 8.
Yeah. Is that Dano?
Here's the replay of Rico. He only needed a 5.8, but I don't know. I feel like there was a bit of downtime.
There was a bit of downtime, and the turns didn't have too much impact, except this last one had a little bit.
But it's right there.
It is right there. Ooh.
Lando's here to make a statement.
5.03 last of Rico Haybiddle.
Lando's
getting all the speed up. Oh, Clay Mars.
Is that Clay Mars?
Is that Clay Marzo out there?
Far out.
Oh, he's Darby on a pretty nice looking wave. He needs a 6.96 on this wave.
He's only got 50.
Oh! buzzer beater.
He's looking staunch after
He's looking
that.
so staunch after that.
Look, he loves it.
He loves it. He absolutely loves it.
There's 40 seconds on the clock. He loves it. He loved that one.
He loves it.
What
I
did
love
he
it
need?
too. He needs a 6.96. Lando, if you're going to compare airs, Lando got a 5.23 for his straight air reverse, but
It's right there as well.
let's have a replay. Did he do any turns before it?
It was a good air.
Oh, it was a really good air, but let's have a look.
He's wrapped it with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Could that have been
Oh,
one
that's-
more wave?
Could have been one more wave, maybe. But it was pretty grovelly out there. It was pretty dribbly.
The boys are going to be happy with that heat, though.
Yeah.
Some good scores.
There's some
going
very
down.
good scores. Oh, Darby Glaver got a 6.5. Oh. Just didn't get it.
Commiserations to the boys, though. They did well.
Did really well in that heat, and he
Rico-
put it all on the line on that last section and just come up short, but yeah.
Rico had it. He had the 7
He
start.
had the 7, but he just couldn't. I think he needed Darby's wave at the end.
Yeah.
He pulled the anchor up just a little bit too soon.
All right, well, we're going on to a break. Stay tuned.
And we'll see you guys later. Thanks for having us.
This one's for the sun worshippers. Breezing, buzzing, besties stunning. Sprinting, ripping, gliding, soaring everywhere, anywhere. Sunning. We salute you, and we don't care if you use ours. Just use sunscreen.
Those JS sleds look tasty, don't they? What about Mateus at the end now? That rotator, Ryan Callanan, big old punts. He's hanging out with Joycey in Japan just recently. Joycey Wilson, he was flaring on the JS craft. And Landon, Smalesy, brah. How you going? It's Vaughn and Jess here.
Hey guys.
How's the heat?
Oh, it was good, but just scary surfing against a bunch of good blokes, but got a good first one and managed to back it up.
How heavy is it when you're in a heat and all 4 of you are less than 1 point difference?
Yeah. I don't like when it's like that. I like to smash it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I like to just get my heel on the back of people's necks and snap those things like a chicken. Mate, you've had a pretty good day considering that it has been a little bit grindy, for the under 18s especially. I feel like, it's just been hard to pick the eyes out of it. But tomorrow, plenty to look forward to, mate.
Yeah, it should be good. The forecast is looking a bit bigger, so I hope it can line up better down the bank.
For sure. Mate, first year for the 18s in the Occy Grom comp. Have you got a good history with this event? Have you surfed in it plenty of times during your career?
Yeah, I have plenty of times when I was younger, and I won it when I was in the under 16s, and I didn't have the 18s last year, and it's good to have it back.
Sick, mate. Yeah, well, that'd be great to get the 16s and the 18s. How many crew have done that, do you know?
I don't know, but maybe Lando's the first. But Lando, you are leading the rankings. Fletcher is second.
Yeah.
You got the win on Fletcher. I know that's something you wanted to do.
It always feels good to get a win on Fletcher. We're always so close, and yeah, it feels good.
That's cool, mate. Well, both you guys into finals day, which will be unreal. That'll be back here at Snapper, of course. Can you believe it, man? You're surfing like a CT venue, no one else out, and absolutely having a ball and better surf on the way to Moz.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see Snapper like this when you're sitting out there looking back, no people behind you.
Yeah. How mad, mate. Imagine looking back in, though, and seeing 200,000 screaming fans screaming your name. Could happen tomorrow, mate.
We'll see.
Good on you, Landon. All right, mate. Congratulations. Have a great. What do you do the night before a finals day? What's your routine like?
Have a chill one, go get a good dinner, and then get a good sleep.
Any movies? Gonna watch a movie?
If the footy's on, I'll watch that.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Who is your team?
I like the Broncos.
The Bronx.
Yeah.
And do you go for Queensland?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Mate, you were going so well. You were going so well.
Yeah. You go the Maroons.
Nah, good on you, mate. All right, brother. Best luck. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, guys.
Good on you, Landis, mate. What a surfer.
Up the Blues.
He's so good. Yeah, up the Blues. Actually, we're north of the border. We better be careful.
I know,
screwing
careful.
that out there.
Whoopsies.
Fawn Blakey, Jess Starling in the commentary booth together, and we are calling this amazing heat. It is the under-12 girls semi-final. So under-12s, Jess. I mean, I know.
Crazy.
When was the last time you surfed in this division? Last year?
Actually, funny enough, on the weekend.
Oh, loads up the backside re-entry. Illy Fraser. Sick. Got a 4.17 for that. Just looking at some replays here. And Lily White. So it's a battle of the lilies, the water lilies.
I love it.
Or is it Illy and Lily?
And Lily.
Illy and Lily, sorry.
Illy and Lily.
Illy and Lily.
You know, I actually don't think I ever competed in the under-12s. I blossomed a little bit later. I came on the scene under 14s.
Look at these little waves. I mean, what a dream to be under 12 surfing in a huge event, the Occy Grom comp. Like it comes with its own pressure because it's just such a huge one on the junior surfing calendar. But to be at Snapper Rocks, under 12 years old, and have the lineup to yourself is crazy. Look at that big sunbum mascot out there. Has he got a name?
Yeah, Sunny.
Sunny the gorilla.
Yeah, Sunny the sunbum.
That is so cool.
Yeah, doing a great job protecting us.
Yeah, he's the staunch.
He is the staunch. Ours has Sunnies. Oh, they have Sunnies too.
Sick. Sunbum on board this year, presenting sponsor of the Occy Grom comp. 18 years, strong.
Wow.
Yep,
Well, isn't that something you learn every day?
they can vote. Occy
Oh,
Grom
they
comp
can
vote.
vote.
They're a man now, or a woman now.
Wow.
So what a feeling. Look at this footage, so cool. Two of the future stars of Australian surfing sharing perfect empty Snapper Rocks. Just looking to get a result here. Semi-final number 1, under 12s.
Isn't that something? Being under 12,
It is.
one other person out snapper. Look how empty that lineup is.
You just do not see that very often at all.
No, that is what dreams are made of.
And, you know, I think once you taste Snapper's empty lineup, you want to taste it again. You want to keep surfing heats out here. You want to make sure that this acts as a launch pad for a really big career.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure Illy and Lily are thinking about. Okay, so just looking at that last score there that came in, a 1.5. So it is Illy Fraser in the red out in front at the moment. And Lily White. Not much between these two. 5.67, a 5.03. I think Lily is going to need something around a 3, a 2.98 to move through as a nice little line starts to stand up here on the bank at Snapper Rocks. And this is Lily White. Beautiful cutback. Just timed that perfectly. Gets around the section and just gets a little ridge under the board as she was going to bottom turn, but a really cool turn nonetheless there, Jess.
Yeah, full roundhouse. Full roundhouse.
Full roundy.
cutback.
Figure 8.
Figure 8.
You draw it.
Figure that.
Just the full infinity logo.
I love this. She took off across the wave too, which gave her enough speed to do that full roundhouse cutback. Bounced off the foam, but then, yeah, like you said, just a bit of a ridge. Maybe dropped too far to the bottom of the wave. But I love how she's still going for it.
A tiny little Rio there, and she would have been looking at a 5. As it was, a 3.67, enough to get her in the lead. So now Illy Fraser will have to answer back. And she won't need much, though. She'll need a 2.2. But how cool to have a seesawing battle in the under-12 semi-final.
Absolutely. And I think it's really cool too that they have priority as well. They've got priority in the under 12s. How cool is that?
That is cool, yeah.
They get to learn that from such a young age. I think that is like super progressive from Australia's junior standpoint. I mean,
oh, what's this on the inside here, Jess?
here we go.
Oh, this looks like a nice little wave. Slices back to the power source again. She doesn't need a whole lot. Oh, this is good. 2 turns. Doesn't get the clean right out. So a 3.67 for her last. Are you seeing the judges going somewhere similar or maybe a bit less?
I'm thinking I need to see the replay, if I'm being honest. Let's look at it. I really love how she brings her turns all the way around, goes up for this second snap, but just see how she stomped on the back foot. I don't think it's a clean ride out. I'm calling under.
Okay, well, it was a
Oh,
pretty...
I was wrong.
What did it go? A 4.1. The judges thinking the turn was cleaner.
Yep.
The first turn was a lot cleaner, and she's done that under priority. Just mentioned that. That's a real win there for Lily White. She was paddling back out. There was just this little bump. It was a nothing wave. Like only a handful of people in this entire comp could even ride that wave. She manages to get a 4.1. Don't tell me she's found another one. Oh, she's having a bit of a heat here, Jess. Lily White again. Snap. This one's vicious. Just the one turn. Had a bit more sting to it.
That did have more sting to it. I liked it. Pushed hard off that back foot one.
Yeah, I like that one too. A different kind of turn. The first ones were more like cutbacks. This was a bit more of a snap.
She's got that pop-up, down the line pop-up. Perfect. And then kicks it. 5.33 for one turn.
Put your hands together. That's 2 waves under priority. 2 scoring waves too. So Illy's sitting out there. 9 minutes to go. Plenty of time, of course. But yeah, this is really interesting because all of a sudden she's under pressure. Before she was probably thinking, oh, 2.22, yeah, I can just sit out here and wait for the right wave, crack a few off the lips, go upside down, blow the tail, etc.
Yeah. Air revs, all those kind of things.
Air rev, maybe a full rotor.
Yep.
Might chuck in a radio clown or a club sanger if I'm in the mood.
If they feel like it. Only if they feel like it.
But actually, you know, Illy now has work to do. 5.27. It's going to have to be not the best scoring ride of the heat, but on par with it, really. 5.33 is what Lily scored for one snap, though. Keep that in mind.
Keep it in mind. One turn, and she needs a 5.27. So really has to do the exact same turn that we saw Lily just do. She's having a good look there. Decides not to, but the tide is coming in, so you'll start to see the competitors move away from behind the rock. It does break a little bit wider. So maybe having to move down the point a little bit, that's where we saw Lily get her waves from. But you're 12 years old, out snapper with one other person out. If that was me at the age I am,
You'd be catching every wave, wouldn't you?
everything that came
Every
through.
single thing. You would not let a single empty thing go through, because how could you?
A wind ripple, I'm on it.
Yeah.
It's a dream come true. You know what, though? I would love to know how an under 12 prepares for their heat.
That is a really good question. We'll get to interview one of these young ladies afterwards so we can really dive deep on that.
Yeah.
I just bumped into
Everly Morgan
outside before. Is she in the under 12s?
She is. She's next heat.
Next heat, cool. So, I mean, she was preparing just by smiling and being adorable, really.
Actually, she is so gorgeous. She sent through some, she just had her first trip to G-Land.
Oh, as you do when you're 11 years old, yeah.
She sent through some shots for me to put up on Murmur. Everly, deep in the tube.
Oh, my God. Well, it's not surprising. I mean, her old man does absolutely charge like a maniac.
This was the outcome.
Oh, wow.
Coming out.
Spit out of barrels at 11 years old.
How cool is that?
Speaking of 11-year-olds, I was just at Stab High, the wave pool air show, and got to watch Patty Sue surf.
Oh, isn't she cool?
The coolest person almost ever.
Wow,
such
really?
a legend. Just so full of joy when she surfs. And apparently she hadn't surfed for a year, and she was doing full high, full rotators in the pool and making it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it would have blown your mind.
I was watching on, actually, but...
Oh, look at this wave. It's a really good one. And she's going to try and get around the section. She does. So she's really in the flow zone. Big backside snap. Lily White KOs that section. That was by far and away the best turn of this heat. I mean, she got a 5.33 for a turn that was nowhere near as even half as good as that.
No, that was seriously vert too. Wow. She was going up to that section. I'm thinking, oh, this is getting scary.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking. But does she have us wrong?
This is the wave of the heat, so let's start there. It's easily the biggest wave surf so far. I thought, here she comes, cracks it, pulls the nose underneath, and rides out. That's the cleanest ride out too, so really in good rhythm at the moment.
And
Lily White.
8.33.
Oh my goodness, and she's got another one.
Go, Lily.
Yeah, she's just having one of those surfs, isn't she? Like some days you're on, some days you are really on, and you couldn't ask for a better heat, really. An 8.33 and a 5.33. So the news for Illy Fraser is that she needs a 9.49, a near perfect ride. She's got time to do it in 2, and I really feel like if I was Illy, I would be looking at 2 waves. Just get moving on whatever comes in because she's got the talent.
I agree. I mean, she's got a 4.17 for one turn, right? And we know she can push so much harder than what she did on that 4.17. So I'm excited to see how she will take on her next challenge of the next wave. But here's the drone angle shot of that 8.33. Puts it up there. What? That
is so cool.
Sick.
Everything about this ride, you know, she was just hanging on, but I love the patience. You know, that's really where the score came from. Holding down, holding off until the wave stood up, times the bottom turn beautifully, and actually whips it, you know, hooks that turn. So really impressive here.
Did you say Patty was 11?
Patty is 11.
And she was doing full...
Full lofty, full rotations and making them.
What?
Like board
she was
spinning
that young.
360 degrees and landing. I'm talking super freak stuff.
That's crazy.
I'll tell you another person who blew my head off, and that
Please.
was Tia Zabrowski.
Oh, she's so good.
Watch out, world. I'm calling within the next 3 years, like, on par with anyone else in the world.
Wow.
She's that good.
Here we go. Illy Fraser having a paddle.
Okay, needs to get moving here. Just one turn. Oh, it's a little late. It was a good turn. I don't know if it'll get up to that 4.17, so it won't change the scenario. And maybe what she can do here is just take a leaf out of Lily's book and hope for something on the paddle back out.
Yeah, well, think about it. Lily's had a lot of waves on the paddle outs, and her 8.33.
It was a cool turn.
I liked it.
It was a cool turn. It might go north of the 4.
It did. It was a 4.27, so
Yes,
only ever so
okay.
slightly.
So she definitely has reduced that requirement just a bit. 9.39. I really feel like she could do it. I just think that if the wave comes and she can get like 2 snaps off
that
are in that zone, like, yeah, it's there for her. But she's got to stay away from Lily now because Lily's got priority.
Two turns like that 4, she's going to get there.
Yeah.
But she's looking determined. She's a competitor.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
There's definitely no body language here that says, I've thrown in the towel, this is a hopeless situation. She's looking at the beach, still in the heat. So maybe getting steered around by a coach, parent. I'm just looking a little bit desperate. 2 minutes to go.
Stay calm, Illy.
Stay calm.
There's a wave coming through now. It looks like it might even go wide. There's a second ridge in it.
Cool shot. Look at that. That really gives you an understanding of where the bank is, the way that the waves can sometimes break on the inside or go wide. It looks like Lily White is on, and she'll cut back to the whitewash. Doesn't get around this section, so you don't think that'll trouble her score. And just a little too deep this time, Illy Fraser.
Yeah, you can see paddling potentially for the one after, so maybe a wave here for Illy, but looking like she might have taken off on the inside there. Gets a 2-turner, doesn't get a clean ride out. I feel like, yeah, she's been deep on a few sets now, so maybe has to move her way down the point, but they are right down near Little Marley.
Yeah, they've really surfed a long way down the bank. And they're just a bit of cat and mouse in the last minute. 1 minute to go. You know, the crazy thing is they can be back out the back in no time with the surf this size. And Lily White, she's found another wave here. She will just take off. And this will be it. It needs to be 2 pretty solid turns, you'd imagine. First one's a nice little cut back to the whitewash. Will it double up? Oh, it does. She gets a finish. No, doesn't ride out. 30 seconds. She's still backing herself. I love the fight.
Backing it. I love.
Oh, well, there's the
no.
frustration.
I love how much it means to her, though. Under 12s, and it means so much. These guys is training. You know, they want to be athletes.
They do. Well, I mean, you cannot question. Bit of disappointment here for Illy Fraser. But Lily White, like, I don't know if Illy did anything wrong. Lily just had one of those heats where it was just all happening, you know. There's nothing you can do when you're on the outside waiting for a set and the surfer on the inside is just paddling out and catching, you know, little insiders that miss the back bank. And look at this, joy, absolute stokedness. She can't believe it. Lily White, that grin just says it all. The Occy Grom comp. This may be her first ever final on the at a contest this scale.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at that face. Will stick with us because there's plenty more memories and much more to be stoked about on the other side of the break. Billabong's Occy's Grom comp presented by Sunbum.
Oh, the watchmen on the tower, all sleeping, and the men have all gone home. Now that's a city that's ripe for the taking. Yeah, that's a city that's ripe for the taking.
Big thanks to Billabong, of course, the major supporters of Occy's Grom comp for 18 years. This year presented by Sunbum, and we're into semi-final heat 2. Oh, look out, a little bit of our surf lake sneaking into the broadcast. I don't mind it. But, yeah, unreal first heat. Jess Starling, Vaughan Blake in the commentary box, and we have Estella Carbonelli and Everly Morgan in this one, and Estella gets things going.
Estella Carbonelli. She has been competing all year. She has been in every single Grom comp there has been, and she rips when she gets onto an open face. But Everly Morgan, we were talking about her in that last heat. She's a name that I feel like a lot of people know at a young age. You know, she's constantly networking, putting herself in front of the right people. Just did a trip to G-Land, got so pitted.
Barreled. So barreled. It's not fair. I want to get barreled.
Same.
Ooh, nice. Was that a first ride, was it? Oh, okay, so there's been a few. We're looking at some replays that went down during the break. Here's Everly. And nice style. Sticks with it. Looking hungry. Doesn't want to let one little bit of energy from that wave go by. So 3 waves ridden already. Estella with a 4.17 and a 3.77, I think. And Everly Morgan opens with a 2.33.
Look how far in the waves have come on this high tide. And here we go, Estella. She's staying busy too. She watched Lily and decided, I'm turning waves.
Yeah. I mean, if all else fails, just go surfing.
Yeah. Yes.
You can't win if you're not catching waves. It's one of the great truths of pro surfing.
If all else fails, go surfing.
There you go. It's
I
good,
love
good
that.
philosophy for life, isn't it?
You should get that tattooed.
I should.
Yeah.
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 I mean, I've got a lot of other stuff that isn't as poignant as that. Estella Carbonelli, Everly Morgan, semi-final, heat number 2. Heat number 1, in case you missed it, was so entertaining. The goofy footers, stars of the future, but I got the sense that was an upset victory.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely.
Mm.
Because Illy's definitely, I would say, the more consistent out of the two.
Yep.
But it's sometimes it's cool to have a little underdog story.
It is cool.
You know?
Like the expression on Lily as she was walking up the beach was one of the highlight moments of this event so far.
Yes.
Like, you know, as much as we are here for great surfing and to see who's going to be the next, you know, wave of champions coming out of Australia, the face of someone who has just reached a goal, you know, really, she's going to be surfing in the final of the Occy Grom comp, Lily White. So that's huge. Look at the backside bottom turn. Right out. Yes, she does get kind of in front of it. What do you think? Oh, they won't, surely. I don't know. Where do we go there? That was a nice backside Rio. Love the bottom turn.
Loved the bottom turn too. Love the colour of the board actually. But yeah, this wave had a really nice pace to it.
Well, there you go. Turn 1. The wind up was
Wow.
incredible. Doesn't quite get the click out of the lip.
Best wave of the heat, 4.23 for Everly Morgan.
There you go.
So needs a 3.71 Vorno.
Early days.
Early days.
15, well, just under 15 minutes remaining. It's funny, isn't it? Like, the girls in the lineup actually don't look that much bigger than that seagull in the bottom of the screen. This is the caliber
The
of
minis.
surfer we're dealing with at this age. It's incredible.
I commentated an event on the weekend, the Seize the Day Festival.
Oh, yep.
And
Was that at Crescent or?
is it Kingscliff?
Kingscliff.
Yeah. And the under 12s were called the mini shredders.
Yeah.
That was the division.
That's
and
the
I
division.
just think it just so perfectly
That's what
summed
we
it
should
up.
call all under 12s.
Mini
shredders.
shredders. Globally.
Okay, Everly spotted something on this. And I wonder if it's going to stand up. It looks like it might. She's in a good spot on this wave. Deep bottom turn. Cracks the lip. That was well timed. Oh, gets the combo. Third turn finish. And that gets a big cheer from the crowd. That was one of the best waves we've seen surf. She's frothing. You know she's yelling out to Dad. Did it! I did it, Dad!
I did it! A 3-turner. Okay.
That's going to be a big score.
I
Really
know
big.
I know it's a different heat, but let's talk about it. Is it up there with the 833? Is it better than the 833?
I think it's the wave is a really nice steep wave. So first of all, 2, 3 pocket snaps, probably not as venomous as that one turn. So maybe that would be the difference, but start to finish, felt incredible.
8.67.
So it is better.
I loved it.
Yeah, that's cool.
And all I could think with that last turn, I was watching it, I was like leaning over going, finish it, finish it. I just really wanted to see her ride out.
Yeah. And right now, I mean, how universal is this feeling where you get a good one, you're paddling out, you hear anything in the excellent range, and all of a sudden the legs start kicking and the paddle gets a little...
Yep, a little bit faster. You're like, wow, I'm really strong.
Well, you just feel invincible when you put something together so well and you get the reward. You know, Everly, she looked over at Dad, big thumbs up, got the score. And lots of fun to be had in the under 12s too. I love the attitude, you know. It's she's just out there so stoked, man. An 8.67.
Huge score.
How hard is it? Give the folks at home, if you haven't surfed a heat, how hard is it to get an 8.67?
Well, put it this way, I've been competing since I was 13.
Yep.
So, and this is my first year off, so I did 9 years or 8 years competing. I've had 3 8s.
3 8s.
Yeah.
9 years, 3 8s.
Yeah.
And Everly's just...
Ticked off for 7s a few times.
Yep.
But an 8 is hard.
That's crazy. And
Hard.
so that's in the last 2 heats. for the under 12 girls, semi 1 and semi 2, we've seen 2 excellent rides. That's so cool.
Yeah, they've almost matched me.
So here we go. That bottom turn
Awesome.
is going to set up Everly for a really long career, you get the feeling. Like, it's got a real touch of the Carolyn Marks about it. She does the big wind-up where the wings spread. She twists the whole upper body almost completely at odds with what's going on.
The other person I think who does that as well is Alana Blanchard. She really spreads her wings, but I like it.
Oh, it's the best. It's like it's flawless technique. You're just basically winding up so that when you do the hook, the body just spring loads back down. Look at this. This is a really good-looking wave. Estella, yep, she takes off, plenty of speed, goes the high line, comes around the section. There's a bottom turn snap for you. Will she get a second section here? She does. Cracks it off the lip. We've got a heat on her hands. Will she get the completion? Oh! I think she should be pretty pumped on that. That's going to be a really good score. And now Everly Morgan, can she back up? First pocket snap's nice. Sets up this second one. And a third turn on the inside. Oh, these two young women are going really mad out here at Snapper Rocks. And a finishing snap. Gets completion again. Looks over to the camp. Thumbs up. Yep, we're frothing.
I love the thumbs up.
That was a really good exchange, hey? Like, I mean, Estella, no panic stations from her. Sitting on a 4.17, I would imagine that her score is going to come in around a 6 or a 7 at least, at very least. She got some really good work done here.
I love how she patiently waited. That first carve.
Sick.
There was some real spice in
And
that.
this is a good turn too. Look, bangs it. Like, even gets a little tail release. That would have been a 9.
Yep.
Straight up. But this is what's going to make life hard for Estrella. Well, let's see what the scores are anyway. But this is another strong ride. Beautiful linking surfing. Plenty of flow down the line. And even a nice little check turn to finish. And you got to love this. Ready? Yep. Nailed it.
Nailed it. I love the thumbs up. Next time I surf a heat and I get a good wave, I'm thumbs up.
I reckon don't even worry about the heat.
Back to
just
my...
next time you go for a surf, if you get a good one, just look at everyone in the lineup.
Yes.
Just big
Thumbs
thumbs
up.
up to everyone.
Next time I surf with you, Vorno, every time I look back, I'm going to go...
Yes. Thanks, Jess. That'll make me feel so happy about how bad I'm surfing.
All right, let's talk scores. 8.6 for the last wave of Everly. So she has an 8.67 and an 8. Estella got a 7.67.
Wow, it really makes you wonder if she'd got that last turn, it would have been a 9. So
huge score for sure.
It could have even gone like 9.5 or something.
Yeah.
Like it was right there because that was a pretty punchy section, and she already did 2 really strong turns out the back. She's got 8.5 minutes, so there's no panic here, although she's going to hear that she needs a 9.6. Yeah, that's I think for Estella, it's like, don't think of that number. Just think about your surfing because it's right there.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's just a testament to her. I hope she's thinking 2 turns got me a 7.67. I need a 9. I just got to make that last turn.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. It's sitting there.
But Everly Morgan is 10 years old and she has a combined total of 17.27.
So you were just saying in your... hang on, wait.
No, don't.
Wait.
Don't.
You were just saying in 9 years of competing, you got 3 8s, and now Emily's just got 2. If she gets one more...
She's matched my
She's
life.
overtaken you in 9 minutes.
Oh, no. No. This isn't fun anymore.
Oh, so here goes Estella Carbonelli carving on the inside. That one just gets away from her, but really hoping that we get to see Estella get a really good one. Like it feels like we'll get a set before the end of the day. This is our last heat for the day. So, folks, tomorrow, tune back in. It's going to be finals day, Billabong, Occy's Grom Comp, presented by Sunbum. You've got to watch these finals. Honestly, it is the premier event on the Australian junior surfing calendar, and you'll get a real window into what's coming.
Tune in, basically, is what we're saying.
You must.
You must.
Good finish. Scary.
Ooh.
right in between the rocks. Do you get points if you surf between the rocks?
I don't think so. I don't think it's in the judging criteria. Could be, but I'm aware it might not.
Well,
But
then I think it's cool.
it is cool for sure. But Terry Tapati was calling Freddie P's rock.
Oh, it is Freddie P's rock. That's the one where he
Beautiful opening swoop for Estella. But this last turn, I like it. Flares the fins out. This is scary. She got very close to that rock. So, needs a 9.6. I don't think it's a 9.6, but I do think it'll improve on the 417. 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. It's not over. It's not over till they say it's over.
cool. So just got a couple of messages from Wazza, Cale Bell Warren. He's just schooling me on some of the things. Apparently it's not Illy, it's Eiley who finished second in that last heat.
Oh, thank you.
So that's only, what, 40 minutes too late?
Thanks, Cal.
No, I think he might have sent that while the heat was on, so my bad, not looking at my phone. But Estrella is Victorian, part of the Torquay Board Riders Bells Angels, and is one of the best judges he's seen.
Really?
And has insane surf knowledge, so a bit of an encyclopedia. On your was, love you,
Thanks,
mate.
Cale.
Lived podcast, one of the all-time great ways to pass your time if you're in a car and you just want to beef up on surf nerdery.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
I am too, actually.
I absorb it. 5 minutes to go here. And Estella, 7.67. And she's backed it up with a 7.77. Oh, she's having such a big heat.
Gosh.
But it's really not doing enough to kind of get that requirement down. So a 9.5 is what Estella needs. She's surfing so well. I really want to see a set wave before the end of this heat. I think both these young women have plenty to showcase, even with such huge scores on the board.
I'm calling 2 of the highest heat totals of the day. And they're the under 12 girls. Good on them. I love this.
So check this out. Lily, this is her first ever interstate contest. That's our first finalist. So she's never competed outside of Victoria.
No
She's from
way.
the Peninsula, Mornington Peninsula down there. She made the Victorian junior team this year. So a huge result for her. You couldn't be more stoked. Did you see, like later on when I'm driving home and I'm thinking about all my favourite moments from the day, Lily's smile is probably going to be number one. I just can't believe the froth that she was feeling. How contagious was
I
it?
know. It just makes your heart warm, you know? It really makes you feel good. This wave, I have a feeling, is going to be an absolute bomb.
Can't wait to see Lily's final tomorrow. Here we go. Everly Morgan, South Coast, New South Wales. And just a lovely technique off the bottom. This wave peters out. So here we go. 3 minutes, 16 seconds. And it is Estella Carbonelli out the back. She is waiting for the opportunity to throw down one of the best clutch moments of her life.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready for it. I'm excited.
I think she's ready. She does not look panicked at all. Like,
No.
Look at these scores. Like, under pressure to be getting sevens. Like, that's so close.
I know.
And we know that one of those waves was a 9. So just come on, Huey. Bring on the surf.
Bring on the surf. Give her an opportunity. Give her an opportunity to showcase. And if she doesn't get it, at least she gave it her all, you know? But you can't be upset. Look at that heat total, 15.44.
It's incredible.
I mean, that's got to be, this heat has to be one of my favourite moments today.
Yeah.
We've got Lily's smile at the end of that heat. I love Everly Morgan's thumbs up. That has to be up there for me. Has to be. But this heat in general.
Well, you know what's crazy? So I think Estella is 10 and Everly's 9.
Stop
So
it.
this is
Stop
like,
it.
this is mad. Good on you, Birch. Thanks, brother. Yeah, this has been a great heat, and what a way to finish the day. You know, like this surf could not be better suited to, I mean, don't get me wrong, we know that these young women charge, but, you know, as far as just having a canvas to sort of showcase where your surfing's at, it's as good as it gets. And tomorrow's going to be pumping, folks.
I know.
Swell on the way. So who's going to be joining Lily White in that final?
Yeah, we've got
It's going to be fun.
really big semis coming up, actually. So this is the last heat of the day today, but tomorrow it's going to be semi-final and final action. It's going to be huge. I'm just looking at some of the names coming through. We've got Liam Sham Kuau. He's from Tahiti. He's the reigning champion for the under-12 boys. Leihani Zorik, Talia Teb, Lola Grab, Nilme Berg. Oh, my goodness. It's just the depth of talent we have coming
Look at this.
through.
Big moment here. Big moment. Estella. What can she do? The first carve is beautiful. Back to the pocket. Absolutely nothing ratchety about it. Smooth as. Onto the inside. Snap. Oh, this could be huge. Will she get a bonus section on the end? Oh, she fights with every last skerrick of energy in her body. 40 seconds left. Wow. Oh, I mean, Estella, incredible effort. Like, that was just fight to the absolute last bit of energy that wave had. That's just real quality stuff.
Talk about cool, calm, and collected. She did not look frazzled on that wave once.
Not at all. You know what blew my mind? Like, the cutty was one thing. That was just so smooth. But that snap had a bit of sting to it.
It did. I'm curious to see where this score is going to go. Heat's over. So it's all going to come down to this last wave. Needed a 9-5, Vorno.
I think it could trouble the eights. I reckon it might go excellent. It was a really good wave. But look at this. Ev Morgan, she's waiting for the score.
7-1-7.
It's a 7-1-7. So an excellent heat total for Stella there, but far out. She'll be disappointed. Great effort. Really, really good surfing. One of the highest heat totals we've seen all day long. But Evelyn Morgan.
Finals time.
How cool. And she'll be surfing against Lily White. What a day. Jess Starling, far out. That's probably like as good as it gets the way it ended this thing.
Oh, honestly. With 3 8s. There's been my lifetime worth of 8s in those last 2 heats. And it's the under 12 girls. It's been a great day of actually hearing the Occy Grom comp. You never really feel sad after the end of a Grom comp day.
No way, mate. You feel frothing and fizzing. Join us tomorrow, folks. It's final day here at the Billabong Occy's Grom Comp presented by Sunbum. It's going to be a ripper.